Good morning, Chatty House. Oh, that's much better.
There we go. All right.
Ready?
All set. The good news is next week won't be like this. I'll actually get to prepare for the show like normal.
Kyle's
Oh, John. What's up, John Pauls? Checking in.
Oh, we got an echo?
Yep, that's my fault again. Like I said, I'll get this figured out, y'all.
Sweet.
We don't have a producer. The Chatty House is our producer.
There it is.
Gets the belt. Ramsey gets the belt. What's up, Ramsey and Katrina?
Man.
Good to see y'all last night. I had to make a phone call. That's why I didn't see him. I had to be antisocial.
We're all good now.
Yep. All right. 5 seconds to party time. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. It would be a weird morning if it was any day other than Friday.
Okay.
Like if it was a Wednesday, I'd be like, don't like it today. But it's hard to come in and be in a bad mood on a Friday.
Well, and it's a donut Friday.
It's a donut Friday. I'm not partaking in the donuts today. You asked me before the show. You're like, hey, do you want a donut? Kinda. And I thought about it, and I went over, and I had to fill up my water, and I was looking, and I was like, you know what? I'm passing on donuts this week.
It's a good man.
I think I'm going to go payday Fridays only for me on donuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every other Friday.
Yeah, every other Friday, that's when I'll snag a donut. Because I can't do a donut every Friday.
Just one donut every Friday, that's too much?
Yeah, no, seriously, that's how Donut Friday for me actually started, was in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Walk past that donut shop every day. I stopped in there so often that one day I walked in and the guy behind the counter was like, maple buttermilk? I was like, I'm a regular at the donut shop. I need to stop. But I still wanted to get a donut. So on paydays, when I'm like, yeah, hey, I got a couple extra bucks, I'll get donuts for the studio. And that's how that kind of started. So I'm going to continue that now. And just every other Friday.
Okay.
Have a donut. Couple a month. I think that fits.
Okay.
I'm getting older now, so I feel the effects of the food I eat more. So
I like to have a donut. I don't usually go more than one donut, but I'll bring in the donuts and then one donut.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That's fine. Kings win. They beat the Spurs 127-122 last night. They won because I left the game early. You were all welcome. It was super funny because right after the game, like buzzer sounds, I immediately get 2 notifications on Twitter. It was like, hey, did you stay? No, I left. But they definitely would have lost that game if I stayed.
I think you're right.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, just like the way it was playing out, I was like, man, I'm glad Kyle left.
Yeah, when Wemby got the and one with like 2.5 minutes left, and he hit the free throw to put San Antonio up 1, it was like, oh no. Like, this is happening again. They're going to lose this game by 8.
Well, that, and then they got another shot to like build a lead.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They went up a couple scores.
Yeah. And it was like, hey, look at this. This is feeling like Charlotte all over again. It's
exactly what it felt like. But, and that's where I'm landing today, because there's 2 kind of frames that I'm looking at this through. The first one is a win is a win is a win. You need to stack these up. Beating San Antonio at Golden One Center, regardless of the final score, was a necessity. However, like long term, I don't think I feel that differently about Sacramento. Like, I need to see these next couple games against real contenders like the Clippers, like Minnesota, like Denver, and then I'll have a better idea. But last night, while a win is a win, it wasn't as dominant as I think I would have liked to have seen.
No, I get you. I mean, I think that they leave you wanting all the time.
Yes.
And, there are some specific things we'll get into, but like, this is also the first game coming out of the break. And sometimes it looks funky. You haven't played in a week.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that San Antonio played a gritty style.
Yeah.
They hit their shots.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the Kings did a great job of limiting Wembanyama, even though his stats are wild.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Devin Vassell was absolutely phenomenal. And
he's really good.
You know what he looked like? He looked like DeMar DeRozan with a 3-point shot.
Ooh.
That's what he looked like.
I like that.
Like, he's totally grown up. Like, he's not the stick figure he was when he came in the league.
Mm-mm.
He's really, like, grown into his body, and I thought he was really, really good. He's a guy that, again, the Kings in that draft, they were sitting at number 12. And when you got to number 10 and the Phoenix Suns took Jalen Smith, it was like, oh, man. Either Tyrese Halliburton or Devin Vassell are going to drop to the Kings.
Yeah.
One or the other. Like, you're going to get one of the guys that realistically you need to build, right? And I think he's just done a tremendous job of growing into who he's going to be as a player. And even talking to Popovich before the game, he was very complimentary of Vassell and now how Victor Wembanyama gives Vassell another player that's talented like he is, that he can kind of help him elevate his game. And I thought it was a really good point. So, yeah, I think that this is that Spurs team is probably a little bit better than their record. But they're also super young and just, they're a bunch of tryhards and you got to like it. They're still well coached. But I would have felt more comfortable if the Kings won by like 12.
Yeah, you would have liked to have seen them pull away. But the Spurs, this is the thing. And this is why there are bad teams like the Wizards, right? Where they are benching Jordan Poole and everything is just sideways and you don't know what direction they are moving. But then there's a bad team like the Spurs where, okay, that Victor Wembanyama is a foundational piece.
Yep.
And I'm excited to talk about your thoughts on him because I wasn't underwhelmed, but I wasn't like, wow, my socks were blown off. What a player. There were moments for sure, but there were some really bad shots. He looked like a rookie a lot last night.
Yeah, I think the shot selection is really poor.
Really bad.
Like, really poor. And he really got into a bad habit of shooting like 16-foot, fading one way jumpers over Sabonis. And that's not who he should be at all. I don't know who it is he should be, but that's not it. It's just not.
Present day DeMar DeRozan is not it.
No, I was very caught off guard by like the shot selection.
Yeah.
But walking in the building and then there he comes out and you're like, holy cow.
Yeah. And there were, like I said, there were 7-8 moments last night that you double take and you have to watch a replay because humans aren't supposed to be able to move that way.
Oh yeah.
And a human that's not the way he would catch an offensive rebound and then dunk it, but with like a player in front of him because his arms are just so long.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're supposed to have to go up and like make that a tough shot. There's a player in front of you. The thing I thought, while there were definitely some rookie things there where you're going, man, that's just a guy who doesn't like, he's still figuring out the game.
Oh yeah.
I think the Kings did a really good job of forcing him into tough shots because you're not going to be able to go vertical with him. There's nobody in the league that's going up and contesting his shot, right?
No.
So you get into their body. You get into, that's what they always say with a shot blocker. You get into the body to be able to finish through them. And I thought Domas did a really nice job, particularly early of being like, hey, you're not going to move me. Like, I'm just going to get here. I'm not going to be able to contest. I'm not going to be able to block it, but I'm going to force you to either try and go around me or take this tough shot with me in your jersey. And I think that was part of the reason that we saw so many tough shots. I thought the Kings defensively last night did an okay job.
Yeah, I mean, he finished with 19 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 steals, 5 blocks. And somebody brought this up, like, for some reason he doesn't have to stay vertical. And it's just not the way it should be. Like he didn't stay vertical on plenty of his blocks, and they were fouls. And you're like, why is that not being called?
Yeah.
Because everybody else in the league is getting called on that.
Yeah.
And I think he's just really tough to figure out how to ref at this point.
Yeah.
So Sabonis just dropping the boom on him and putting a shoulder into him and pushing him under the basket, spectacular.
Yeah.
And then there's like a couple where he like
blocker.
literally like wrapped over the top of him. You're like, okay, that's a foul. Just call the foul. I mean, there's the one still shot that Matt George put out where literally Sabonis is grabbing a rebound and putting it back in with Victor Wembanyama's hand all over his face.
That's just face guarding. That's just good defense.
Just no call. No call.
Yeah. I actually early in the game last night, James and I were sitting next to each other, not to brag, and early in the game, through the first 12 minutes, first quarter, no fouls.
Either team.
And I'm like, I'm here for this.
Yeah.
If you're going to not blow the whistle, fine. If it's going to be a let them play night, I'm here for that. Like, that's why I like playoff basketball so much more, because it is more physical. The touch fouls go away. I'm here for that. What I'm not here for is when you get Sabonis getting his eyes raked on one end, and then the touch foul where the offensive player creates a little contact and then throws the ball in the air on the other end and there's a whistle. It's like, that's annoying.
Yes.
That's where it's for. But if you're just going to let them play and hey, everybody's just going to wail on everybody, then okay. I'd way prefer that over the other. But then I think it was 33 seconds into the second quarter, there's a foul. And then 6 seconds later, we had one. It was like the refs have a quota.
Well,
like,
yes.
Oh, whistles.
But you also realize that like starting the second quarter, who's came out for the Sacramento Kings and started the second quarter. It's like, hey, this foul-less streak is not going to last. Chris Duarte is
here.
Chris Duarte is like, present. I got it. I'll break the streak. Foul.
Hey, Chris, make him feel you. You got it. Whack. No, I thought some of the stuff, we can talk about this later, but some of the stuff that Mike Brown did lineup wise was really interesting.
Yeah.
The 4 guards with
Alex
Len.
Yep.
But then there was the 3 guards with Trey Lyles and Domas. As fascinating stuff from Mike Brown. I think he's trying to figure out, I don't know exactly what he's trying to figure out, but maybe trying to figure out some form of small ball lineup. I'm not totally sure, but
that's the game you do it in though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's a team that you know that there's a good chance that if it comes down to the wire, that you can beat them.
Yeah.
You hope that you don't do something stupid and lose a game. They did go down by 4 with like 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like that's a team that you can start to mess with certain lineups and see if you can mix and match. I think, again, Keegan Murray gives you so many different elements too when he's on the court. I like to see Mike get a little creative. And talking about Chris Duarte, I saw him in the locker room last night, and like we weren't going to talk to him as far as media, just because it was time to go. But I did go over and just like, hey, nice production, man. His minutes.
Game.
Like I was like, hey, look at that. You hit a couple of threes. When he squares up for a 3, it feels like it's going in almost every time.
I totally agree.
When he gets a little crazy and starts dribbling, then it's like, okay, that's not going to work. But I was okay with the fouls. I was okay with the physicality. I thought he made a difference. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for guys to start figuring out ways to make a difference.
His 1 assist, he dribbled into traffic. And instead of putting up a bad shot, instead of like throwing it out for a reset, he looked Fox curled up above the break. He hits Fox, wide open 3, cashes it. That's good basketball.
Yeah.
And he brings the physicality on the defensive end. If he can contribute offensively, then I would love to see him playing more. And frankly, the Kings came out a little bit flat last night.
Yeah.
And I think if you're trying to establish a defensive presence, a lineup with Chris Duarte and Davion Mitchell in it is maybe one way to do that. So we've got a ton to get into from last night's game. A win is a win is a win. And I think that's ultimately, if you're the Kings, you will take that right now. They've won 2 in a row, and they start the second half off with a victory. James Ham, 6 quick thoughts are what's coming up next right here on ESPN 1320. Plenty of Kings coming up for you today on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James. I'm Kyle. Don't go anywhere.
That's a tough game for Trey Lyles. I mean, for Alex Len to play in, because Zach Collins is, he's an undersized backup 5.
The worst.
You hate Zach Collins. Your hatred for Zach Collins makes me laugh.
I definitely like play it up as a bit.
I know.
I don't. There's just something.
Yeah.
Something about him.
Something in the way he moves. We didn't get to this crazy story. Did you what is Major League Baseball doing with the uniform thing? You see the latest is the pants are see-through.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, hey, the pants are see-through. Yeah, they're like, what do you mean? They're see-through.
You can see through them.
You can see through them.
Yeah, bro. That's unreal. It's just it feels like it's baseball being cheap. Like, that's Rob Manfred's like, it's performance gear. Like, no, it's not.
And what's gonna happen when they
It's
slide?
cheap.
It's just gonna rip. It's okay. So my son played soccer, but in a league where he was playing comp, and but the comp teams were individual, and we had to come up with our own uniforms.
Okay.
And then someone made a deal with this company called Zara to buy, and they literally are like the cheapest uniforms. It's like, and we're talking like high level soccer where your kids are going out there with like shiny stuff on. Like, it looks like they're wearing like bad polyester / satin looking uniforms. And I'm just like, we're not doing that. They're like, oh, no. Like, we made a pact as a league. I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. Like, my boys aren't going out there looking like that. That's not
shiny.
That's not happening. Like, one time a kid goes down, they're going to pop a seam. They slide, go to slide tackle. And it's like, hey, your shorts got left back there on the field. That's what's going on with Major League Baseball.
Holy crap. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go.
The NFL just announced its new salary cap. $255.4 million. That is about $13 million more than it was projected.
Oh. So what you're saying, the Niners are fine?
They were already going to be fine.
Wow. Oh, that's a big deal.
Oh, my turn. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Figuring it out.
All right.
It's fine. It's a workflow thing.
It is. It's a workflow thing.
I'll get it eventually. Welcome back in. That's James. I'm Kyle. And I'm also vamping because I need that bed to finish. There we go. We've been talking Kings Spurs. That's what we're going to continue to talk about. Before we get to 6 quick thoughts, very quickly, the NFL just announced that the 2024 salary cap is set at $255.4 million. Why does that matter for your favorite team, whether it is the Raiders, 49ers, or otherwise? It was projected at $242 million. $13 million in additional space is bananas.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money that's going to help a lot of teams, particularly a team like the 49ers that is so top heavy with its salary cap, but we can dive into that later on. Let's get to last night's Kings win, 127-122 over the San Antonio Spurs with James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
What's going on, Kyle? We got
ready
6 quick thoughts.
Ready for these thoughts.
Number 1.
I got your ding here. Hang on. Pause.
There it is. Domantas Sabonis came into the day doubtful. He was sick. I don't know what he was sick with, but he was sick.
Probably
And
sick of all this not being recognized.
that's right. He was sick of not being an all-star. That's right. Yeah, I was in the tunnel waiting for him to come off the floor in pregame, and I hit him up. I said, "Are you like thumbs up, thumbs down?" He's like, "I don't know. It's up to them. It's not up to me. I want to play." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I'm not sure what his illness was, but I guess there was a little bit of negotiation behind the scenes with him coming in and playing. And he just goes out and just does like Sabonis things, which is crazy because you could see that they were trying to like control his minutes early. He only played 15 minutes in the first half. They were limiting what he was doing, but he comes away with another triple-double. His 38th double-double, consecutive double-double, sorry. A 22 point, 11 rebound, 11 assist triple-double. His 19th triple-double of the season, which leads the NBA. Yeah, he's a workhorse.
He's just finding ways to be effective. Even on nights where was he the best version of Domantas Sabonis last night? I didn't particularly think so.
No.
But he still figured out a way to go 22, 11, and 11. Like that's and I thought he did a nice job defensively for the most part on Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, and I also think he had 8 rebounds in the second half. I think that's how it broke down. Which is you could see it down the stretch. He was grabbing every rebound and shoving everybody out of the way.
Yeah, 10, 8, and 5 in the second half.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, that's
yeah, he's good.
Good player, fine player. Maybe one day an all-star.
Maybe, Kyle. Make it rain. That's number 2. The Kings struggled to hit the long ball early, but that wasn't the case for Kevin Huerter. He came out and hit his first 4 3-point shots, 21 points, 5 of 8 shooting, added 5 assists, added 4 rebounds. Admitted after the game that he was very bad defensively, but outside of that, he looked like Kevin Huerter.
He got lost a lot defensively. There were a lot of open looks for San Antonio. I think that came from Huerter not being aware on the perimeter.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who was guarding Jeremy Sohan.
The answer lives in the dunker spot.
The answer is nobody. Nobody was defending Sohan.
It felt like the Spurs offense early in the game was bad Victor Wembanyama turnaround Jay.
Yep.
Or Jeremy Sohan wide open on the right block.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Wide open for a little cut, like dunk.
No, but Kevin Huerter offensively, I thought a couple of times last night maybe hesitated in spots that he shouldn't have, where he would come off and dribble too much and then reset and get back into the offense. But no, I don't. He was really good last night. And again, you see the Kings offense is just so much different when Kevin Huerter plays like he played last night.
Yeah, him coming off the DHO it's so far that he travels, that he gets to the outside.
It's almost a dribble handoff, but it's to create space to get the offense moving. It's not even like, hey, here's a dribble handoff. Sabonis is going to set a screen so Huerter can shoot it.
Yeah.
Like that's how far out he gets with that dribble.
Although he had the one play where he went out on the DHO, looked like he was going to shoot the 3 and then dropped a pass to De'Aaron Fox cutting.
Sick.
Absolutely sick.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the kind of stuff we talked about that with Keegan Murray yesterday. That's the kind of playmaking that you would like to see from him. Additionally, off those dribble handoffs.
Yeah.
But good, really, really good performance from Kevin Huerter. I think he lit the beam at the end. I wouldn't know. I wasn't in the building.
He did.
Yeah. Good for him.
All right.
Number 3.
Stats. De'Aaron Fox came out looking to set up his teammates from the jump. He hit Sabonis on a pick and roll in the first play of the game. That was awesome. He kept it going, posting 28 points, 9 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals. His late block, I had this as 3 steals in my 6 quick thoughts, but they didn't give him a steal. They gave him a block late in the game.
Yeah.
That was one of the greatest defensive plays I've seen from a player. He messed up and got caught on the back cut.
Yeah.
Right. He took a bad step, overplayed it, and then got caught on the back cut. His recovery, and he said after the game, he's like, well, I figure I'd probably end up fouling him. And I was going to make him earn it. He's like, but I was able to recover and just got my hand right on top of the ball.
It's one of those, it was one of those plays that happens in the NBA a lot. Like guy just gambles or gets lost on a cut and it's just a layup.
Yep.
That's what it's like. Oh, bucket. And then not only was it not a bucket, it was a block going the other way.
Oh yeah. It was nuts.
It's just, it was almost jarring because you're geared up like, oh, that's a layup.
It almost looked like he dunked it. Like that's how it looked. Like the ball went straight down, and he still went up, and it was like, oh man, that's not good because it was like super late in the game, like 38 seconds left or something.
Yeah, it would have made it a 1-possession game.
Yeah, just
tied it.
Just tremendous recovery speed, and for him to not give up on the play was absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, let's get to number 4. Boost in the third. Malik Monk was quiet in the first half. I think he had 7 points. He got it going in the third and then helped finish off the game in the fourth. He finished with 21 points, 8 of 15 from the field, and 2 blocks. He now is up to 36 blocks, a team leading 36 blocks for your 6-man, 6'3" shooting guard.
9 off the Sacramento Kings franchise record for blocks in a season by a player 6'3" and under.
I mentioned that to him in the locker room.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I'll get that.
It's 10 off. De'Aaron Fox had 45 in the 2018-19 season.
Isn't that crazy?
9 short of that, 10 off breaking the record.
And Fox was the chase down block. That's what Fox was early in his career, was the incredible chase down blocks.
Yeah. What number are we on?
5.
Counting. 5.
Tough assignment. Keegan Murray is drawing the opposition's best perimeter player, and he continues to make an impact. He had 16 points, 2 of 4 from 3, and out of 4 rebounds, but I also thought he was really, really good defensively. They shifted him to Devin Vassell late. Vassell hit some incredible shots. You let that guy get going, and holy cow, he was good.
The one where the ball got poked away from him into the backcourt, and he picks it up and hustles into the front court and stops at the top of the key and drills a 3. That is a bad shot.
I thought that was the moment that Popovich just yanked
it was going to be a miss.
You're out,
It was
bro.
going to be a timeout, and he was going to be out. Yeah, and he just cashes it. No, it was a really, you can talk about Keegan defensively or whatever. Sometimes a player like Devin Vassell is just going to get going, and he is a talented enough player that when he gets going, that you're not probably doing a lot to stop him. I think a version of the Spurs where they are contending for championships with Victor Wembanyama, you have Devin Vassell in that Manu Ginobili 6-man role where he is just a different player than Manu, obviously, but just a really dominant 6-man. I think is probably where he winds up.
Okay,
affecting a championship team.
I like him. I like him a little bit more than that. I think he can be a starter on a good team, but whether he's going to be a 20-point per game guy on a good team, I'm not sure. Yeah, still really good, solid young player.
Last one, number 6.
Nice contribution. Chris Duarte plays with reckless abandon, and the Kings sometimes need that. He played well. He had two threes. He had 6 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist. His defense was good. He played 20 minutes. I thought, like, realistically, if this is who he can be down the stretch, then that will help the Kings a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I really liked the Chris Duarte addition this offseason. Granted, again, I anchored my old takes, and I loved him coming out of Oregon. I thought he was an NBA ready player, and he was in his rookie year. Dealt with some injury stuff. He's had a hard time carving out a role with the Kings, but if he is ascending into the player that you all of a sudden have a lineup, and as we talk about defense with this team, you know what you can get offensively. You know that the ceiling for this team offensively is one of the highest in the NBA. But in the playoffs, can you get a stop? Can you throw bodies on Steph Curry or Luka or whatever great perimeter player? Do you have different bodies and looks you can throw at him? And if you have Chris Duarte, who's at least a net neutral offensively, at least, and playing really good defense, now all of a sudden that changes the dynamics of a playoff series, even a little bit in the Kings' favor.
I talked to him in pregame, and I said, "How's your ankle?" He's like, "Yeah, it only took like 5 days." And I'm like, "That's crazy." He's like, "Yeah, because I saw it that night, and he was on crutches, and it looked horrible."
Yeah,
he said,
"I remember you walked out and you were like, oh."
He literally said, he goes, 5 days. He's like, that was a grade 2 sprain, which is crazy. 5 days for a grade 2. He goes, but I don't have any ligaments left anyways. He's like, I've had the grade 3. I've had the grade 2s. I've had them all. They're all trashed. He's like, I healed up pretty quick. And I'm like, that is crazy.
Yeah.
5 days for a grade 2.
Some thoughts on Chris Duarte in the chatty house that we will get to, because I think I want to continue talking about him as well as we talk about the Kings defense, what they did well, what did they not do well last night, And we will have a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for you also. That's coming up. It'll be your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. And Jiffy Lube bought a bunch of Kings jerseys for us to give away at the end of every month. And that is coming up. Your chances to win in February are dwindling. So make sure to enter at ESPN1320.com. Your Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game contest page is right there up front. Wait for the keyword. That's coming up for you next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Did you send the thing to Megan and Jackie?
Yeah, I talked to Jackie this morning.
Great.
It's the 2 words. Yeah. Soren Smith. I was kind of surprised Keldon Johnson doesn't get minutes too, but I told I believe it was after you left. I told Sean Cunningham that Keldon Johnson reminds me of Carl Landry. Like that 6'6", 6'7", slightly undersized power forward dude who has a knack for scoring and probably even a knack for offensive rebounding, because Carl was one of the better offensive rebounders in the game and then didn't get defensive rebounds at all. That never made any sense. But that's what he looks like, though. He looks like a guy who can really impact the game in a bunch of different ways. I'm surprised he didn't play a whole lot. But then again, the Kings did go small. But that should have played into his. Yeah, I don't know. He played 31 minutes? Wow, you're right. He had 18 points. That's a quiet 18. Yeah, Vassell, 13 of 18 from the field.
Man, he was... I haven't watched him a lot. He is on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
He is a bucket. There's just an inconsistency there that I worry about a little bit. But he's also, 21? 22?
Vassell?
23.
23. Yeah, he's the Halliburton draft. He's the 11th pick in that draft.
Oh my God, Halliburton's in his 4th year. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. Did you see the Saints rework Derek Carr's deal?
Okay.
Get $23 million in cap space. And Smith, Seahawks, got his deal reworked as well.
Yeah.
Gino.
That makes sense.
Converting his $9.6 million roster bonus into a signing bonus and creating $4.8 million in salary cap space.
So even with a $13 million value cap, even with the cap, $13 million over the projected number, the Bills are still $41 million over the cap.
What do they have any surplus?
Yeah, no, and there's I don't know about rollover space. I don't know their cap situation. Oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I think that might be the most random thing that we've ever been talking about at the break that made me late to hitting our sounders and stuff. Like, hey, Bill's salary cap situation here on ESPN 13.
That's weird. Actually, there's an interesting question in the chat, and somebody asked, does Domas's father come visit him to share some advice? The answer is yes. Arvydas has shown up a couple of times. They usually come out and stay for like a month or 3 weeks, and you'll see Arvydas in the tunnel or like in the back hallways like a couple of times, and he makes he makes Domas look like a little kid.
Yeah, he's an enormous human.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know another way to describe it. I mean, like you know what? If you've watched the Scott Pollard video where the doctors are trying to help him up, it kind of looks like that. Arvydas Sabonis is one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen. I would love to see. I've never seen it happen where Vlade and Arvydas are together, because Vlad is a huge man too, like way, way bigger than Domas.
Yeah.
So,
oh my God, Arvydas Sabonis was 7'3", 280.
Yeah.
He would have been he was an already unbelievable player, but he would be in that Hakeem, Shaq, that conversation had he played in the NBA his entire career, but he didn't even come over till he was 31, 32, 31.
Yeah, I'm watching him, like what he would do with the ball. Like he basically would get in the post, or he'd get at the high post.
Mm-hmm.
He'd get the ball in his hands and he would start moving it around like a water polo player.
Yeah.
And then what he could do as a passer was just unbelievable.
Silly.
Every once in a while, Domas does it, and you're like, "Oh, there it is."
Yeah.
You see the Sabonis gene like coming out.
Yeah,
yeah.
And that's what's so fascinating. And we always, one of my favorite discussions with, particularly with basketball, because the game is so much different now.
Oh yeah,
than it was. And in football, it's tough. Like you get guys like Terry Bradshaw, like, I wish I could have played today. Like, okay, man, I don't know I genuinely have no idea what it would have looked like if Terry Bradshaw played now. Like I have no idea, but it's pretty easy to pick up a 31-year-old Arvydas Sabonis and drop him into the NBA today and get an idea of what it would have looked like. Because when you look and you talk about passing, like when you hear who's the best passing big man of all time, Sabonis' name comes up.
Yeah.
And he averaged it for his career 2.1 assists a game.
Oh, that's wild.
Because the sport was just different. Like the style was different. If you drop him into the NBA now, where you're like, yeah, hey, motion offenses and spreading the floor and all this spacing, it would have probably looked like something like Jokic.
Yeah. And I think if you really look at like who brought that to the NBA game, it was Sabonis and Vlade.
Yeah.
Like their ability to pass change the game.
Yeah.
As those big guys. And I think, Vlade already had like a really, really high basketball IQ, but going to the Lakers and playing with Magic Johnson as a young player just like increased everything by tenfold.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just talk about one of the most gifted passers and a guy who saw the court. He saw everything. And it does help that you're 7'1" and you can see everything, or 7'3" and you're like way over the top of everybody.
Just a hoss, dude.
yeah. I think like really the player comp, Sabonis, young Sabonis before NBA is Jokic. But again, they didn't allow guys like that to dribble then.
Nope.
So like that's where we've seen the change. Even like I talked to Chris Gent years ago who had played with Hakeem, but then coached DeMarcus. He was on Mike Malone's staff. And I asked him about the comparison with Boogie and Olajuwon. And he just laughed. He's like, man, Hakeem can dribble twice. He's like, we got this kid going between his legs and doing spin move on a fast break at midcourt with a guard diving at him. Yeah. He's like this is nobody's ever seen anything like that.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at revolutionary players, DeMarcus will get ignored, but his ability to dribble and run the break is something we really hadn't seen before from a 6'11", 7 foot tall, 290-pound dude.
Well, and he didn't shoot it a lot early in his career, like from three. That was something that came. But we were just talking about this, the Goon Squad Classic, the Dante Green charity game that took place during the lockout at UC Davis. Before that game, DeMarcus is standing there above the break and just casually, he's like chatting with Jimmer or whoever, and he's pulling from three and hitting everything.
Oh yeah.
And you're sitting there, and that was what, 2011?
2011. Yeah, it's during the lockout in 2011.
So, and that's early DeMarcus Cousins. Like, why doesn't he do this more? Like, this should just happen more. And then, sure enough, as his career goes on and spacing becomes more prevalent, he started shooting it more. But
who forced him to shoot it?
Who?
George Karl. Yes. And they fought.
Sacramento Kings legend George Karl.
They fought about it the whole time, but really, it did open up DeMarcus Cousins' game. And I don't, what year is it that he he coaches. I think it's 2013-14 and 14-15. And then the 15-16 season is where he's, George Karl's there. And DeMarcus goes from 0.1 to 3.2 and then 5.
Yeah.
That's where the George Karl effect.
Shot at 36% on 5 a game.
Yeah.
Like that's, you know what? Shout out to George Karl.
With the Pelicans, he 37.5%
Yeah.
on 5.6. 6 attempts per game. Yeah.
Man, what a player.
Boogie's still hooping.
I know it, man. Where is he now?
Well, he went over to Korea and played on like a 10-day. But there's a good chance he'll go back and play either there or in China. Maybe even for like the playoffs.
Good for him.
Like they allow that. And so you just get like a nice paycheck to go and have a good time and hoop. And yeah, we'll try to get him on the show.
That would be great. I would love that so much. Maybe we get him and George Karl together.
I don't think, I mean, maybe I could reach out to George Karl and get George Karl, but
I'm joking.
Yeah, me and George weren't super good.
I've had him on the radio before. Like he's accessible. Like but I don't. I'm joking about having him on here in Sacramento.
Yeah, like
I don't think that's anything anybody wants.
Okay, so George Karl, before he was a Sacramento Kings coach, was always my favorite coach to go talk to in pregame. So like even last night, I went in, you talked to like Greg Popovich, and he's surly and he's waiting for a stupid question, and then he lights into somebody. That's what he does. But George Karl, for me, was always the best to go talk to because you would ask him a question, a basketball question, and he would look you in the eye and think about it, and then he'd give you like this incredibly thoughtful, like thought-provoking answer.
Yeah.
And then he got to the Sacramento, and there just wasn't like a lot left in the bag.
I feel like he was done.
Yeah, and he had, lots of health problems. He had struggled with a couple of bouts with cancer at that point. He had cancer while he was in Sacramento too. And he just wasn't the same. And he had to sit in a chair. It took him a while to get places. He just, he's a basketball legend, but he wasn't the same.
Yeah. No
he
doubt.
was tough to deal with.
Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game from last night.
Oh,
that's right. Kings beat the Spurs 127-122. We're giving away a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate.
Yep.
We're also giving away a Kings jersey at the end of this month. The way you enter for that is to enter to win the Jiffy Lube gift certificate. We put the names in a big pot, and then we pull a name, like a digital pot. We don't actually do.
Yeah.
We're not all writing these all down. Put the names in a big pot. We pull out a jersey winner. The February jersey winner will be pulled at the end of the month. I believe. I'd have to look at the Kings schedule. It might be early March, but enter today. Enter right now at ESPN1320.com.
Yep.
There's a Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game page right up front. You cannot miss it. Click on that, and then you're going to enter the code word Fox Ox.
Fox Ox. 2 words.
2 words. Fox Ox.
That's right.
And that's Ox like the Demonis Sabonis nickname, not like an ox cord.
No, like
OX.
Like Fox and the Ox.
Right.
Like that's what Kings fans call Fox and Sabonis.
Right.
Yeah, so just Fox Ox.
2 words.
Yeah, because I thought, okay, so the defensive play by De'Aaron Fox, the fact that he scored 28 points and like stuff that's
closed the game out in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he deserves it. But also Sabonis walking out there and having like a Michael Jordan flu game, pretty impressive for a guy who is doubtful that morning, and to show up and drop a crazy triple-double again.
Wait, the flu game was like in the finals.
I know.
This is a Spurs.
No, I know.
Game 55.
No, I know. I know, but hey, look, he's missed 1 game in 2 years.
Yeah, that's not right. He missed 3 last year.
Was it 3?
Yeah.
I thought it was 1.
It might be because of injury. He might have missed a couple at the end of the year resting or something. I know they for sure didn't play the last game of the year.
You're right. He played 79.
Yeah.
Okay, so he hasn't missed a game this season.
Yeah. Would have been his first.
Yeah. Him and Harrison Barnes, neither one have missed a game. So yeah, he did miss 3 last year.
Johnny G in the chat asks if I stayed the whole game. I did not.
No.
I left early third quarter.
Yeah.
It was my plan to stay the whole game. It was really my plan. And then I looked at the work I had left to do. And then I didn't want to be like, because if I stay, so I caught a ride to the arena with you, James.
Yep.
And I could have either rode back with Damian or with you.
Yep.
And you stay late. Like you.
Yeah, I didn't leave until 10:30, 11.
Right. Because you are in press conferences, you're in the locker room, you have work to do after the game. So I wouldn't have been getting into bed until like after midnight, which defeats the whole purpose of me staying in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Then I have to, now I get the same amount of sleep if I had gone home. So that's why I said, all right, Dame, when you bouncing?
Yeah.
I'll let you know. It's like, all right. That was my ride home.
That's right.
Yeah, so.
No, it was fine. I think people forget that, you had to leave your house at like 4:00 in the morning to get here for a 5:30 morning show.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the game is still going. If you would have stayed until 10:30, that's a long day.
I think the real move for me is to get a hotel room downtown. Just stay downtown.
Well, yeah, but
that way I'm a short walk.
Then you got to drive back.
Yeah, but that's what, no traffic in the morning when I'm driving up here.
Okay.
I'd be like 5:30. I'd have to leave my hotel by what? 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
All right.
That's not too bad. Anyways.
Get you some sort of, like long-term group rate there or something. I don't know.
Like, we're trying to see a beam in person. That's fine. Fox Ox is your Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game for De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. We talked about it yesterday. They needed their stars to be stars. And if Fox was a little bit worse last night, or if Domantas Sabonis was a little bit worse last night, they lose that game instead of winning.
Yes.
And we can sit here and honestly, look, I'm definitely in this camp of, I don't feel differently about the Kings today than I did going into yesterday.
Okay.
I still think a lot of the same problems are there. However, if I'm gonna sit here on the radio and be like, they need to win these games, and then they win the game, I can't also be like, well, you got to win it, but different. Like, no, man,
you got to win, but better.
Yeah, right. It's stupid. So, I did like that in a spot where, because it felt similar to the Detroit game.
Yeah.
In how the just kind of ebb and flow of it. But at the end of the game, when it was crunch time, last 3 minutes, it was a little bit back and forth. And then the Kings just imposed their will for the last 2 minutes and said, we are not losing this game. And it was Domantas Sabonis making plays, and it was De'Aaron Fox making plays, and they closed it out. Was it their best performance of the year? Absolutely not. But they won a game that sure felt like, based on the 54 games we had seen earlier this year, it sure felt like, oh man, they're going to lose this one. And then they didn't. And that is maybe not the massive improvement we were talking about, like, hey, you'd love to see them blow them out. 1,000%. You would have loved 130 to 105. That would have been awesome. But also, 127, 122 is leaps and bounds better than that same score the other way.
Yeah.
And that's, so it was an improvement, even if it wasn't the massive one I was hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, at the end of the day, you have to stack wins. You have to figure out whatever it is. Like, you're in a like crazy race right now. The teams are stacked up on top of each other, and you've got, like, you're a half game behind the Suns and the Mavs. You're a game and a half behind the Pelicans. Like, this battle for the 5-6 spot is going to be epic. And I'm not even, like, these teams here in this block, I think that they're going to push each other and that they're going to make a run at that next group.
Yeah.
We'll see a couple of those teams, I believe, come back down to earth a little bit. And I think that we're going to see a battle here with these four teams, the Pelicans, the Mavs, the Kings, and the Suns, and they're going to push each other and see if they can move up into that next group. And I wouldn't doubt it. But go ahead.
Real quick, just to underscore the importance of this while you're talking about the standings, the teams they're chasing, Dallas beats Phoenix last night.
Yep.
Denver wins. They beat Washington. They're not really, the Warriors are out of it. The Warriors beat the Lakers.
Yep.
The Pelicans win. They beat the Rockets. OKC wins. They beat the Clippers. That's all of these teams that the Kings are trying to kind of keep pace with and maybe be chasing, all these teams won.
Yep.
And if you lose that game last night,
oh no, you're in
all
trouble.
of a sudden you're so that's another thing. If again, like if I'm going to sit here and we're going to talk standings and you're chasing these teams, you just can't complain about any win at this point.
No, totally. And I think the Kings had a good night because
overall, yeah,
because if you pick up that win right there, what it did is, like, I know we don't want to talk about the teams behind the Kings. It's like for some reason we don't do that. But the Warriors beat the Lakers, but also the Jazz and the Rockets lost.
Yes.
So the Kings have separated themselves with this group of 4 from that other group. So what are they? 2.5 games up on the Lakers/Warriors at this point. But the non-play-in teams right now, the teams that are 11 and 12, they also took a step backwards last night. And that's big, like, because the last thing you want to do is just not make the play-in.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to see the Kings make the play-in. We want to see them make the playoffs. That would be much better. But you can't have them be at risk for even making the play-in. That would be a complete
catastrophe.
disaster.
Yeah.
So for a couple of these teams to drop off right now, that would be great for the Kings.
They are a half game out of a playoff spot. Half game behind Phoenix and Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas is technically the 6th seed right now.
They're tied. They're the same record.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. What is it? But it's 30.
The Kings are a half game back in the win column.
33 and 23.
Yeah,
right?
The Kings are 32 and 23.
Yeah.
The Lakers now 3 games back of the Kings. The Warriors 3.5 back. So I just any way we can figure out, hey, what does this look like in the playoffs? Can they win a play? We can figure that out in April.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get there first, and you can't get there unless you're pulling out wins. And honestly, I guess one of the gripes from last night is the Spurs shot 44% from 3, the worst 3-point shooting team in the league. They shoot 44% from 3, and somebody brought up, well, they started 4 of 6 or 4 of 6 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but also in the second half, they went 6 of 14. Like they were like, it wasn't like, oh, they were red hot early and then cooled off. Like, no, they shot the heck out of it in the second half too.
Yeah, they did. But I think the key that I would point to, Kyle, is
not a lot of volume.
You held them for 20 to 24 attempts.
25, but yeah.
25. But that still means that, 11 of 25, you can live with 11 made
no doubt
3-pointers.
No doubt.
The fact that they were able to really limit them and take away some of the threes, the percentage is bad for sure. But I think that if the Kings are going to improve, that might be one of the ways to do it, by limiting teams. Like get out there, like make them not take the shot. And if you can do that more and more, you'll start to see eventually that 3-point percentage will probably come down.
Yeah, and Victor Wembanyama led the Spurs in 3-point attempts with 6. And he made one of them.
Yeah, it was a big one.
Yeah, it was huge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought last night, defensively, it was there's going to be open threes in an NBA game.
Yep,
that's going to happen. I thought the Spurs made a couple of really sick passes to create some open threes, but after one early on, I think it was a 3 that made it 5-4. Mike Brown, quick with the TO. And honestly, I love that. Like, good.
We haven't seen it.
Right. Send that message.
Yes.
Send the message of, hey, here's 3 guards with Trey Lyles and Domantas Sabonis. Hey, here's 4 guards with Alex Len. Like, everything is on the table. We're going to figure this out defensively. I'm going to call timeouts. I'm going to pull guys. I'm going to change up the rotations until this gets done right.
Yep.
And if running teams off the line and making sure that, hey, they're going to hit some open ones, but we're going to make sure that we're limiting the damage and not letting them go 21 of 41, then great. I thought was fine last night. And honestly, if Devin Vassell has a regular Devin Vassell game and doesn't go 13 of 18 from the field, the Kings win by a margin that I think we're sitting here more comfortably and going like, yeah, hey, that's the kind of win you wanted to see.
Well, that, and he probably hit 3 or 4 really, really difficult shots.
Yeah.
You're like, what in the world? How did you hit that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, look, I don't want to berate them again and again. That early timeout by Mike Brown, It was a clear miscommunication. I think it was Herter and Barnes. Both of them, like, who's going to go get the guy in the corner? And no one actually did.
Yeah.
And it was wide open. And I missed the Mike Brown 30 seconds into the game timeout. Like, where did it go? That's the first time this year that we've seen that.
Yeah.
So the one downfall that he's got to figure out his challenge thing. Like, he's got to figure it out. He can't keep losing a challenge in the first half or even in the third quarter every single game.
Yeah.
Like, whoever's doing it. I know somebody hit me up on Twitter last night and said, hey, I'll sit on the bench and get paid, and you can pay me something, and I'll tell you when it's a foul.
I'll give you a thumbs up, thumbs down real quick.
Yeah, there's like this panic that's going on, and I don't get it, like, how they're not figuring this one out.
Well, what's funny is when I tweeted it after the first quarter, I was like, this is the greatest officiated game in NBA history. There were no fouls called in the first 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And like multiple people responded like, yeah, which means there wasn't a chance for Mike Brown to lose a challenge.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy. That's tough.
Yeah, if there's one thing about Mike Brown's coaching era that we're going to remember, which hopefully it's, a long-term,
no
Mike
doubt.
Brown era lasts for a decade or more.
Yeah.
But I think it will be the challenges early on. Like,
in the Vans.
Yeah, it's just like, wow. Oh, the Vans. You like the Vans?
Mm-hmm.
The Vans with no socks or with socks?
No socks. Or at least maybe they're socks, but they're like the low cut.
Yeah.
Like invisible ones.
I know the one time he tried to show Mark Jones that he was wearing socks, like during a press conference last year, and he put his foot up on the table and kicked the table. And,
and you caught it.
The entire, it was wild. Like, the whole thing, it would have been like a catastrophe.
It would have been funny.
I probably should have let it just happen.
Yeah, for sure. It would have been a great video.
There was like literally like this much of the table, like still on the edge. Like, I was waiting for it, like, oh no. And I was not moving very quickly last season. My back was out the entire year. It wasn't an easy move. It wasn't cat-like reflexes.
I would have you should have let it happen. That video is going viral.
Oh, it would have gone totally viral.
Yeah. Mike Brown flips table after Kings game.
But with my luck, it would have like fallen and hit me on the front row.
No, you're so far away. Yeah, but that's not close.
No. Those chairs move every game. They're always in a different spot. I don't know why, but they do. They move every game.
Hey, speaking of shoes, just very quickly, I know this is a thing, but I need to just reiterate it for the sake of doing so. Gary Gerald's shoe game is out of this world.
He does have
he was wearing some J's last night. These some Jordan lows. I don't even know what they are. They were so sick.
I don't know where. Does he get shoes sent to him?
Oh, I'm sure.
Maybe. I don't know.
I would be floored if I found out that Gary Gerald paid for his shoes. Floored.
I think when people
you'll get to be a legend around an NBA team for 40 years or whatever it's been.
Yeah.
And pay for your shoes. That's not how this goes.
I think it's funny though, like, because people that see Gary Gerald and he's always dressed in a suit,
right?
And he takes his job very seriously.
He's very good at his job.
I think that everyone out there would think he's wearing like penny loafers or like little tassel shoes.
Yes,
that's what everyone would think.
It's the vibe.
No.
J's.
He's got like the J's. He's got Air Force Ones. He's got game.
Always color coordinated too.
Yes.
It's not generic brown.
No,
it matches the tie. It is
one of the greatest men ever. Just people know, they should know he's one of the greatest dudes of all time.
Terrific person. If you get a chance to say hello, do so.
Yes.
It's a delight. Unless he's working, then don't bother him. Kings defense. We'll continue talking about that. We'll have good, bad, and ugly for you. And I want to get a little bit into this NFL salary cap stuff, not the machinations of it, but just kind of what this means, particularly for the 49ers, because they went from really up against it to all of a sudden a little bit more comfortable. We'll talk about that coming up as well. We've got a whole second hour to get to, just 2 hours today. D'Lo and KC will be in at noon for their regular noon to 4 slot. That's coming up on ESPN 1320. I would be stunned if G-Man had to go to the sneakers app.
Well, I do know, like, when they go to when they go to Portland, there's a bus, like a like NBA tour bus that takes them to the Nike outlet.
Oh, that makes sense.
But I don't know. It's possible.
Have you ever heard stories of the Nike outlet? Or have you ever been?
I haven't been to the one up there. Oh wait,
My buddy went to U of O, went to the University.
I think I have.
He said it's like you can walk out of there with like $1,000 worth of stuff for like $400.
Well, that and the players get to use their Nike bucks there. That's why it's such a big deal, because the players, when they get a contract with Nike, it comes with like $10,000 worth of Nike bucks or more. And so a lot of the players will go there and it's just on. Plus, they have crazy sizes for NBA players. Yeah. You can go there and buy a size 19 off the rack. Yeah. I mean, I worked at, Copeland's forever. And on occasion, we would get like a size like 19 or 20. Like, what do we do with this? But then there was always somebody who's like, hey, if you ever get any big shoes, you have to, because my kid has huge feet. Yeah. And so we would have a phone number like, hey, we got this, and this, and we'll set them aside. And people would come in like, oh, this is amazing.
We had a pair of, it was like 18s or something when I worked at Sports Chalet. We never had. The thing that was sick about Sports Chalet in the shoe department was we were a clearance store. So they had like A, B, and C stores, and A stores got like all the good stuff. The Roseville location.
Oh, yeah.
Had like, that was an A store. I think we were a C store. Down at, help me out. Where was the Sports Chalet? It was Fair Oaks and.
Oh
my God. I worked there for like 4 years and I can't remember the cross streets. Wherever it was. Somebody in the chatty house sent me out. It was at that little mall.
I don't think I know that.
It was, dude, the mall was
Oh, it's not in the off Watt, right?
Yes. Watt and
the Country Club Plaza.
That's it. Thank you.
Wow.
Whew.
Yeah.
No, it was not Sports Authority on Arden. True story. I got arrested at Sports Authority on Arden.
Oh.
And got banned from Sports Authority. I'm still in business. They're not. Winner. Come on.
I don't even know what's happening.
Come on.
You got arrested at Sports Authority? Oh, Kyle.
Tough go for your boy. Yeah, country. Yeah, Watt and El Camino. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Country Club Plaza.
That mall was janky, super empty all the time. But moral of the story, we're a clearance store, and so we would just get these pallets of clearance items.
Oh yeah.
And so we would dig through those, and that's how I had a couple pairs of Jordans, and that was how, because I got them for like $45.
Yeah, well, Copeland's is notorious for like 2 for $50, right? So everyone grew up with Copeland Sports 2 for $50 shoes. So
all right, back in here. If you were watching at the break, if you're watching in the chatty house, I might tell that story someday.
Oh, I want to hear this story.
No, it's a lot. It's one of those things that it's probably an overshare by me.
Oh, okay.
It'll cut. I'll do it eventually. It was a long. We're talking like I was 18.
Yeah.
Freshly 18. So I was dumb. I was an idiot.
Working at Copeland's, like it got crazy, especially the downtown plaza. Although, like I worked at the Hilltop store, the Berkeley store, the Emeryville store. Like it got crazy at almost every store.
Mm-hmm.
So some of my better stories, though, even from the Roseville store, like good stuff.
Actually, Run DMG. This dude's always talking trash and I hate him for it. But no, I actually got in more trouble because my roommate was with me and I did not snitch.
Oh.
So get off my gosh darn back. Oh, I said a bad word. Get off my gosh darn back.
That's funny.
Oh, bro, we got in trouble. Oh, get out of here.
Kyle's lost his mind today.
That's probably Zach Collins.
It probably is.
It's probably Zach Collins in the chat.
You just want to punch him.
It just makes me so mad.
No, that's amazing.
That's fine. I appreciate the haters. I get it. I don't like me either.
Kyle, I love it.
Let's talk Kings defense. Give up 122 points to the Spurs. What did you think of Keegan Murray defensively last night? Because at one point you leaned over and you're like, man, Murray just does not look engaged. I meant to follow up with that, but
no, I don't think that I said that. I don't remember that. I thought he was
because
good.
he immediately you said that, and then they immediately got a steal and he leaked out for a dunk.
Oh,
like early third quarter.
Oh, yeah. Now I do remember.
Yeah.
Coming out of halftime, he did not look. He looked a little slow to the punch, and then boom, he got the fast break, and that kind of woke him up.
Yeah.
And look, I think this team has a problem where they have to figure out ways to get him involved, and because if you're just going to make him a defensive player, number one, that's not like optimized.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray, but also, he's going to be better defensively if he's also rolling offensively. He is. He feeds off of it. Like every NBA player feeds off their offense.
Yes.
That's who they are.
You're a weirdo if you don't.
Yeah. You're
if
a
any
weirdo.
players like what gets me going off on the NBA court, defense.
Yeah. Then
I love ball denial.
You're Pat Bev, when everyone knows is crazy.
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
Nobody wants to be Pat Bev.
No. Like if you're going to be a defensive only guy,
yeah,
that's fine. But like the mentality is totally different.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you're a little, and you're never going to be like a star.
No
that way.
No. Yeah. You might make some money. You might make some money, but
you'll play for a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, I think I'm struggling with Keegan Murray a lot because I am such a big fan of his. I believed he was the player the Kings should draft at number 4. But I go back to the whole recalibrating thing. And maybe last night was just kind of where he lands in the pecking order of this Kings team eventually. And again, I'm talking now, I'm zooming out and looking big picture, not necessarily about last night and not even necessarily about the rest of this season, because there's only so much growth that you can undergo during a season.
Yeah.
But I'm like, man, maybe if he's going to be the player that and I know Devin Vassell had a huge night last night and that's what it is. But if he's going to be the player that when a Devin Vassell comes in, just like, yep, Keegan's guarding him. And sometimes that player is going to have a good night and stuff happens, but Keegan's going to guard that guy. And then offensively, he's going to just fall in, if he gets a bunch of threes up, maybe he scores a bunch of points. But offensively, for the most part, it's going to be Fox. It's going to be Sabonis. It's going to be Herter or whatever other shooting guard they have on the court. And then Keegan is going to be less impactful on that end.
I don't know that that's going to be the case, though. So for me in this game, I mean, you got Fox goes for 28. You got Sabonis goes for 22. You got Monk and Herter each score 21.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know that you can have, I mean, you can, but having 5 20-point scorers in a game is pretty difficult.
Really hard.
And I think Keegan ends up with 16. Like, that's okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying is he took 10 shots, 4 threes, and he scored 16 points, and he had a good game.
Yeah.
And did he lock down Devin Vassell? No, that didn't wind up happening. But we've seen more nights than not where he's been just really, really good at limiting the other team's best perimeter player. And maybe that's just what this is. And I think that's okay. Because you're right. If you are going to have Fox going for 30-ish, and you have Sabonis going for 20-ish, and you have Monk off the bench having a really productive night, and you get a big night from a guy like Kevin Herter, 8 of 14, 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, that's just not, I don't think they need to, in my mind, this is where I'm coming from on this.
Okay.
There's been all year I've been like, man, they need more from Keegan. They need to get him more involved. I want to see him create more. I want to see him do X. I want to see him do Y. I want to see him do Z. And maybe this is where he can maximize his value for Sacramento, where he is kind of third, fourth on the pecking order, where, hey, maybe he's not the number 2 scorer.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is year 2 Keegan Murray, though, right? And I want to wait and to really pass judgment on who he's going to be as a player until we get a little bit deeper into his career, because I still think he can be a 20-point per game guy. And I also think that it's going to be situational. And for one of the few times this season, I thought the Kings did a really good job in the first half of riding the hot hand, which was Kevin Huerter. Yes. Like, he hits the first one, you're like, all right. So, like, go ahead, give him the hot hand guy. That's fine. If that's what we're going to do, like, go ahead and, give him an opportunity to shine for a little while. And then by the time that you come back around to him, a guy like Keegan, you've already had, Fox wake up, you've had Sabonis start to score. And then, we get to a point where in the third quarter, it became Monk's time. And Monk was third and fourth quarters. Harrison Barnes tried to get it going a little bit and it worked okay. But he doesn't end up with a whole lot of shot attempts. I just didn't think that there was a lot of opportunity.
Malik Monk had 14 points in the second half and shot 1 3-pointer.
Yeah.
Like,
he's been really far off from 3.
I love that he's getting downhill though and figuring out a way to score without needing to shoot from deep.
Yeah, I'm not sure like how long the stretch is, but he's at 37.3 on the season. And if like Monk has not, it's been a while since he shot the ball really well from 3. And he needed a break like everybody else, but like I just pulled up, I can see over his last 14 games, he's shooting 29% from 3 on 4.4 attempts per game. So that's a pretty substantial sample size. The good thing is that last season when he had this, he really, really struggled for like a huge amount of time. It collapsed his whole game. Right now, he's still shooting 50% from the field over those 14 games, and he's still averaging 15.6 per game. So he's not allowing the 3-point sort of downturn to wipe him out.
Yeah.
And I think, he's picking and choosing his threes. And when they go, you're going to see more. And when he's not hitting early on, he's not going to force it. And to me, that's a good thing.
21, 3 and 2 with 2 steals and 2 blocks from your 6 man. You'll take that every time.
Oh yeah.
I want to, before we hit the break, I want to nitpick as a bonus thing real quick.
Oh,
he was good last night. Obviously. I get the hot hand thing, but also
shoot the 3.
Shoot it, dog.
Shoot it, bro.
Please shoot it.
We saw it. Well, it was like
you heard the people in the crowd.
Like, oh,
you heard people in the crowd because where you sit with at Golden One Kings Media, you're basically sitting in the stands.
Yeah, you're right above the stands.
Yeah, and so you can hear what's going on. And there were multiple possessions, I believe, in a row where ball gets swung out. It's Domas all alone at the top of the key. Nobody home. Nobody within 15 feet of him.
They were playing it like Zach Collins was standing in the lane.
Yeah, nobody.
He was down by the basket.
And Sabonis would look, and you'd see him kind of like start to raise up, and then he'd dribble and look for Kevin Huerter. And I was like, I respect the hell out of trying to feed the hot hand. Kevin Huerter is 4 or 5 in the first half from 3. I respect that so much. And I get it. And I understand, especially when you're a pass first player like Sabonis, where it's like, I'm going to get the offense going. On the other hand, but I get it. I get both sides. Like, I know there's 2 sides to this coin, and I totally understand both. But from my perspective, it's like, dog, if he shoots that with a little bit of regularity and he hits it at 36%, where all of a sudden Zach Collins now has to come out and guard that shot or respect that shot a little bit more. Now all of a sudden we talked about offensive wrinkles yesterday. Now there's a couple different things they can be doing. And now all of a sudden Sabonis is getting easier looks for guys off of back cuts because Zach Collins has to come out and close out on the 3 when Sabonis gets it up at the top. And it just I think it was like 3 possessions in a row where he's like, oh no, get it to Huerter, who wasn't even open. It wasn't like, hey, he's wide open. passing up a good shot for a great shot.
No, that's how Herter missed his first three. Was Sabonis put him in a bad spot,
right?
And he tried to clear space and tried to step to the left by the out of bounds, and shot a three and missed.
Yeah,
it was because Sabonis had put him in a bad spot near the end of the shot clock.
Yeah.
Sabonis hasn't taken a three in the last 2 games. He hasn't hit a three in the last 3, and that's again. I need him to take more. He's shooting 42.6% from.
I don't want. We talked about DeMarcus Cousins earlier, who got up to like 5 a game that one year, right?
Yeah.
I'm not looking for that. I need 2-ish. Give me 2, maybe 2.5. Just make defenses come out and close because you can hit it.
Here's a stat for you on the season. Boy. 4 times this season he shot more than 2 threes. 4 times, and he's shot 3 in those 4 games. And it's 2 for 3, 2 for 3, 1 for 3, 1 for 3.
If he did that every single game, Zach Collins would not be able to camp out in the lane.
Yeah. And
he would have to come out and guard the 3. Like I said, super nitpicky.
Yeah.
But that's where that's at. Good, bad, and ugly from the Kings win last night. We'll have that for you next, and we'll also talk about the good news for the 49ers out of the NFL salary cap. That announcement came out today. We'll talk about what that means next on ESPN 1320.
Sabonis has 15 games. Oh.
Wait till I give you a clear. Yeah, you're good. That's fine. It was just our outro thing. So
got it.
It wasn't a big deal.
Sabonis has 15 games this season without a 3.
And that's not like I said, it's so like.
Yeah.
He's been so good that being like, I need more of this. Like,
yeah,
it feels dumb, but. Does he remember his login? Oh, he does. Come on. Oh boy, what did I just do?
Yeah, Scooter, I agree with you. It wasn't like Keegan was non-existent. Plus, he had a 3-point make that was huge. And I agree with this, but I don't he's not that far away from being ready. He can do that the final 20 games of this season. That's what the Kings tried.
Did I convey that I thought Keegan was non-existent? That's not what I was saying or trying to say.
No, you're saying that we might need to start looking at him as more of a 16-point per game guy that plays elite defense than a 21, 22 point per game guy who is just a different player. What's up, cousin Pete? Yeah, Skieran Bagley. You know what? I kind of disagree with this. Like, you want to block shots they're not a good stat because they're not a true turnover. They're not even as good as steals, and Mike Brown doesn't even really care about steals. Mike Brown doesn't care about steals because it's very possible De'Aaron Fox was thinking steal when he got beat on the back cut that could have cost the team the game late, where he came up with the block. But what you want is somebody who protects the rim. Oh, somebody got banned.
Yeah, put on timeout.
No way. Well, he got banned.
There are certain I will deal with a lot of things. The thing that dude just said, I'm not dealing with that. Hell
yeah.
No.
I'm with you. I don't know what he said, but it's all right.
Okay, we're back.
On the stream.
Yes. Oh, and we're back now, like for real.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hanging out with you until noon on a Friday. D-Lo and KC will take over then. And then they'll take you to 4.
All right.
Yeah. In case anybody was panicking yesterday that D-Lo and KC, I don't know what's going on. In case anybody was panicking yesterday that D-Lo and KC were not here at noon, they will be here at noon today.
Sweet.
Welcome. Let's talk about the good, bad, and ugly from last night.
All right.
Last night's Kings game. It's difficult not to find good out of a Domantas Sabonis performance at this point. Like, it's just pencil it in. Hey, one of the good things last night was the King Center.
Yeah, but I have this thing where I just can't, like, he's doing something that I think needs to be recognized all the time. And you know what? Like, if your kid gets straight A's, you don't stop praising them because they get straight A's.
Mm.
You keep praising them because they got straight A's, because it's an accomplishment that needs to be put out there. Like, I asked De'Aaron about it last night. I asked Malik Monk about it last night. Malik Monk said he's our anchor. Like, he's the guy that, like, we go where he goes when it comes to Sabonis. And I think that there's something to what he's doing right now that is, like, how in the world do you have 38 consecutive double-doubles? How, and even last night's game, you could tell, like, right away, he got up to like 10 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds at half. And you're like, oh, he might not get there, because assists are very dependent on other people. And rebounds, he can go and do that himself. Well, he finished his game with 21, 11, and 11, or 22 at 11 and 11, whatever it was. Like, just, it's incredible to watch somebody who's so consistent and consistently great at their craft. And again, he's leading the league in all of these categories. 51 out of 55 games, he's got a double-double. 19 games, he's got a triple-double. He's pacing in the second half of the season to average a triple-double. It's wild.
Okay, so if he is their anchor and they're going to go as he goes, that's great. I love that idea. Do that. Because the effort he shows on a nightly basis does not permeate through the rest of the roster on a nightly basis.
That's very true.
So that's fine. I love that Malik said that. I am here for that. I am here for that attitude. Then follow it.
Yep.
Match the effort night in and night out. And if you do that, then we will be sitting here talking about a much more dangerous team come April 15th.
Yeah, we'd be watching a 60-win team.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what that guy brings. That guy can be the second best player on a 60-win team. He's that good.
Yes.
And that's something, you know, I know that Fox said, like, he needs to be an MVP candidate. He is an MVP candidate. Like, those are things where you're pointing to and saying, hey, look, you got a great player on your team. Like, live up to, like, those expectations. And I'm with you, Kyle. I get it.
Yeah. And when a person wins an MVP and they go, you know, my teammates, like, that's kind of where that manifests.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I just want to thank my teammates. Like, okay, yeah, we get it.
Yeah. So if they do that, if they match that energy that Sabonis brings night in and night out, the Kings will be much better off. What else did you see that was good last night?
Fox. I mean, again, like, he stuffed the stat sheet. He had 9 assists, 28 points, but it's the 2 steals. It's the momentum changing plays that he's able to have. And then the backpack, like, he just like, hey, let's go. Let's finish this thing off.
Yep.
Those are things where you're like, okay, look, if he's going to start hitting the mid range, and like last night, he got back to the mid range a lot.
Yes.
I was like, hey, look at that. That's the player we saw last year. Like, show me the mid range guy. You can be the 3-point guy. You can be the guy that goes to the rim, but also, like, be a 3-level scorer, because that's where you really cook. And so I thought he was great. And then the final play, the defensive play, like, there might be 5 players in the league that could do something like that. Like his ability to recover in that moment, the speed and quickness it took to get there and to come up with that play. Absolutely brilliant.
Fox shot 6 threes last night. One of them in the fourth quarter. He went 4 of 5 from the field, 1 for 1 from beyond the arc. Made both of his free throws in the fourth quarter. Finished with 11 points. He's a fine point guard.
Yeah.
The bench contributing like they did was a plus as well. Where it wasn't just Malik Monk, but we talked about Chris Duarte a little bit. Trey Lyles didn't shoot it great last night. He was 1 for 5, but he is a better shooter than that. He got some open looks. That was the other thing last night.
Yeah, well, we were sitting there. We were talking about it.
That's funny. They had so many open threes that just didn't go down.
They did, and also I thought that watching Trey Lyles move without the ball is brilliant.
Yeah.
Like there were so many points where he like snuck around the perimeter and moved to a new location and was wide open and just kept giving the passer like an open look to him.
Yeah.
He missed them like a good portion of his what do you go 1 of 6, something like 1 of 5. But
1 of 5, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that he knows how to move in space and relocate and to move off ball so well, it really does stand out.
Yeah.
It stands out in a game like that.
One of the one of the things that stood out as a bad thing last night, speaking of off ball movement, right after we got done talking about Trey Lyles and his ability to find space and create passing lanes that give him open threes, we watched Davion Mitchell bring the ball up slowly, then get rid of it, and then run to the corner where Trey Lyles was already standing.
And Trey was like, I'm standing here, bro.
It's just 2 dudes standing 6 feet apart looking at each other.
And then Trey moved up, got the ball and shot it.
Yeah, caught it above the break. He's like, all right, I'll shoot it from over here.
Fine. I don't know where we're going from here. We're all stacked up over here.
So fun. Because literally it was you and I having this discussion while the Spurs are on offense. Kings come back down the other way, and then the opposite of good off-ball movement happened.
Kyle, it's again the Davion Mitchell thing. It's very odd because what we do is we watch De'Aaron Fox get the ball over the half-court line. Every once in a while, he slow plays it. But most of the time, he gets it over at around 20 seconds.
Yeah.
The second Davion Mitchell steps on the floor, it's 17 seconds left on the shot clock.
Yeah.
Like it's instantly. He slows the game down by 2 to 3 seconds getting the ball across half court.
Just getting the ball across.
Yeah. And I didn't get it at all. And then I was watching some of the things the Spurs were doing where the Spurs were doing like again, Jones barely getting the ball across at like 8 seconds. I think at one point you said, man, the Spurs are going to get an 8 seconds.
It was crazy. And it wasn't like the Kings were, oh man, hey, this full court press they're putting on is tough. Like, no, they were just taking their sweet ass time getting the ball across.
I know. Like, why are you taking so long to get into your offense? And then they're like 3rd in the league in pace. I'm like, none of this makes sense. Yeah. So I feel like maybe the game was just a little bit mucked up in that way. But at the same time, what was the final score?
127, 122.
Yeah. I mean,
149 points.
Still, well, that's because both teams shot over 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just kind of weird. What else we got? We got bad. I don't know. They never put the Spurs away. I thought that was bad.
The overall, you have this in the notes, and I had mentioned the bench. The overall production from the bench,
yeah,
where you have Chris Duarte with 6 points. That's fine. That's
hit
a couple of threes. Okay, but Lyles 4 points on 6 shots, not good enough. Alex Len got all the backup center minutes last night. He was just okay.
He didn't. Trey Lyles got a lot of the backup center minutes because they did go small for quite well.
Sure, no, you're right.
Yeah.
They
did go
that.
small.
JaVale McGee did not play last night.
No,
but Alex Len did. He played 14 minutes. He's 2 of 5.
So maybe he did get most of the backup center minutes.
4 boards.
Okay,
he was just
okay.
Just okay.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he did a good job against Zach Collins, and like that. To talk about 2 guys who like to frustrate other people, like they just look like they were just like getting under each other's skin the whole time. Like I don't know.
I understand, Alex.
Yeah,
Zach Collins gets under my skin.
You get it. Okay, the ugly. They couldn't stop Vassell, and that's the worst 3-point shooting team in the league, and they finished 11 of 25 from 3.
44%.
44%.
We are going to celebrate the day the Kings hold a team under 40% from 3.
What's crazy? Look at the first month and a half of the season, 2.5 months of the season.
They're fine.
They were totally fine.
It's fine.
This is like something that happened.
Either that or it's a crazy coincidence. The teams just have good nights when they face the Kings.
I guess. Yeah, wild.
It's weird. NBA salary cap stuff. We'll dive back into the Kings win over the Spurs. I want to talk more about Victor Wembanyama and seeing him in person for the first time. If you saw him in person last night, let us know your thoughts in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. And then we'll have the handoff. One of D'Lo and Casey will be in here to take us up to noon, where we will hand it off to D'Lo and Casey right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Okay.
Got it.
We are clear.
I know De'Aaron Fox said something about Victor Wembanyama. He said, you realize that dude's shooting like something, he's like 43% on step back threes. He's like, what are you supposed to do?
There's nothing.
Yeah. He's going to be really, really, really good. Yeah. Sweet. Oh. Alex Chen is going to go to his first ever Sacramento Kings game in March. Sweet. I don't know how many games I've covered. Like home games?
So many.
Yeah. Like how many? I've missed 3 ever. Home games.
Jeez.
Yeah. And 2 of them were really early. Like I was at the Board of Governors meeting in New York City where they're deciding the fate of the Kings. I was at the Sloan Analytics Conference. I missed a Clippers game, but watched it from a bar across the street from Celtics, whatever, their arena. And then I went to the Final Four.
Speaking of across from the arena, shout out to Sauced.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, so good. David, that's a funny ass tweet, bro.
Yeah, that's funny.
Really, really good. No, you don't have to, Johnny. There's nothing to apologize for. He just made a Kyle Madson player comparison that I did not appreciate.
Yeah.
That's all. And he's not banned. He got put on timeout. I don't know why it said in the thing he got banned.
Oh.
He got put on timeout for a little bit.
Chester, what did I drink at the bar? I'm going to guess at that point it was a vodka tonic.
Isn't that wild?
A double vodka tonic.
Isn't that wild that like through your life you have different eras of this is what I was drinking at the time?
I was a vodka tonic guy for a long time.
I'll still do a whiskey ginger ale every now and then, but I was a whiskey ginger ale dude for like 4 years.
I'll do that on occasion just to break it up.
Didn't matter where I was, what I was doing. Give me a little whiskey.
I'll do a double rum and Coke as well, like to mix it up. Yeah, in a pint glass. Like our drink usually is a double vodka soda with a splash of crayon or a splash of grapefruit with a lime in a pint glass.
Yeah. Love a Kentucky Mule.
Hydrates you.
Love an old fashioned. You give me a good old fashioned.
Yeah, a good old fashioned.
I've gotten big into Wild Turkey 101 neat. It's just been like, because I don't like to drink a ton.
I haven't cracked that bottle yet. I will do that. I've got a lot.
It's very good for like an affordable whiskey. It's not the best whiskey I've ever had.
Yeah,
but if you're out and about, Buffalo Trace is also really good.
Okay. I have Aldrin J. I have a Santori Japanese whiskey.
Japanese whiskey's really good.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. We're coming back. Mike's hot.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm telling you, dude, you talk about food or drinks, and people are going to have takes. A lot of really good drink takes in the chatty house today. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you would like to participate in the chatty house. You mentioned that you were talking about all the games you've covered. And you don't have an exact number, but you know how many you've missed, and you had all these. You've covered March Madness, and you've covered NBA Finals. You've done all this really awesome stuff. And you were talking about, you're like, let's see. Somebody asked if you were drinking at a bar that you were at one year. And you went, let's see, that year it would have been, because you go through life and your drink tastes evolve. Yeah. And you just have your go-to drink. Whether it's alcoholic or non-alcoholic, you have your go-to, this is what I drink. Mm-hmm. And if particularly, I think with booze, that changes throughout your life.
Oh, totally.
And it's so funny that everybody can date something to what they were drinking.
Yeah, I can almost for sure tell you like what I was drinking that night. And that was Mike Zarin's bar, the assistant GM for the Celtics. And then I remember that he had like a spot across the street from Celtics arena, and Warren Legary was there. The great Warren Legary, who is an agent,
obviously.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat, Jack's AC 30.
That's just wrong. I don't. What are they talking about?
I've no Everclear and prune juice.
What?
Arrest them.
What is happening?
Yeah, FBI, we found them.
What?
Jesse, do you have a flag in there?
What is happening?
I don't know if Jesse's.
I don't even know what that means. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know what to say there. I do like to make
Everclear and prune juice is crazy.
Dirty martinis. I make dirty martinis at home, and I also my wife likes Cosmos. I'll make Cosmos when she has friends over. So, I mean, I do have the full bar at the house. Like,
oh, you do.
I like to. Yeah.
That's
with all the accoutrement. I mean,
of course.
Yeah.
Maraschino cherries.
Oh,
different mixers.
No. I have Luxardo cherries. I mean, I might have maraschino cherries hiding somewhere, but Luxardo, like,
isn't Luxardo just a fancy maraschino cherry?
No, they're much different.
Are they alcohol dipped?
No,
soaked.
Yeah, but they're in a heavy syrup. Yeah, they're the bomb.
Hang on, my brain might be melting. Which is a maraschino cherry like a brand?
Maraschino cherry is like the bright
Luxardo maraschino cherries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it's just a fancy.
I'm thinking of the bright red cherry that you throw in, like
right. That's a cheap maraschino cherry.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, you have the good stuff.
Yeah, I've got the good stuff.
There's nothing worse than when you go to a bar and you order a drink and there's a maraschino cherry in it, and you go to eat that cherry and it's like vodka or Everclear soaked.
Oh yeah.
No. Oh, that's not pleasant.
Well, that, and if you're gonna get an old fashioned and they make it with like cheap cherries, you're like, okay, let's just not make that drink anymore.
1000%.
You can just stop. Well, just give me another drink, and I'll pay for this one. Just give me a different drink that's not that.
If there's a bright red maraschino cherry and multiple ice cubes, I probably don't want the old fashioned.
It better be a Shirley Temple. If that's what you're handing me, it better be a Shirley Temple.
Give me a whiskey neat at that point.
That's right.
Victor Wembanyama visited Golden One Center last night, and I came away mostly impressed. Like, he's very clearly an awesome player, but he was definitely more rookie-ish than I was anticipating. There were more moments last night. There were the incredible, like there's things he can do on the basketball court because of his size and athleticism that are just different, right? But there were more plays than I was anticipating where it was just what was that? What is he? That was a rookie basketball play. And I know he is a rookie, but he played professionally in France for so long. And we've just heard about Victor Wembanyama for so long that I not that I didn't anticipate, hey, he's going to have some rookie hiccups, but he's been so good. He's 20 and 10 with 3 blocks a game and 3 assists and a steal and a half or whatever he's at, 1.1 steals, I think it is. But also, it's like, oh yeah, he's still a rookie in the NBA. He's still his first year in the best league in the world.
Yeah, Kyle, I think what stands out is his greatness, despite the fact that he isn't great at anything yet. And, even talking to Popovich before the game, Pop said, like, they asked, what is it that he needs to work on second half? What are you hoping? And he goes, well, he's got to stop turning the ball over so much.
Yeah.
And like, he just needs to get stronger and stronger within a play. And he needs to be better at just like being solid.
Yes.
Because
he got pushed around a lot last night.
Yeah. But I think it wasn't even that. It's that like, he's already a really good rebounder, top 10 in the league or top 15 at 10 a game. But he does that without positioning yet. He does that without being strong enough to push people off the blocks.
Just all size.
He's the best shot blocker in the league, but he does that without, again, he can still get pushed under the basket. He can still have all these things happen. He's a great shooter, but it's not all the way there. He needs to be stronger and more like stable with what he's doing every step of the way. And the fact that you walk away from a game saying, man, I wish he was a little bit better. And then you look at what he did and you're like, okay, I wish you were better, but he had 19 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 blocks, 5 steals, and he turned the ball over 1 time in 31 minutes.
Man.
Like, it's just ridiculous what we're watching. And I think the Kings, like, this is a good game for Victor Wembanyama to learn from.
Yeah.
Because Sabonis is unique and difficult and like a bull in a china shop. Like, he's just going to knock you down.
Yep.
And there's a couple times he did knock Victor Wembanyama down. That's good for him. He needs to learn that there's going to be that guy. There's going to be a Steven Adams. But there's also going to be like an Alperen Şengün, and then there's going to be a Bam Adebayo, and there's going to be an Anthony Davis, and all of these players are so uniquely different. And that's what this is about. It's about him learning that for right now, he's like this giant stick figure. And eventually every other team in the league is going to be talking about having to go up against him and what that means and how you're going to game plan and stop him. As of right now, I don't even think you have to do that.
We were talking about this before the game, me and D'Lo and KC. What is his, and you and I got into this a little bit on air yesterday, but I want to dive in now that we've actually gotten to see him play. What does a peak Victor Wembanyama season even look like? Where he does, like, let's say he does fill out and he isn't just so easily moved around, particularly under the basket. Is it 32 and 15?
It's probably more like 32, 15, 5, 3 blocks, 2 steals, a steal. Like, it's going to be one of the greatest statistical players we've ever seen. And like, getting to see him in year 1, it's a joy. Like, that's why I told people yesterday, go out and see this.
Yes.
What he is today and what he's going to be, like, you see the outline of greatness. Yes. And the fact that Popovich is there riding him the whole time.
Yes.
Like, he is not an easy coach to play for, but the fact that he said, I'll stick around. Yeah. And Pop even talked about like David Robinson. He's like, there are games early in David Robinson's career where it's like, man, I didn't even really feel him tonight. Like, what happened? And then you get in the locker room and you grab the box score and it's 20 and 12 with 5 assists and 2 blocks. And you're like, what? This is not the game I just saw.
Yeah.
And that's what you saw from Wembanyama.
It's a great point.
Yeah. You saw from him last night. You're like, that is not what I thought I saw.
And he's very fortunate that he gets to play for Pop.
Yeah.
Because they're Pop, you just talked about it. There was a play last night where he did something I can't remember if he got blown by or pushed under the basket or something.
Sabonis crossed him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Pop calls a timeout and walks onto the court and just lays into Wembanyama as he's walking off the court.
Yeah.
And pats him on the ass afterwards and says, go. But having that coach and being on a team where he's getting to learn, like, it's really clear that I think the Spurs had 2 or 3 turnovers just on, hey, let's throw it up high and see if Wemby can go get it.
Oh, yeah.
And they just airmailed it and he wasn't ready for it or whatever. But he's on a team that A, plays hard. B, has a very, very good coach, one of the best coaches of all time. And is in an environment where he can make mistakes without getting it. I go back to how the Warriors have dealt with their rookies the last few years, where it's been like, hey, you make a mistake, you're done.
Yeah.
And that hinders your development. Whereas Wembanyama, it's like, hey, you made a mistake, you're going to get chewed out for it, but also go work through it. That's a great spot to be in. I think Keegan Murray was in a similar spot last year. He wasn't as raw as Wembanyama was. I think he was more ready to contribute to a title contender.
Yeah.
Or a playoff team. But man, it was the flashes last night were incredible.
I posted a video of him in warm-ups, and it's just remarkable watching him work. There's even he caught a ball like in the air and then just hammered it down. But it was like just the hand motion where he had to catch it.
Yeah.
And then to get back to dunk it.
Yeah.
Was wild.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that just the physical tools he has, we've never seen anything like
He tried to do a windmill pregame, but he can't even do a windmill because he doesn't, he can't, like the physics of you have to jump X amount of space to get a windmill in, right?
Yeah.
Like I know I do them all the time. So like, but you have to jump like X amount of space just physically to get your arm around, but he can't get his arm like all. So he does a windmill, but it's very like truncated because if he jumps that high, he's going to be too high above the rim to get the ball.
There is even the dunk he had where he's like, it's like he was a bunny,
he's
like jumping,
setting it like chest high.
He's like his head's like right there, like I'm over the top, like
you and I were standing in the hall. This was wild. We were standing in the hallway in the bowels of Golden One Center.
Yeah,
and Wembanyama's walking through because the visitors' locker room's right there by the media workroom, and he comes walking out. They are 8-foot high doors. He didn't have to duck to get under, but it was touch and go.
But you can.
It was a little dicey that it was
like
not going to bang his head.
Yeah, you're like, holy cow, that is crazy.
I've never even considered those doorways because I don't like. I've never even.
A standard door in a house is 6'10". That's what they call it, a 6'10" door.
Right.
So he can't get through a standard door in a house without like ducking a foot in.
Yeah, getting all the way.
Yeah, that's wild.
Lived up to the hype.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Was there a concern from you? Okay, so we talked about this like yesterday, and Mike Brown has this idea that like if the Kings speed up their pace, if the Kings defend the 3-point line, if the Kings get to the foul line more and shoot better from the free throw line, then they can clear up these basic things that they're doing wrong, right? That's kind of what we were going through. Like there's some basic tenets that the Kings need to do. We get into the game. They don't defend the 3-point line. Their pace is 101, which isn't great, but it's not bad. And they get to the free throw line like 14 times and they don't hit them. They shoot 71% from the line. Everything that we talked about on practice the day before did not show up in the game. They're the same exact group that we saw the day. And I don't know if it's because it's the Spurs or whatever, but again, the Kings 10 of 14 from the free throw line. They shoot 71.4%. That's who they are.
But I think the difference for me is they did all that, but still won. They did all that, but still got a W. It felt like the first 54 games, they had a game like that, they weren't going to win it. Because I said that when Wembanyama had the and one to put them ahead by one.
Yeah.
Like this is where this game goes sideways. It was where a bad 3 goes up, the Spurs come down.
That 3 did go up. They hit the 3, they went down 4.
Yeah. And okay, now it's a loss. And then it wasn't. And that's where, okay, maybe big picture, this doesn't look that different, but man, the difference between winning and losing last night, we already talked about the rest of the West, basically outside of the Suns who played the Mavs won. And it would have just been a catastrophe if they lost and they found a way to win. Again, another one. This is 2 wins in a row where they found a way to win where they haven't played their best. Damian Barling here with the handoff. Let me make sure your mic is on and up. Nope, that's the wrong mic. There it is.
I got you.
Thanks,
Hey,
man.
there
Thank
he
you
is.
for knowing how to do my job.
Yeah, that's fine. I can press the button right here. It's good.
Oh, that's right. You could do. Oh man, I'm still getting used to this studio.
It's literally right.
Getting used to the workflow.
Yeah, it's different. It's fine. I'm glad you guys are in the same room together.
It's so much better. It's so much
definitely. Yeah,
fun.
that glass is tough.
It really is.
Yeah. That glass was not meant for a 2-person show.
Correct.
It was meant for, Jesse to jump in and do his producer work and then, chime in when he wants to. And it was meant for DJ Complex to mix in there. But the idiots who preceded us didn't map that out properly. So now our amazing team is trying to fix it.
Oh.
We've employed a lot of stupid people over the years.
You mean I'll be able to sit in there someday and watch Complex mix live?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's going to be great.
Yeah, no, it's fire. Yeah, that dude can go. It's fire.
He's one of those. I don't want to get into a conversation about Complex. Nobody knows. Doesn't look
they
like
know Complex. We tell them about him all the time.
Doesn't look like any big sports fan.
Hilarious.
Doesn't look like he would be an awesome DJ.
Command a 7,000 seat room. Yeah.
Yes. Does not look like that at all.
He knows music,
he very
though.
Much does, but he very much
music.
does.
Yep.
Kings 127, Spurs 122. I wanted to come in here today. I thought last night, I'm going, man, you know what? That wasn't great.
Mm-hmm.
But then the more I thought about it, it's like, man, I can't get on the radio and be like, hey, they need to figure out a way to win these games. And then when they figure out a way to win the game, come to be like, yeah, but different than that.
Yeah.
So I'm landing in the, not necessarily in a win is a win, but James just said it. They did all these things, all the earmarks of a bad Kings game, and they found a way to pull out a victory, which is not what they had done earlier in the year. So ultimately, last night was a step forward for me.
It is. And, records aside, like the Spurs aren't the Pistons.
Correct.
Right. They're not the
there
Wizards.
Are levels
like
to being bad.
Yeah. They're
no, that's true.
Yeah. They're not the same. And this is a team that has a direction for the rest of the year. And they're going to bust their ass the final 27, 26 games of the year, whatever it is for San Antonio. They're going to play. I think if you're a Kings fan or you wanted to take that stance on the radio, the concerning thing or the frustrating thing is, okay, Mike talked about it. De'Aaron talked about it. Malik talked about it. Everybody talked about this 3-point defense. And it didn't matter at all. Now, again, levels to this, right? I think at one point the Spurs were like 5 of 6 or 5 of 7. So it means they finished like 6 of 20 or whatever it was. Like I know they didn't wind up taking a ton of threes.
Yeah, 25.
25. So they started white hot and then cooled down, quite a bit. The scary part was they hit threes at a point where you felt like it was really, really going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully for the second straight game, De'Aaron Fox stepped in and said, "No, I got it.
Yeah,
I got it. I'm gonna close this thing out. Both ends of the floor. I got it." So you can be upset if they didn't win the way you wanted them to. You could be upset that they didn't defend the three, but they won on a night that Dallas won, on a night that Golden State won, on a night that I think New Orleans won.
Mm-hmm.
So you can, hey, take the dub, keep it moving. Phoenix lost. Phoenix plays again tonight, and it's what we talked about yesterday. We're going to be scoreboard watching the rest of the season.
Yeah,
this is not the Kings are in the pole position right now to finish in the 3 or the 2 spot. Like, no, we're watching every night to see what happens. There's not going to be any taking your foot off the gas the final week of the season like there was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my concern isn't like the way they won, the way they lost. My concern is that you talked about these very basic tenets that they're going to do better in the second half. And it was very specific. We're going to turn up the pace. We're going to get more paint touches, and a better pace will lead to more free throws. And then we're going to hit our free throws.
Mm-hmm.
Pace wasn't there. It was okay. They didn't get to the free throw line. And when they did get to the free throw line, they didn't hit their free throws. And hey, we're going to be better defending the 3. And the team that's the worst team in the NBA shoots 44% from 3. So it's almost like the things that, like, okay, I told you these are the basics. This is how we're getting better. You repeated them back to me and you repeated them back to the media. Where are they? Yeah. And so that's where I think this team has to like continuously look at themselves in the mirror and say, how do I take the next step? How do I get better?
Yep.
Right. You're 100% right. All of that is fair in the next 27 game assessment, right?
Yeah.
It's fair leading into the Clippers. It's fair leading into every game after that. It's a fair assessment of what happened yesterday. And it's part of the story of they did win.
Yes.
And I think that's how we can take these like long-term evaluations 10 games, 20 games, 30 games into the season. Now we're 50. Look, man, this just might be who the Kings are.
Yeah.
And they've got to survive every night. They've got to survive poor 3-point defense. They got to potentially survive bad free throw shooting. And they got to survive what is regularly their ups and downs. It's like they challenge, I think I said this to Kyle yesterday, they challenge teams to a 3-point fight and then just lose the first 4 rounds. They just get punched in the face repeatedly. Kings are like 2 of 14. The Spurs are like 5 of 7. And it's like, all right, dude. But it starts to balance out as the game moves along.
Yeah.
And I think Herter was the only one hitting shots at the beginning of the game for Sacramento.
Started 4 or 5.
And
hit his first 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The team collectively, though, Malik, De'Aaron, got things going there at the end. This just might be it. They've got to survive every game that they play.
Yep.
And it's a nerve-wracking way for Kings fans to live, but it could be what they're looking at.
But you said it, that's been the case all year. It's like, man, they've got to figure out a way to survive these games. And they weren't early in the year. They were rolling over and dying. And now they're starting to show some fight, and that's good.
That was impressive. Like I thought they were losing.
I did too.
Like I don't like
I didn't think they were gonna, but here would be my counter. It's that how to fix what's going on. I want to see at least improvement against a team like the Spurs that is not very good, because the next 4 teams are very good, and you couldn't show improvement in against a bad team. How are you going to show improvement against a good team? And I guess there's going to be those nights where the other team doesn't hit their threes, and you're gonna be just fine.
Yeah.
But there are the other nights where they do, or there's going to be games where you beat someone by 15, and you don't have to worry about missing free throws.
I know. Is there something to be said for good teams being a little bit more formulaic? Like, you're going into this game against the Clippers, you know what the Clippers are going to do, right? You know now you've got to stop it. That's an entirely different conversation. But you got Kawhi, you got Paul George, you've got that group. You know what they have. When you've got a team like San Antonio, who is legitimately busting it, you don't really know what you're going to get from them on a night-to-night basis, but you have a bunch of guys who are going to be trying extremely hard on that team.
Yeah.
And that could be a little bit more unpredictable. I'm not trying to excuse them. There's a stretch there at the end of the second half that was infuriating, or excuse me, the end of the first half.
Yeah.
That was infuriating on the defensive end. Just get to the basket, get to the basket, get to the basket. It's like 8 straight points.
Yeah.
I think it was all on one defender too. That's infuriating.
Yeah.
But again, we're expecting them to change now. I don't think they are.
I was going to ask you your Victor Wembanyama thoughts, but we got to get out of here in 10 seconds. And you have 4 hours to talk about Victor Wembanyama as much as you want.
And you'll be back in 15 minutes.
I'll be back in 15 minutes. Yeah, some good news for the 49ers today. We'll talk about that. I'll dive in on D'Lo and KC. That is coming up next right here on ESPN 1320. Have a great and safe weekend, everybody. Bye.
Just dawned on me what that was. What's wrong?
You were still hot.
Oh, that's fine. The cap, right?
Yeah.
The cap. Yeah, that's fantastic.
$13.5 million over the projection.
Million.
Crazy.
Sweet.
Chatty House. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Sorry that this week was kind of a cluster on my end, but we'll be good moving forward.
We're good. We're good.
Goodbye. I still have to be in here.
good.
I felt like, so part of the problem last night was I felt like Herder was trying to close out, and then they just blew past him.
Yo.
No, I think so.
He was very honest in postgame. He said, I was not good defensively at all tonight.
You don't have to do this a lot, just every once in a while.
What's up, dude?
Very good. Good stuff.
Oh, that's right.
That's awesome. That is good stuff.
I forgot to bring a thing in. We've been running it on the air, but we just
No, that's terrific. Tell them they got an endorser here if they ever want to rock.
don't think I've forgotten about that.
Farmer's Dog. It's a food service for your dog.
It's like farmers only, except for it's not.
It's not like Farmers Only, James. It is not like Farmers Only.
You got to switch.
I think your dog was protesting. I don't know. I think your dog was protesting my wife not being there.
She didn't. Yeah, I
Last
noticed
time
she didn't.
I came in and I pet her, and she's like, and then she stood there and was like looking at me and looking at the door, like, "Hey, where's the other one?" And then was like, "What do you call it when a dog like whining at me?"
Mm-hmm.
And then last night couldn't get the time of day.
Yeah.
Didn't care.
Wow.
Like, no, I know the deal now.
I'm not here to
Like,
see
I've
you.
been, I've been bamboozled already.
Yeah, got you. This has all been switched over here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, I did not switch your.
That was
wire over. Sorry.
Oh, that's ridiculously bad.
Go here.
That was funny stuff.
I didn't watch any of that.
Oh, I didn't even know you did this. Okay.
I actually watched. The whole game was on.
I usually do it at the end.
Got 3/4 of it.
All right.
All right, big dog.
All right. Thanks, James. What's that? Where's your hoodie from?
Where's it from?
Yeah,
Jordan.
it's just a Jordan brand hoodie.
Oh yeah. Thank you. This is the
It's literally from.
this is the Jordan 7.
Well, he got it from Michael Jordan, though. That's
No,
the difference.
That's not.
That makes sense because that's why I've never seen it.
Yeah,
then.
that's
that makes
that's
sense.
why.
That's what I was really
That's
asking.
right.
It's literally not what happened. Not even close.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, one more time. Hey, it may not have been the way that you wanted,
I don't care.
but a dub is a dub. Like the beam.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming
now.
down the lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky
Like the beam now. Tell him like the beam.
Hey.
Like the beam now.
Hey.
Tell him like the beam now. You can tell him like the beam
We
now.
going to? We can go 2? We can go 2.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. We go 2 into the second half. We
Yo,
about to do this thing, man. Come on, Zell. We got you, big dog.
Let's go, Zell. Come on, baby.
It's that crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky
Like the beam now. Hey.
Tell him like the beam. Young Zell right there. What's good?
Yes,
What's
sir.
good? Welcome into the Friday, February 23rd edition. Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barber.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
Man, we're happy that you're here with us. Sacramento Kings get a dub. Let's talk about it. Kyle Madson will be back with us in about 15 minutes. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. We are happy that you are with us now. And if now is live at 12:03 on Friday, dope. If now is sometime Saturday morning when you're catching up on the podcast or the YouTube stream, we appreciate you.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much for tapping in. It was great to run into so many of you last night at the Golden One Center. It was great to be back at the Golden One Center, not just for the Sacramento Kings, but for you and I, first time in a long time that we had got to go out there with that type of time and ability to walk around and enjoy ourselves. The ability to see Victor Wembanyama go through perhaps the most extensive warm-up routine since Ray Allen retired. Man, what a night it was. We'll talk all about it. We'll talk about our
HBCU night didn't disappoint.
Well, it did not.
One of the great nights.
I think we're Kappas. I think we're Kappas,
Don't tell my wife that.
much to the chagrin of your better half. Like, we might be Kappas today. We've been trying to pledge for years.
Did we pledge yesterday?
Well, I mean,
did we pledge? I mean, we kind of took a picture. Like, did we? I ain't gonna throw it up because they really don't like.
Oh no, we don't do that.
I ain't gonna do that. But I'm just saying, did we pledge?
Well, we were. Hey, we got it's right here on wax. Hold on, I'll read it verbatim. Hey, the night was legendary. Y'all my brothers now.
Well,
come on, man, we in.
He didn't say line brothers, but he said brothers. So it's close.
Step.
Yeah, it's close. It's close.
A step. Yeah, man, it was a great night. Rocking my actively black Kings attire here
too. By the way, he killed that.
Yeah, he did that.
He killed that. Put mine
he did
on
that.
When I got home, I was like, "This is fire."
Little fun note we got during our travels yesterday. HB had the final sign off.
Shout out HB.
Yeah,
HB did his thing on that.
Sent it to HB. Said he sent him three mock-ups. Was like, which one you think they'll love the most? And he said this the one right here.
HB,
and
he got a great eye for it, man.
I can tell you he's right because they're gone.
Yeah.
They were not. I saw Ramsey and Katrina were running around trying to get a couple of different sizes before it was well before the fourth quarter started. And he said they couldn't find their size. There was only one left on one side of the arena. They went back to the other. As I was walking out, they were picking up the last two.
I had people hitting me up like, "Hey, can you pick me up one or whatever the case?" I was like, "I'll go check." I went in there. It was only 3X.
Yeah, that was it.
It was only 3X. I was like, "Man, my bad. I'm sorry." You know what I mean? Like, these things would sound like hotcakes.
Yeah. Shout out to Lainey, man. Tremendous job.
Shout out to Miss Spellman too. Very impressive young lady.
Absolutely.
She did a great job. Kendra, K and B, the whole crew, V. They do a phenomenal job with the Kings. They got some love in like one of the HBCU Instagram pages because of Miss Spellman being there and their HBCU night. So, they making moves, that are reverberating all through the country with what they did last night. Tiana Taylor was in the house. Star-studded event.
Biggest Kings fan perhaps in the building.
Oh yeah.
Tiana Taylor.
She represents.
Like she ride for the Kings, man. It's fun. It's fun watching her during the games. And thankfully the Kings won.
Boy.
Thankfully the Kings won.
Oh man. Come on, man. I mean, I'm not even going I'm not going to apologize at all for that win. I'm going to just tell y'all my experience. There's about, I don't know what it was, 2.5 minutes left. I'm at an undisclosed location watching the game. And I see Devin Vassell hit that 3 to put him up 4. I said, they're going to lose. I can't believe they're going to lose to the Spurs. I thought it was over. I ain't going to lie to y'all, man. When he hit that 3, shot clock winding down, he's falling a little bit to his left. De'Aaron closes out as well as you can close out. And that thing splashed down all net to put them up 4. I said, they're going to lose. They're going to lose to the Spurs. It's crazy. And then they didn't.
Malik was like, hang on. And then De'Aaron said, I got it, dog. Second straight game. Games were a little bit apart.
Yeah.
But the second straight game, De'Aaron's season opening is like, I got it. Close this. I got it. The 3 to put him up ahead, the alley-oop to Keegan, the strip, and then the.
Are we classifying that as a strip or a block?
I don't know. I don't
thought it was a
know.
block.
I
That
don't
was
know.
That was an unbelievable play.
So I don't. So is a strip versus a block dependent on what the person with the ball is doing, or what the defender is doing?
Well,
because it was
the
Vassell,
person-
right?
Yeah, it was Vassell.
He was in the air.
Are we talking about De'Aaron's play?
Yeah.
That was a block.
That's a block.
they
There
called it
should be a
block.
block.
He was going up for the shot. Now here's what your point is, right? Like he was going up for the shot,
Right.
and De'Aaron
But-
met him at a certain height.
Right.
If he was like under the paint and the ball was like at his knees and he was going up for the shot, but De'Aaron swiped it at his
Mhm.
knees, they
Mhm.
call that a steal.
Mhm.
So it's a great question. I don't know. That was a block last night, but I don't know. I
Did
guess
I don't even know if did De'Aaron leave his feet or did he just like swipe like on his
he
way?
left his feet.
He did.
Maybe
Okay.
that's what it has to do with it. Well, maybe not, because Wemby could probably block.
Well,
a shot.
De'Aaron has a block shot. He has a block shot and 2 steals. Do you remember the other 2 steals?
No.
Maybe it must have been a block because I don't remember another block shot from De'Aaron. So it must
Hey,
have been a block.
That was a phenomenal play.
It was, regardless of what
That
it
was
was an incredible
I
play.
thought it was
Absolutely
I thought it was
incredible.
a bucket for Vassell, and all of a sudden
There was no one
De'Aaron
there.
got there.
It was just
Man,
De'Aaron
what a play.
swipe and hits the little Patton De'Aaron joint
Mhm.
on the other end.
And then another thing
that's
he
it.
had after that shot, I don't know if you I'm sure you noticed it, but you notice him do it regularly. He has a little skip.
Yeah.
Like when it's like, bang, got him. He gets a little skip to him, and he had the signature De'Aaron skip. That's when you knew the game. That's when you knew fourth quarter Fox was here.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the fourth quarter Fox skip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you catch both Will Z, Bobby Gerald letting us know they ruled it a block? That final play was ruled it as block. Did you catch Malik post buzzer? Did you have your eyes
did,
on
yeah,
that?
I did.
I popped when I saw that.
It might be time next year, man. It might be time.
Yeah, might be.
That was
Might
pretty
be.
easy.
Might
He
be.
made it look easy.
He did. He did.
That would have been top 5 dunk in the dunk contest.
Yep. And next year, San Francisco.
Yeah.
I can't see why he wouldn't want to go to San Francisco.
Well,
I mean, he could just drive up there for the night, win the dunk contest, and come back.
home.
Or go back to Arizona and golf, whatever he's doing during the break.
Right.
Go do that. But De'Aaron brings it home. He has to bring it home because the Spurs shot 44% from 3.
Well, I wish you tell the whole story.
What's the whole story?
They only made 11.
Well, they only shot
They were
20.
11 to 25.
So
it's
what did I say that was inaccurate?
Oh no, it's not inaccurate. I just said I wish you tell the whole story.
Well, they hit threes at the beginning, they hit threes at the end, and that's what
So,
put them in a position to nearly win that game. Was those
shooting-
threes they hit at the end?
Shooting 44% doesn't necessarily tell the whole story to me, because they can go 11 to 25, and the Kings could have been better on their 3-point defense last night. Because one of the things about the closeout isn't necessarily the missed shot. It's not letting the shot get up. So if their closeouts were bad, maybe they would have got 35 threes up last night. I'm saying this. I didn't like lock in to say they were better on the 3-point defense last night. So I don't know. I'm not disputing if they were good or bad. But I think
They were
just
under their
looking at the
season average. What was it,
percentage-
30? Will told us yesterday.
yeah, it was
like 30,
bad.
30. Their 3-point attempts per game.
Mhm.
It was higher than we all expected.
Right.
They were like 11th or 12th in attempts per game. They're dead last in percentage.
So were their attempts down?
The
though?
attempts were down.
Yeah.
The attempts were down.
So that's and like I said, I'm not saying it to
but
just,
their percentage was way up.
right. I'm not saying it to be a contrarian or just argue with
You
you.
are.
But like, if part of the closeout, what they're talking about is not letting the shots get up.
So how about this then? Their 6 guys, their main 6 guys, and I didn't do it with every single San Antonio Spur who played. Their main 6 guys scored, two of them, Vic and Trey Jones,
Mhm.
scored their average, give or take like a point.
Mhm.
The other 4 scored over their average.
Yeah.
One of them scored way over his average.
Man. He can go though.
No, he's good.
He can go. Devin
Yeah, he's
Vassell,
good.
he is.
He's
I don't
good.
expect him to put up 32 on your head, but I mean he can play.
For what it's worth, too, the Kings gave up 13.5. I guess 13.5 his averages. They give the team hit 13.5 threes per game against the Kings, so they gave up 11 yesterday. I guess that's positive, I guess. I guess.
I don't know. With the flip side, or repeat of that, is I wish I had the number. Maybe you have it in front of you. I thought the points in the paint was astronomical.
Oh, point.
Night.
Well,
for both teams.
Yeah,
really,
it was
but for the
72 to
Spurs.
70. Kings actually lost the points in the paint. It was
but
72 to 70.
That's the flip side of maybe an aggressive closeout or forcing them to drive or something like that. Their defense in the interior was kind of non-existent last night.
Yeah, this was a pretty even game. Second chance points, 14-11 in favor of the Kings. Fast break points, 13-13. Assists for the Sacramento Kings, 29. Assists for the San Antonio Spurs. Did you see that number?
No.
It's 37.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
37 assists on 50 made field goals.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
Them shooting 51% is it? But
Yeah.
I mean that's points in the paint
Well,
too. And I mean
the Kings
is what I was saying making sense. So I literally like the fact that they shot 25 says a little something to me.
Sure, it probably requires like a JJ Redick film breakdown, that we could watch and get him some views so he stops screaming at people about was that the San Antonio Spurs game plan?
Yeah.
Or did Sacramento force San Antonio into that? Let's pull up synergy. Look at it. Kyle Madson joins us.
Well, I don't know if it's going to happen when Kyle comes on, but we got him. We got him. You guys don't understand what I'm talking about later. We got him, though.
Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
I'll give you guys the hint. Hey, one other. It's over.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Ain't wrong. That's my favorite Issa too when she do that.
But I was like, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hold on, let me send you.
Man, looks like Reese enjoyed those final minutes of the
Come
Kings
on, man.
game.
He told me that he almost got suspended, bro.
Man.
And he still might. He told me that. I was like, come on, bro. That was like the loudest the arena ever been. That was like the loudest the arena ever been. Yeah,
got it. Yep.
We got him,
yeah,
guys.
buddy.
We got him. It's there too. I heard it.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nah, yeah. Tony.
We got him.
All right. I got to figure out how to get that on here.
Come on, son. That's embarrassing.
All right. Pipe down over here.
I'd want to double birds MLB because goddamn Dodgers, bro. Like how are they gonna lose? Well, Nike got to do a little better job with that. I mean, that's okay. I'm glad they're wearing sliding shorts. Somebody was just look at this. I mean, this is awful. This is terrible. This is going to be an awful season,
bro. They got Little League uniforms on.
I don't even care about that. These guys aren't losing. This is going to be awful. Oh my gosh.
So it's good. Okay, I have a little bit of work to do here.
I think it's the second question. We got him though.
Okay.
We got him.
All right. Oh yeah. No, we might have to bring Kyle into this. We might not be able to wait for this. Why don't I have Kyle in here? All right, there we go. It's tough, yeah.
It's really bad. I've known that for weeks. I've just not said anything because I didn't want to be a complainer.
No, I wish you guys would, so we can tell. So we can tell Jonathan, hey, I
I'm
think
trying to
something's
stay out
wrong
of
in
the
here.
way.
No.
It's my goal. Speaking of which, I gotta go talk to Aaron.
Yeah, I'll talk to Aaron today too. Hey, Aaron, there's some holes in this house. There's some holes in this house.
Hey, yeah, man. Come on, man. I don't appreciate that, dog. I don't appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't, man. I really don't. I ain't heard not one person say anything positive that works with him.
Mm-hmm.
On the flip side, RIP,
Man,
this guy's great. Did you see Kevin walking out of here today?
Kevin Wynn?
Kevin the intern.
No, I
from
ain't
the
seen
wake
him
up
today.
call.
Yeah, no, I just saw him walking out. That's something. Hey, they had a Jesse. No, Jesse was in there too. That boy had a shoebox.
Yeah, he did. Some J's.
He had a shoebox.
Yeah, he did. They did.
And he said it was part of like what they did on the show or whatever. But some Black Cat 4s.
Wow.
That was something they did on the show.
Yeah. So
I would like to do this bit as well.
Well,
no. So look, before that, what like that's just a part of it. I'll tell you what he told me the bit was, and it'll make sense. But
I hope so.
I saw him. I was like, I really don't care. I'll tell you, it'll make sense.
Okay.
I ain't gonna say it on here because I don't know what the whole premise of it was.
Sure.
But he broke it down, and I was like, I really don't care.
Hey,
like,
shout out to Kevin from the wake up call.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, we got him.
We can't wait to run this.
Oh, Tony.
We got him.
Tony.
Oh,
yeah, we got him.
Antonio Harvey.
Shout out Antonio Harvey.
Tony. Here's Tony.
Shout out Tone, man.
Talking to Greg Popovich last night. And ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself for this.
Start right here, if you don't mind us. We got to start someplace. I just want to get your thoughts on your assessments of Darren Fox and Sabonis since they didn't make the All-Star squad this year for the Western Conference, and if you had selected them, as one of your picks.
Well, asking me who I picked is like who voted for president. You can't do that.
Excuse me?
But I'll tell you my personal thing. I thought that they were both deserving. They're winning. I think it has something to do with it. You can be scoring 1,000 points a game, but if you're not on a very good team, you may not make it. But I think they both played brilliantly. Their team was doing well, and I was surprised that they didn't get picked.
And when you see something like that, especially with the numbers that Sabonis had,
We'll stop there.
Excuse me?
Does anyone have any thoughts? Oh, wow, just
that's fine.
Threw Kyle right out the stream. Sorry about that. Anyone have any thoughts whatsoever on what Greg Popovich just said?
So I don't know. Over the radio, you guys probably definitely heard. In the chat, they're saying they couldn't really hear. So we'll just say what it was. Antonio Harvey, shout out to my man Tone. He did what I was asking for, what the people were asking for. That's why he's the people's reporter. We said anybody that comes to the Golden One Center, they need to answer the question whether or not they voted for Sabonis and or Fox to make the All-Star team. And Mike Malone, he got in front of things last time. He said, look, I voted for him. I don't know. Y'all ain't going to have me jammed up, boss, in the Golden One Center. I voted for him. So Tone, Popovich comes to town. He says, hey, man, just not confrontational at all. Just saying, hey, man, like, Fox and Sabonis, they didn't make it. Did you vote? And Pop, And I like Pop. I don't mean to disrespect him, but Pop, of all people, comes out and says, well, asking who you voted for the All-Star is like asking who you voted for president. It's just something you don't do. You don't divulge that information. Excuse me? First of all, excuse me in general, but you're the one that says you don't divulge politically what you do and your stance and all this other stuff. We got him. We know that's one. That's one of the coaches. We got him.
I kind of disagree. I don't
Whose
think
side
that's
are you
correct.
on?
The fact that he said, I think they're both.
Whose side is he on?
The fact that he said, well, you don't like, I'm not going to tell you who I voted for. That's like asking who. So I'm not going to tell you who I voted for. I will say I thought they were both deserving. They're winning. I don't care if you scored 1,000 points. If your team's not winning, then you probably shouldn't make it. And that to me said he voted for Fox and Sabonis. And he was talking about maybe Anthony Davis. Maybe he's talking about Steph. Maybe he was talking about who else was it in the West? Can't be Cat because they were winning.
It was those two.
But those two, like, hey, they're fringe play-in teams when the teams got announced. That to me, that's how I read that.
Of all people, though, you can't equate it to. I'm not going to tell you who, because that's like asking. Like, we know Pop's political stance on everything.
I don't know who he voted for, though.
I know who he didn't vote.
Well, that's true. That's true. We know who he didn't vote for.
No, that's fine. But that's I don't know. I took it as a like tongue-in-cheek kind of thing.
Yeah, I took it as he asked you, did you vote for him? And it's a yes or no question. I didn't ask you about Anthony Davis. I didn't ask you about Steph Curry or anybody else. You don't have to divulge that information. I asked you a question about whether or not you voted for Sabonis or for Fox. And on top of that, we're not talking about the leader of America. We're talking about the All-Star.
Yeah, let's also acknowledge that part. No, they're not the same thing.
No. We're talking about the All-Star.
No, they're not. They're
now,
not
maybe you don't want your name on the fact that you cost Sabonis $1.3 million. But like I've been saying all week long, the game is the game. That's what it is. If you don't like it, take it up with Rick Carlisle, your board of directors, or whatever the case may be. Those votes need to be public. They need to be public, just like the writers' votes
That's right.
are public.
Yep.
Those coaches also votes need to be public. And if we ask you, don't hide behind I'm not. That's not what you do. No, answer the question.
How many coaches do you think don't actually do the vote?
A lot.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
lot.
one problem with that.
Yeah.
Two, of the coaches, how many do you think just write their own dudes? Like, yeah, okay, I'll do this. And if you're Pop, you're going, okay, let's see, Jeremy Sohan at the 4.
Are you allowed to?
Devin Vassell.
I don't know.
I don't know if you're allowed to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, I don't. That would be kind of the problem with that, though. If you're a coach and you're like, hey, yeah, equipment guy who watches everything on League Pass all the time, you do this.
Because we've heard before coaches calling coaches before saying, hey, my guys have had really good. I'm saying guys, my guys have had a really good season here. Like, I'm, as you feel, as you think about these all-stars, like, think about my guys here. I'm not suggesting Mike is. We've heard that happens through the course of an all-star selection time.
If you want,
I just thought Pop's words were funny.
If the requirement on this radio station is that Greg Popovich is a fraud, I'll just go there with you guys.
Well, no. Wait a
like
minute.
he didn't vote for him. Greg Popovich doesn't know ball, actually.
Absolutely.
And he's low-key a 45 supporter.
And he is it may or may not be. He looks in the face like a 45 supporter.
Where was Pop on January 6th? Like, let's be honest. We ride with Pop.
Answer the question.
Just answer the question.
Just answer the question. Like,
hey, and then shout out. It was Michael Malone.
Yeah.
Shout out Michael Malone. Hey, I did. It wasn't me. I voted for him. It wasn't me.
Michael Malone got ahead of everything.
But you know what the funny thing about Michael Malone? He's the type of guy who I think would fill out the All-Star ballot.
Yeah.
Oh, and think about it.
And like Pop probably wouldn't.
It's in his Google Calendar.
Right.
145 to 245 All-Star ballot.
Yeah, get ballot turned in.
And the other thing about that, though, it gets to a bigger question. If Pop isn't that guy that would fill out the All-Star, that's a problem.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a big problem, and it needs to be addressed.
See, this isn't because there's the GM survey where everyone, GMs aren't filling that out.
Yeah.
Like the assistant, that's what Coffee Boy fills out, so he's not bothering the general manager, right?
He gets thrown out of the office.
Facts.
Get out of here. Just fill this out.
January 6, 2021, Greg Popovich was in Los Angeles with the San Antonio Spurs.
Thank you.
They
For
had
those
they had consecutive games against the Clippers and Lakers.
Just to be clear,
Just
no one at all believed that Greg Popovich was anywhere near Washington, D.C., unless he, of course, was playing the Wizards on January 6th. But the GM survey has nothing to do with nothing. The all-star selection does. Like, that's different. That's not the same thing. You said you wanted to be frustrated by last night's game, but
did.
You just can't be.
I really badly wanted to come in to do the show today like, hey, man, okay, you got to win, but X, Y, and Z was bad. But I didn't – that wasn't the thought I had when I started kind of looking back and thinking about last night's game. Would you have liked to see them, the Spurs, the worst three-point shooting team, not go 11 of 25? Like, yeah, for sure. But 11 threes? Like James said, you'll take 11 threes in this day and age. If he's going to cash 11, that's probably okay. And then I want to be like, okay, well, Devin Vassell got loose. Well, yeah, that happens sometimes. That's a really good player, Devin Vassell. And I want to be like, oh, the Kings offense. And then you look and it's like, oh no, Kevin Huerter got going,
well.
and Malik Monk got going, and Sabonis, it wasn't the best version of himself and still put up a triple double, and De'Aaron Fox closed it out. And it's like, man, look, fine little win.
That was kind of that for me is, we were talking through this last night, was kind of the frustrating part to me, because we were looking at this like the Kings offense really did play well.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have beat the Spurs by 5. That's not the type of game that the Kings win by 5 against the Spurs, like maybe against the Clippers or some.
Yeah.
Like they De'Aaron's back, Domas, another triple double. Kevin Huerter was hot early. You had all they offensively, they did basically what we asked for. Like, that game shouldn't have. That's not what the game should have been.
I will say though, the Spurs had there were 142 combined points in the paint last night.
Yeah.
And that was when I did start to go through and try and like nitpick some stuff. That's the one. They got so many looks at the rim that were just too open. And that was Jeremy Sohan. It felt like he scored 50 points last night, and they were all on dunks out of the low block, where he was just in the dunker spot and would catch and had an easy bucket. But they had 72 points in the paint last night. That's not great. The Spurs did, but I mean, beyond that, it's like, that's just a good kind of gritty, didn't play your best, but this is a good win.
I mean, at this point in the year,
like 4 20-point scores last night.
Hey man, at this point of the year, guns and butters, like Melvin said in Baby Boy, wins and losses.
100%.
Yeah, I don't even know if guns and butters apply to this analogy, but I just like the way
the emphasis
Melvin
on
said
it. Yeah.
It's guns and butter. All right. It's wins and losses. That's all it is right now. And they got the win.
Yep.
They got the win. And that is what this time of year is about. It's not about building towards something necessarily. It's about actually getting it done. They're like, if the Kings, I don't think they played bad yesterday, but if they would have, came out of that game and lost the game, there would have been no, well, they're playing good basketball right now. So
right.
that.
Yeah.
Like, you got to find a way to win. And they found a way to win. I thought it was done. I thought it was done when Devin Vassell hit that 3 to put them up 4.
Yep.
I said, man, they're going to lose. And they found a way to, number one, score on the rest of their possessions. I think it was another 3 or 4 possessions. And they got the Spurs got a garbage layup in their next 4 possessions. So they found a way to get those stops and turn the tide of that game. And I don't want to say that's all I'm looking at, but that's the big headline for me. You got the win, and when it was winning time, you figured out what you had to do.
The big difference, the key for me was, you mentioned the Vassell 3. Here's what he hits, a 3 to put the Spurs up 120 to 116 with 2:12 to go. Monk takes the ball out of the basket. Well, it wasn't Monk, but Monk gets the ball and goes down and hits a little floater with 2:01 to go. 11 seconds like that.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't, okay, slow it down, try and find a shot. Okay, oh man, down 4. It was like, nope, they made a shot. They're up 4. That's fine. Let's get down there, bucket. Now go get a stop. And that's exactly what happens. Wembanyama takes a 3 and misses it. De'Aaron comes down, 3-pointer, Kings lead.
Yep.
And that's that. And then De'Aaron had an
strips the next
assist.
play, right? Or the block.
That
is the next
De'Aaron
play.
3-play sequences.
No, it was not the
4
block.
plays.
The block was not next. Wembanyama missed a
Oh
shot.
yeah, they got us.
But then,
alley-oop.
but then
Yeah.
Keegan, Keegan gets a dunk off a De'Aaron
Yeah,
assist.
off the alley, yeah.
Spurs timeout, and then the block on Devin Vassell. De'Aaron comes down 17-foot midi. Ball game.
And we might have got one there. I thought in real time, and I looked back at it again, and I didn't really study it. I thought Wembanyama got fouled. I think the whole court thought he got fouled because there's like a pause. Malik has the ball, and it's like, oh, here, De'Aaron, and De'Aaron goes, and Keegan goes for the alley oop. It looked like Wemby might have gotten fouled, or they would have called a foul.
Why don't you calm down, snitch?
I'm just saying,
Dang.
Hey man,
Hey, guns and butters.
Guns and butter.
They're gonna amend the 2-minute report here in any second.
Kenny Caraway.
Yep.
Play the whose side is he on one.
Yep. Now they're gonna
do that.
Now they're gonna
What are you doing with him?
now they're gonna
San Antonio Kenny.
now they're gonna the Spurs are
Spurs
gonna
vacation
protest
home
the
game.
game. What happened? Did the Knicks ever protest that game? The Jalen Brunson shot?
I thought they did.
Because it was really loud when they protested, and I guess the protest was denied and it just went away.
And they don't want to make that public because it's New York.
Filing an
thinking.
official protest. Nothing since they filed it.
Well, so do we know that they actually filed it though? Because remember, Dallas was like, "We're protesting,
And they
never mind.
right. They told people they were protesting, but they
We're not
didn't really
going
do
to.
it.
Yeah, they didn't actually go through the process. This has to be the most protested season in history.
What was the other one? It was
There was one, Houston. Something happened with Houston. There was a Houston Rockets game that I know there was.
the Houston was involved in 2.
What
The
was,
Knicks was the Houston game.
Yes.
I feel like there was another
one.
Houston game.
Is it the one where Houston compiled a dossier of all the calls that got missed for them and the calls that got made against them, and then they sent it to the NBA?
Well, that was the Daryl Morey era, wasn't it?
Yes.
No, it wasn't that one.
Okay.
But
What a
you're
loser.
living in the Warriors' glory years
What
right
a
now, aren't
loser.
You in
They're
on the
back,
Warriors?
bro.
Yeah, it's
They're
okay.
so
That's
back.
what I wanted to hear.
We're so back.
That's what I wanted to hear. They're back, baby. Warriors
I
are
just,
back.
I just
They're-
need that
they're-
9-10 matchup to happen the way it is right now.
I think
Stay
that's
that
exactly
way.
what's going to happen. I just don't see the Lakers putting together enough wins, or neither the Lakers nor the Warriors putting together enough wins combined with enough losses by either the Kings, Dallas, or Phoenix to make that to barring some major injury or something.
I could see the Warriors moving up to 7 or 8.
I don't
I could see that.
they're 3.5 back right now of the Kings for the 8th spot. And I don't think they can gain 4 games on Sacramento.
That's right. It was the Blazers.
Remember,
Chauncey, when Chauncey got thrown out.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Good job, Jesse. That's the one. Yeah. Sorry.
Anyways,
I get really
I just
excited.
that's
when we-
fine. No,
When we call back to something that happened 2 minutes ago, it was very
your
exciting.
face lit up. You did
No, it
the
was good.
point.
That's Jesse. No,
You did
that's Jesse doing work. Hey, I don't want you to leave before we talk about you mentioned this at the end of the Insiders that that was a clean play, by the way. I'm watching the Victor Wembanyama play. I think that was clean.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think that was
cool.
clean.
Yeah,
Stop
you ain't gonna-
snitching.
You ain't gonna hear nothing from me.
Yeah, no, too late.
You already did.
Too late. It's too late. But I think it was clean.
Hey, didn't everybody kind of stop?
Yeah,
They paused for a
because
second.
Domas is doing the I ain't do nothing. Domas is doing the I'm clean.
Felt like
Yeah,
the court
hey,
kind of
hey,
paused a little bit.
So Malik kind of hesitates a little bit. Like Herter gets the ball. Malik gets it, and there is like a slight hesitation. He overthrows Fox, which actually works. He overthrows him a little bit. It helps Fox kind of grab it and just lob it right up to
Place
Keegan.
went crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Place went crazy on that one.
If you go
Except
back,
for my son.
what's crazy?
Well, damn
what's
shame what
crazy
happened to Reese last
is
night.
On the replay, if you look really close, you can actually see Kenny standing up and say, "Foul, I got him."
Yep.
The foul.
Well, you notice when he said he was watching the final minutes at an undisclosed location. I got Jazz and Reese in a picture. They were at the game. Kenny ain't nowhere in that. So he was probably sitting next to Tiana Taylor somewhere down there, trying to call a foul on Domantas Sabonis.
I was
like, "I got him."
I wasn't sitting anywhere.
He was like, "Official, hey,
hey." I'm a Kings fan, but I want fairness and officiating.
Yeah.
Hey, look, man. Hey, no call. Keep playing. Keep
That's
playing.
Dude, the first quarter last night, 12 minutes with nary a foul call. It was great.
Well, they
The
made
best
up for it
quarter
by
of
all the
basketball.
timeouts they called.
Dude. Best quarter of basketball I watched all year.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hey, did Tiana enjoy the game while you guys were
I
sitting
don't
next to
know.
each
I
other?
didn't sit next to Tiana Taylor.
Okay.
Wow, he wasn't
I
even
don't know.
listening to her while she
Wow.
was talking.
Okay.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
Incredible.
That's
She's
my girl,
so big
Tiana
time.
Taylor. Shout out to her, man. She got to get it. Complex.
Hey,
Make it happen. Come on.
At Nani.
Is Complex here today?
Hey,
Yes.
I got to go say hi. I haven't seen Complex in so long.
Well, see, Complex is the star of the show.
Such a nice guy.
Hey, we got Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
And the news that the NFL
Yeah.
got today. How does, because you and our very good friend Chris Biederman have
Love Chris.
talked extensively on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast earlier this week about the Brandon Ayuk situation. Dan Graziano wrote about it. We talked about it a little bit, but the NFL got news with the salary cap isn't going to quite be what they originally thought.
Yeah, it was projected out at like 242 million. And then Mike Florio came out and reported that it's softly reported that it might be 245. It might get as high as 250. And it's like, man, if it gets up to 250,
yeah, we need that.
the 49ers are in a spot where they were already in a spot where even if it was like 245 ish over the cap, one of the great cap sites, like NFL salary cap sites, had it projected at 242. And it's like, man, even if it's like 245, they can do enough little maneuvering with restructures and whatnot that they can extend Brandon Ayuk, because his cap hit this year is $14 million on his fifth year option. You can extend him and structure that contract in a way that number actually drops this year. So you can clear $7 million.
I was about to say, can
So-
you get that in half? That
Yeah,
cap hit?
yeah,
Like
seriously.
seven-
Yeah, and push it down the road. Yeah.
But can you explain the importance of that?
Yeah. So that was if it was going to be like 245, upwards of 250. Today, the NFL announced it's going to be 255 and a half.
Wow.
So that is $13
Wait, that's
million.
official?
They went from, official, announced by the NFL.
Wow.
So they went from like $14 million over the cap
Mhm.
to $800,000 under the cap.
That's crazy.
So they can clear cap space now. If they extend Brandon Ayuk, they can clear 7 million, whatever that number they land on with his deal, and create more cap space just by doing that.
And so
And that's nuts.
am I wrong in the belief that they would want to front load his contract? They'd want the cap hit this year to
No.
be large because
in theory.
of Brock Purdy.
Yeah, in theory for sure, but I don't. That would require other.
That
stuff
would
to
require
happen.
stuff. The
Yeah.
restructures of like
Yeah,
Armstead.
I don't think they
potentially.
can. They just
Yeah.
redid Armstead's contract, but
Who can, they
we're
can
looking at-
restructure Trent Williams?
I don't know. His deal's weird because it was like 2-3 year deals stacked together. So I'm not 100% sure on Trent.
You know the one I'm looking at, and the fact that this cap situation has happened the way it has,
Mhm.
I think it's a cold-blooded business. But I remember last week when people were talking about they may have to cut Dre Greenlaw,
Yeah.
and
I don't think you can if he's hurt.
The
okay,
cap
see,
hit.
so that's what I was. Can you restructure his contract?
You can extend him.
Yeah, because I mean I
I
don't even know. I don't know when he's going to play next year,
I
and if we're in a pinch,
I think the cap hit and the injury guarantee, you would know far better than I would, are like almost the same.
Yeah, there's not. You can't just cut him. I literally don't think you can just cut an injured player.
No, I
No,
think
I
you
don't.
I think you can. I think you can.
but you owe him
you
a
just
certain
pay
amount of
them.
money.
Right.
You
Yeah,
have to.
which-
You have
which-
like
Which at that point
it-
there's no point.
it doesn't
Right.
reduce the cap hit.
Right. Yeah. So now maybe
But
they
that's what an
extend him.
injury guarantee is, right?
Yeah, you're guaranteed X amount of
But
dollars if you're hurt.
But he can be restructured while he's injured, right? Or
Yeah, but he only has. He's on the last year. I don't think there's.
What was
any,
the? He's on the
idea
last
of
year of his
restructuring.
first deal, right? He
No, he's
signed.
his extension. His extension
okay,
was 2
okay.
years,
I got you,
and it kicked
got
in last. So they could extend him, and they can extend like Kyle Juszczyk if they want to do that. And
Yeah,
then
Kyle
drop
Juszczyk
those.
has no money left, right?
He is this year, and I don't think he has any guarantees left.
Mm-mm.
So they could. I mean, they could extend those guys and again reduce those cap numbers this year and push them into the future. Next year is where things get ugly. Next year is where you may see like Debo
Because of Brock.
Kittle. Well, just because
Nick
of
Bosa's contract start. Does it start next year?
No.
The following
It gets the big hits happen. I can't remember if it's 25 or 26, but like where it gets to like 40 million is crazy. But yeah, partly because of Brock, but partly because of all the restructuring they've done. They've pushed so much money into the future that they're going to have all this dead cap on guys who either are or are not playing. So that's
Could be worse.
Definitely.
You could be the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott $95 million in dead cap money over the next 2 years.
You can be so beholden to Big Dom whispering in your ear that you just fall apart.
Well,
if he's not
that
doing
was
it.
crazy.
Well,
that was
yeah,
nuts.
Yeah,
Tough one
we
for Nick
might
Sirianni.
have to visit that during some time as the day rolls along. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Big thanks to our man Kyle Madson for the tremendous work he did all of this week on the Insiders and filling in for us a little bit yesterday. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll also open up the phone lines for the first time. You can bark at us anytime on the Farmer's Dog Talk line.
Come on.
916-909-1320. Farmer's Dog, a healthy life starts with healthy food. We love Farmer's Dog here.
That's what I'm talking
on ESPN 1320.
The
We're back with
official
more here.
dog food supplier.
I'm with that. See? Hey, Farmer's Dog, y'all
on now.
listening?
Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
It's ESPN 1320.
Bro, they really said Nick Sirianni didn't have his babysitter. How do you expect us to control him?
That is nuts,
insane.
Bro. Dre Greenlaw
Absolutely insane.
derailing the Eagles season by pointing at Devontae Smith would be so funny.
Amazing.
Man.
We could all be Nick Sirianni,
Hey,
bro.
Nick Sirianni comes in the building and they're like, Nick, what's wrong? And he's like, nah, vibes are bad.
Big Dom's not here.
Big Dom, what am I going to do? Nick, what's the plan on Sunday? You tell me.
That's crazy.
They said Big
He's
Dom
no
would
good.
settle altercations on the sideline. Like, what?
After that report, it's like, yeah, you should have
That's
fired him after the season, bro.
crazy.
Like, we should have fired him.
That
Make
dude
Big
is
Dom
no
the head
good.
coach. Cut out the middleman.
Big Dom just been shadow running the Eagles for the last 3 years.
Can I bitch about this real quick? The reaction by the broadcasters to that entire thing was insane. Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson, I think, do a really good job. But when that thing happened, that was an NFL personnel stepping into a player altercation, getting the player ejected when the player was doing something that was not going to get him ejected to begin with. He is very clearly going to point at Devontae Smith, and Big Dom sticks his face in there and gets his cheek pushed. He didn't even mush his face.
Get the
It wasn't
hell
a
out of
punch.
the way,
It
first
wasn't-
of all, Big
right,
Dom.
Stay out. Right, it's not your.
Ain't got
it's
nothing
not
to
your-
do with you.
Right, and if he is security who is meant to keep that from happening, then him getting pushed in the face should not result in a player's ejection. But anyways, Burkhardt and Olsen are like, oh, what Big Dom? Everybody loves this guy. You need to know where to eat in Philly. He'll tell you. Boy, what a guy. We love him. Look, he's going to be a legend. They're going to build a statue. Let me tell you, if they win this game, they're going to build Dom a statue. Oh,
Big Dom,
and then
man.
they won one game the rest of the year. Oh, that was disgusting.
Your coach don't know what the hell to do.
Anyway.
Oh, by the way, real quick, let me got to pay this off to the homies. Could you kill the mic for me real quick? They got a box. And to
Back
close
here
it
on
out,
this Friday.
they got a box of just random stuff, and that was one of the random things that was in there. And
It
he's like, "Oh,
arrived at one of their houses?
no, it's here. It's like a show bit. They
Oh.
were going over it on the show, and they're like, hey, let's order a mystery box from here. They got one, a bunch of random stuff in there. Those were in there. He's like, I'll take those.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got more questions. But okay, word. Shout out to the wake up call. Shout
Yeah.
out to Kyle Madson.
There was probably like a cooking set in there or something. Like I guess it's just a bunch of random stuff that they send you if you order a mystery box. Those were in there. He's like, hey, I'll take those. And then
Talking
he
about
looked, he's
cooking.
like, yeah, I don't know about these, but I'll take them.
We ate good yesterday.
Oh,
Did
we-
you get any? You didn't get any of the banana bear pudding. You only had the cookies.
No, I had the cookies. I had the arena food though. That was some good stuff.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you was sitting there. All
Yeah,
right.
that was some good stuff.
All right.
They
All
did
right.
their thing.
We had a chuckle at the menu in the media room last night. But hey, salute.
Big ups, man. Big ups.
James Ham joins us here in the final hour of the show. Phone lines are open for you, courtesy of the Farmers Dog Talk line, 916-909-1320. Hey, fourth quarter Fox is back. Fourth quarter Fox is back. And man, 30-point De'Aaron Fox might be back. I mean, you look, sample size
Like
is
that.
small. I get it. Sample size is small. Let's work with what we have, though. 32 points over the last 3 games.
Hey, man, the aggression seems to be back. You know what I mean? It's always with me. I know there are certainly games where he doesn't shoot the ball well, but it's never like his shots just broke or he can't score or nothing like that. Usually when he's not putting up those numbers, it's because he's not getting the shots up at all. And that's even more frustrating. That's way more frustrating for me than him missing shots. It's like, all right, we'll put him up. And he looks like he's getting back to, all right, it's that time. I got to not only fourth quarter Fox, I got to be Fox. It's got to be 18 to 21 shots put up a night. And he did that last night. He was 12 of 18, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, but that one to go ahead at the end.
Yeah.
That was big time. That was a big time bucket right there. And like you said, fourth quarter Fox.
He is it a little extra to say it feels like he shoots with more confidence in the fourth quarter?
I don't think it's extra. I don't know if he does or doesn't.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't think it's extra to feel that way. There is, a belief that some people in those, those tight moments or when things get really real, they step up their game.
Man, that you talk about that shot. Watch it. I'm watching that shot right now, and I can't tell who that is because I don't know if that's Vassell who's guarding him or who it is, but he senses, oh, this is going to De'Aaron because Domas is kind of wrestling down there. And shout out to Domas. It's wild to watch him dip that shoulder, get some space from Vic, and Vic still be in perfect position to block the shot every time.
Man,
like watching Domas trying to get the ball over, it did a phenomenal job.
Yes.
But watching those guys try to get the ball over Victor Wembanyama last night was fascinating.
Man, seriously, sometimes I don't know how you even shoot over this guy. I don't. Like, that was the one of the takeaways I had being there last night. This guy, breaking glass, he's tall.
Oh, man, I saw that tweet, boy. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it when you tweeted that. I was like,
tall.
I hadn't thought about that, man. Kenny's right.
But, and you saw him too. It is a little different when you see him in
very
person.
different. Oh,
He
it is.
looks
It is different.
huge.
It is the only one. It was fascinating that he was working out in like Nike sweats and a tank top and nothing San Antonio Spurs related. He was working out so long, I thought he wasn't playing.
That's fast. That's a shoot.
He was out there I was like, is this is his nightly routine, or is he just, is this it? Like, he's not playing tonight.
Was there like an aura when you guys saw him, just kind of like, that's Victor Wembanyama? Like,
So,
that's
yeah. So what's funny is, and I was joking with Kyle about this, is whenever there's that guy here, everyone gravitates to that side of the floor. Like media people, people who are just kind of out, they are all on the visitor side of the floor. And that was absolutely the case when Victor Wembanyama was out. They were watching everything he was doing. And I was too. I was just watching it from the other side of the floor. Watching his dribbling routine with 2 basketballs was fascinating. I've never seen a big man do that before. Not like, oh, I've never seen such a skilled ball handler. It's not, I've never seen a big man go through that drill before a game starts before.
He's something else.
It was fascinating to watch.
When I come into the arena, I don't know D'Lo's his routine coming into the arena, but when I come in, go through the media center, it's up on the plaza level or whatever, and sometimes people might catch media guys might catch the elevator down to the floor level, event level, whatever. I usually come through the media and I go through the concourse and go down the first steps, and at the top of the steps, I look out on the court. And the guy looks 9 feet tall.
Yeah.
From way up there. He looks 9 feet tall. I'm like, oh, snap.
It doesn't, this sounds so ridiculous, and I'm so sorry. It doesn't look real. Like, he does not look real. He's so long. He's incredibly lean. And he moves. Look, it's the league. We've seen tall dudes before. We've seen big dudes before.
The Kings have tall. JaVale's 7 feet.
Right, but I've never seen one. What's Wemby? 7'4"?
7'4". He looks 7'7".
But the way he moves, like, he doesn't move like Sean Bradley moved.
No.
You know what I mean? He moves so gracefully.
He moves closer to De'Aaron Fox than Sean
Bradley. And we joke. It doesn't seem like he understands, and I think we talked about this yesterday. It doesn't seem like he really understands how big he is.
Yeah.
Like, he ended his warm-up routine with like a windmill dunk that couldn't have possibly looked more awkward because his arms are so long.
I think it was you or Kyle who said he's so tall, he can't even do a windmill.
Yeah.
Because by the time he's like at the bottom of the windmill, his feet are almost back on the ground. So
right.
He can't even do a full windmill.
Yeah. His dunk at the end did not look like Malik's dunk at the end of the game. No. It looked very, very different. He's a sight to see. There's 3 in my very lucky lifetime of watching basketball up close. Still to this day, I look at LeBron James like he is just made out of a lab. Giannis is the same. His arm, he could, I always say, like, Giannis could scratch his calves without bending over. Like, his arms are just, and then we forget this sometimes. Joe's a big dude.
He is.
Joel is a big dude. Yeah. And then now seeing Vic in person is just jaw dropping.
Yeah. It's not.
And like, what's he going to look like in 3 years?
Oh, that's the crazy part. We asked the question. I'm not sure. Maybe Kyle asked it on the show. I didn't get a chance to hear it all yesterday. But we're like, what does his MVP season look like? What is that? Is that like 32, 15, 5 assists and 4.5 blocks?
Yeah. Is he the first guy to average more blocks than assists?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Right. He had I didn't even realize this didn't even enter my basketball lexicon until last night. But what do you have, a 5x5 last night?
Did he?
So he had 5 in 5 different categories.
He did. He had
points,
19,
rebounds.
5 block shots, 5 steals. Oh, he had 4 assists.
Well, he almost had a 5.
13 rebounds.
Yeah, and somebody brought that up, like, yeah, he almost had a 5x5. And they talked about, like, it's not like unbelievably rare, but it happens, I don't know, maybe once every couple seasons or something like that. Crazy. And he's a rookie.
Right now he's 20 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks in 28.5 minutes.
Wow.
Man, oh man.
He's special.
And then
he's everything they said he was.
You talked about how he could, like, this, and when you said it, it's almost like a Wilt thing. When Wilt was like, I'm gonna lead the league in assists. you said last night, Wemby might just say, nobody's going to win Defensive Player of the Year but me for the next 7 years.
Yeah.
And who going to stop
like
him?
who go? Yeah. Rudy Gobert is about to win his 4th. He's about to win, and that's not a shot at Rudy Gobert at all. Rudy Gobert is about to win his 4th. If Victor Wembanyama decided, I'm just going to be the best defensive player in the league for the next 7 years, for the next 10 years,
award.
no, just rename the award.
It's his award because essentially
It's the Wemby.
Gobert gets that because he protects the rim, blocks shots, and he rebounds. That's easy for Wembanyama to do, and he can do it at a higher level.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw it last night. The guy can steal.
He can, yeah.
He plays passing lanes. He can defend, guys one-on-one. He got Sabonis like 3 or 4 times yesterday.
So a lot was made.
And nobody gets Sabonis like that.
Nah. A lot was made when LeBron entered the league about his basketball IQ. It's clear Wemby's, I'm not going to, he might be on the same level LeBron was entering the league. Like he seems to have a really good, he's not where LeBron is now, but Wemby seems, he's one of those guys who, and it's not just guys like LeBron. Like I think Hubie Brown once described Jason Williams as a guy who he sees things before they're happening. Like that's how he saw the basketball floor before. Wemby seems like the guy who can feel everything on the floor before it happens. Yeah, and absolutely. You saw that in some of the defensive plays that he made last night.
Yeah, he's special.
He is.
There's a question I want
He's
to
everything they
ask
said
him.
he was.
I want to ask about him maybe a little later on. But we had started this by talking about De'Aaron Fox and what he's got going on. And this is going to be an interesting time right now because you talk about fourth quarter Fox is back. I see the same things that you see. I wonder if De'Aaron Fox has that ability that we see from guys like Steph Curry, from guys like Kevin Durant. We'll talk about him a little later too. Kevin Durant.
Hey, salute, KD.
Yeah. Where they, we hear it all the time. Dame Lillard was like this when he was in Portland, but they would be like, oh, they know what time of the season it is. And they're about to flip a switch. And they have, I wonder if De'Aaron has that. And by us talking about fourth quarter Fox is back and all this other stuff, certainly feels like he read the room. He read what time of the season it was. He's like, okay, it's time to turn up. It's time. I had my little lull. Now it's time to turn up. We'll find out over the next 27 games if it genuinely is like that. But man, these last 3, I mean, it's literally a situation where it's like, all right, we lost to Detroit, beat Denver. We got 2 games before the break. We got to play good basketball going into the All-Star break. And he goes for 41 and 30, whatever. Like he turned it on like that.
Yeah.
Then we come back from the break. All right, time to get going. Everybody's going to ramp up in the second half of the season. Turns up immediately. I wonder if he's one of those type of guys, one of those type of superstars.
He could be. I mean, we might get a good sense of that over the course of the next 2 weeks. Because if you think that he is, the sample size would be getting larger, right? This is a crucial stretch of basketball for Sacramento. Mike said it over, during one of the practices earlier this week. We're still in control of everything. You've got there's enough games out there to be played against teams that matter in terms of standings. Like you're in control of everything. You're in control of top 6. You're in control of playing. You're in control of home court. You're in control of everything. And we often, whether people believe in it or not, there's enough to show out there that it happens. The ramp up, we're going to turn it on. Whether it's a LeBron-led team or Steph or, KD or a particular player or whatever. Yeah, De'Aaron could be one of those. Yeah. He could be one of those. Like we said, he's averaging 32 points over the course of the last 3 games.
And to be perfectly fair to the whole situation, to everybody who said that. The league probably did ramp up last year. The thing was, people didn't think the Kings would ramp up.
The
as
Kings
well.
ramped up too. Yeah.
And that's where everybody's like, oh, we didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
And it also had me thinking about this team in general. So
that's a good. Go ahead. You got me thinking about something.
Okay. I like that. I like when everything is, going in D'Lo's mind. Business starting to pick up, like JR would say. But I heard, so this is funny. I read something that got me hyped up, and then I actually heard it, and I wasn't as it didn't match the quote. But Kevin, what you?
I found you had me thinking like the ramp up the Kings. I was like, what did De'Aaron do in the final stretch of the season?
I was thinking the same thing too.
I got it.
I was actually looking at that.
Oh, did you get it?
No,
I got it. It was 25 points per game.
Well, you take it.
Wait, that's not bad.
Yeah, those 3 games at the end. That's what really good. Got it.
It's always the worst when you're like, oh, I got a stat right here.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna
cook right here.
We're gonna get
him.
him.
You look back, like you just ignore it at that point. Don't even bring it up the rest of the show. Like whatever.
Oh, you take those 3 out. Number goes to 26.
There we go. There we go.
But he did shoot 53% from the field. You know what? Forget it. Just forget the whole. Just never mind.
Don't even look it up.
No,
Fox
it's
was 30
fine.
points per game, closing out the season. Shot about 50%.
Just hit the dump button. Don't worry about none of this. All that mattered is the Kings finished strong last year.
He shot 94% from the free throw line in the final month of the season.
Who did?
De'Aaron.
Did he?
Yeah. It was 4 games, but he shot 94%.
Because you know what he shot the second part, the rest of the season, the rest of the post All-Star?
No.
72.
Last year?
Yeah. That's why I didn't give none of the stats. Like all of the stats are basically his season stats. There's no ramp up there. Damn it, Kenny. Got me all excited. I thought Jesse's right. I thought I had one. I was like, oh, I thought I was like, oh boy, my man Casey's a genius. Let's look at this.
I was looking too.
Who needs stats when you got the eye test, huh?
Yeah, that's all we need. We just need the eye test. That's all that matters.
But so I read a tweet yesterday of Kevin Huerter talking post game. And Kevin Huerter post game, the tweet says Kevin Huerter, talks about the Kings returning after the All-Star break. And it was like, quote, "We're back and we're ready to go." And I saw that and I said, oh, let's go. Let's go. These boys know what time it is. Let's go. So I read the quote, right? And then I saw the video and Kevin Huerter just basically goes, yeah, it's the All-Star break and guys get away, but now we're back and we're ready to go. That's not inspiring.
Hey, sometimes
I can attach that one to a 5-point win over the 11-win Spurs rather than your first quote, how you said that. It's like, I don't know. That one makes more sense.
So, but it did have me thinking about this team and thinking about De'Aaron and ramping up and all this other stuff. Is this where we'll see the experience of making the playoffs last year, the 16-6 towards the end of the season? Is this where we'll see that type of experience play a big part in how they finish the season? I think myself, I don't know about everybody, but we thought, all right, they went through that experience and out the gate, they're going to show you, it's different. They had that experience. Now they got a taste. They're ready to go. And maybe that's not the case. Maybe where you see that experience is, number one, in a playoff series, if they can get there.
Mm-hmm.
But number two, in this ramp up period where they look at it, they've got a little bit of a tall task ahead of them, but they've done this before. They can lean on the fact that we've been here before. We've been on this side of the All-Star break and played great basketball. Let's go do it again. Is there a possibility that this is where the experience is maybe most valuable?
Sure. It's possible. The only thing is they didn't show a lack of experience last year.
No, they did. But now, it's the new year, and now, So they were in the
they're in a
3 seed.
different position.
Yeah, they were
this
in a
year.
3 seed last year.
Sure.
So, it's like, all right, cool. But now they've got some making up to do.
Sure.
And they could be like, yeah, we got some making up to do, but we know we can do this.
Battle tested a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely it could. I think there's playoff experience, big game experience. The Kings, I think the Kings know the assignment. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's hit the Farmer's Dog Talk line.
Hey,
I love this. Let's get our man Herbert in here. Herbert, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy Friday to y'all.
Yes, sir.
What up, man?
Just cruising, baby. Just cruising.
I feel you.
Hey, y'all, about Wemby. I just wanted to get y'all thoughts on, usually when a guy's that tall, he usually has a lot of problems health-wise. Staying healthy and because those guys are freaks and they, have a lot of bone issues and things like that. So, and you have a lot of weight to carry as well, just with the frame. So, you guys think he can have a long career, or maybe be a burnout?
It sounds like his team, not the Spurs, but
Team Wemby,
yeah, have done a masterful job at kind of, I think the term that is prehabbing. Like instead of recuperating from an injury, you're preparing yourself to not be injured.
Right.
Like the soft tissue stuff, the stretching stuff, like so much I think is made of his routine is because of what Herbert brought up there. The history of big men developing foot issues, knee issues, lower extremity issues, things like that. And it sounds like Wemby's crew might be the first like collection of people, because I don't mean to use this term negative. It feels like he's been groomed for this moment for years.
Yeah.
And they have kept all of these things in mind. So I would put my level of concern for him at a far different level than I would, someone coming his size coming out of Kentucky or Duke or
the things
wherever.
that I've heard, we've heard and read is since he was like 11 or 12, they spared no expense in getting the best doctors, trainers, yoga instructors to make sure everything, like you said, prehabbing is exactly what it needs to be for him to get to this point and beyond. So there are things that you can't plan for, like you can do yourself to do your best to try to prepare and try to not make happen. So you never know, but it seems like you said, he's been prepared for this moment. Maybe definitely, I would say definitely better than any big man his size has ever been prepared for.
Let's get Kamara in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
Fellas. To that Wemby point, there was a story that said that they actually put an emphasis not on weight training, because he's still a young body, still growing into it, but on stretching and flexibility. So,
I wish more people understood that. Like, I wish more people understand that these young kids should not be trying to bench press whatever in the weight room right now. That's not what their body should be doing. But it's a great call.
Squats and whatnot. But a couple of things, Kenny, the text you sent me about Jeezy, I was thinking about it. I think you might be right on that one. I was thinking about it. It probably top 25 debut.
I think it's top 25 ever. If that was his third album, I think it'd be top 25, top 10 all time. We kind of talked about it yesterday, and that's a tough one to crack. But I think it's a top 25 album of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. About the game last night, man. Listen, loved it. It was a little sketchy. Was hoping, but listen, the W is a W. We'll take them this time of the year. I feel like, and you guys can tell me if you're feeling this way, I feel like we need 20. We need 20 wins in this part of the season, because to get us to top 6. I think if we can get 51, Like, I mean, listen, 48, 49, 47, it's going to be that real play-in mode, but I think 51 gets us in the top 6 based on the way the West looks, because it just is so compounded, like a half a game, 1.5 games. And as far as Fox or the team being able to take it up a notch, I absolutely believe first of all, they understand the moment, they understand the time, and I think Fox is that type of guy. He's shown it in different silos of his career, like when the big moments he can get there. It's just the great ones stay there, right? The good ones get there, the great ones stay there. And Mike's been trying to tell De'Aaron and putting his mind that you're a great one. Now, he's had some bumps in the middle of the season, but I think he understands it. I think Sabonis is playing out of his mind.
Yeah,
he's playing out of his mind. If he continues to play that way, and Malik and then Keegan, I think he's gonna, he's found his what he needs to do on this court, and I'm glad. I am so glad that Kevin Herter is back on it.
Oh no! You heard it. You heard it.
That's my fault. I went to Kamara with 2 minutes.
We got breaks to hit, pal.
I went to Kamara with 2 minutes going, I don't know.
He wasn't wrapping it up. Like
I don't know. I'm going to give it a shot. We'll come back with more. Shout out, Kamara. We appreciate you. We'll come back with more. Stealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Tone. That was an Actively Black jacket. Just like the hoodie right here. That was an Actively Black jacket I had on last night. So if you head over to activelyblack.com, they have a whole Black Panther line. It could be gone because their lines sell out and they restock when they can. Like they just restocked their Fubu collab today. But yeah, it was an Actively Black line, Tone. And Tone saw that jacket like, man, you're gonna get us in trouble. Had to support my guy though.
Absolutely. D'Lo might know better than I would. I don't know, man.
I don't think so.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that joint's gone. He did 150, and I think that's it.
He did one with the Houston Rockets too.
Yeah, that comes out Sunday.
Wow. NFL, like Kyle was talking about, NFL salary cap at 255, $30 million increase from last year. I think everybody that loves their NFL team may owe Taylor Swift an apology and tell her thank you.
What do you mean?
Taylor Swift is the reason why my team can sign Christian Wilkins this season.
Oh,
the income that came from her, the ad money. The
and you doubted her, Casey, and she's the reason why you guys get to sign Brandon Ayuk now.
I just got to thank Taylor. Lizzie has a good point. The Amazon playoff game, the Peacock playoff game.
Yeah, I saw that price tag.
Pipe down.
We'll get it right this time.
All right.
I want to be excited that baseball is back, but the MLB just kills it every time.
I love
when it doesn't help too that every owner in the league is just like, yeah, we're not spending money anymore.
Well, the killer for me is this Dodger thing really does. Like, I really don't know how they don't win the World Series this year.
I'm low-key annoyed that every time I look up now, there's baseball on the television.
I hate spring training.
NFL Live is on ESPN too.
Well, we don't need to go there. Let's go to Paul Feinbaum.
Watch. Well, that happened too. Hey, man. This is not hold out on folks. Mitch is here.
Hey, man. Shout out to our guy. Mitch responded to something to me on Twitter. And he responded or whatever. He's like, yeah, this is Mitch in Jersey. Mitch, I know who you are, big dog. Come on, man. You ain't gotta announce yourself. I know Mitch.
Mitch, you one of the most. You might be the most legendary person on this show, Mitch.
You know, it gets me in trouble. How you guys doing? I don't remember what I tweeted you about last night. You know, my mind. My
Just
mind
be careful on Twitter.
What was it about it? Well, yeah.
My mind is like a pinball machine. It
Well,
really
I don't.
is,
Well, Mitch, just know that likes are tracked.
Likes are what?
Likes are tracked. We can see the tweets that you like.
Oh, yeah, it's true. You know, it's coming down to 3 days. 3 more days of retiring. You know, they lied.
Oh, man.
What are you gonna do with all this off time, Mitch?
Well, I'll be casual, and I'm thinking about working either a dog shelter or there's a resort with dogs.
Okay.
But I know I'll probably have to start at the bottom. You know, I have to clean out, the cages. You know, we have to clean out with dogs and all that stuff. You know, work my way up. But
the good thing is you'll probably be, a little more flexible schedule. You can probably make your own schedule or something like that.
Yeah, the casual. I won't get any no overtime, no more than 20 hours a week. I just want to come in 2 days, so 12 hours. Because I cannot believe all the paperwork is to retire, and the taxes. You know, they lie to me about I have to pay tax after you retire. This is money that you made after all your working career. Like you guys, I'm sure, have to pay taxes. You contribute your Social Security, and you have a 401k. And I don't think you want to take financial advice from Mitch or anyone from New Jersey. Buyer beware. But I'm just joking here. Is there another generation talent that's coming out? Because it seems like the same teams that already have less than 10 wins, they're like tanking for somebody. But I cannot believe I think that San Antonio guy I got to say his name.
Wemby.
Let me think. Wannabe?
Yep, it's close. No, it's almost there. One more try.
Wamba? Jesus. But Holmgren, he's in the same boat. I'd be going to hamburger joints, Carvel every day, and I'd be hitting the gym. They should be lifting weights and eating 6 meals a day.
That was it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, thanks, Mitch. Well,
What be? And homegrown.
Man, I love Mitch.
Oh man, hey,
I'm not sure what the
happy retirement, Mitch.
Yeah,
happy retirement. Hey, Mitch, look, I only laugh because I'm not the best with names either. So I feel your pain sometimes, man. Especially like I follow boxing. They got a lot of foreign guys in boxing. And I just leave it to the professionals.
I don't need Debo Samuels.
Debo Samuels. I get it, man. I get it. Don't trip. Don't trip.
I don't even care about Mitch, botching the names is par for the course. I love Mitch's tirade on retirement papers.
Oh man, that's classic.
That
needs
that's
to be the
money.
post.
That's
That's
money
what we
Mitch
want
right
from
there.
Mitch.
Yeah,
We
that's
teach people. There's things that they don't know about when they're going into retirement that they got to account for.
all that damn paperwork for retirement.
I hope Mitch comes to California now that he's retired. Just for a visit or something like that.
We got to get him to a live show.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, we've got to get Mitch out here at some point.
Yeah, Mitch is that dude.
Did we establish this? Has Mitch ever been to California?
I don't think he has.
He's had to have been to LA, I'm sure, like once or something, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
We'll ask him next time.
Mitch might be the only guy from that New York, New Jersey area that's just full-fledged like West Coast.
Yeah. Well, he likes because he likes the Dodgers because they're from Brooklyn. But
I think he's a Niners fan.
Yeah, he's a Niners fan. He likes the Kings.
Loves USC.
Loves USC for no reason.
Big
Well, I think
guy.
there's a reason.
Hey man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
He just might have been a big fan growing up.
Still don't know who he was talking about.
If anybody could put that puzzle together, let us know. Let us know. That's not even the funniest OJ call we've ever gotten. The other guy who called when we were talking about Hogan, like I have a soft spot for Hulk Hogan, and my guy called and said, "Yeah, no, I understand, D-Lo. I feel the same way about OJ Simpson."
That might be our best call.
How we didn't save that to the soundboard is beyond me.
Man.
That's one of I think we were at home when that happened.
Yeah, I was in the Madison building still.
Oh man.
Will Kane. There's Jesse and Will
Jesse
Kane.
and Will Kane.
Will Kane is buried under this Odyssey building like they did the David Ortiz jersey for like the new Yankee Stadium and all that.
Remember when they found it and they pulled it out? Look at all the stripe. They were pissed. Those little construction workers.
Oh, that's amazing. I wish I knew when that was. My man said, "Oh, I know how you feel, D-Lo. I have a soft spot too for OJ Simpson."
Oh, jeez. Well, it was probably New Jack who called. But if you're on YouTube enough, maybe it'll just pop up.
It
like,
might.
OK Lake Show just popped up on my feed for whatever reason.
Well, it's a popular clip.
I don't know where that came from.
No, it's a popular clip. Isaiah Oliver released by the 49ers.
Yeah, saves
According to our man Nick Wagner.
I think does he say how much it saves? I think it saves like $3 million or something.
Literally read you everything he wrote. I'm sure Kyle Madson will have a full breakdown on NinersWire.com.
We've got 3 show titles that include OJ Simpson, so I'll look through them.
What were the show titles?
So the one is Mitch's call. I won't mention his name, but it's OJS. So that's
Okay.
one show title. The other one is I don't know how we got to OJ.
Oh God.
And then the other one is, oh no, he wasn't OJ Simpson, was he?
Oh man.
What?
Oh,
What were
Big
we
OJ
talking-
Simpson show, I guess.
D-Lo and KC, aka it is what it is.
Boy, without context, man, this stuff is wild. You've got some great show titles out there, though.
Yeah, we got some all-timers in
Doing a
there.
Great job. By the way, the Niners saved $2.4 million
Okay.
releasing Isaiah Oliver. Oh, something I was gonna. Oh, can I ask the big picture question?
Sure.
For the NBA.
Mhm.
There's a lot of, and I think we've kind of talked about this a little bit, but I think it was maybe about 3 years ago. So some things have changed. But there's a lot of talk going around right now and it's ridiculous because the league will be just fine. It's always just fine. But people are like, oh man, when LeBron and Steph leave, NBA's in trouble. Those two right there, they carried the league on their back. And when they're gone, oof, I don't know what's going to happen. All right, they'll be perfectly fine. They're about to sign a $500 billion media deal. They'll be fine. But
they'll survive.
We've talked about there are players that invoke emotion, and I think those type of things push the popularity of the league. And Steph and LeBron are those two, right? Like you feel one way or another about them, but you always feel
yep.
like, and that evokes emotion. I said, I think when we first had this conversation, I said Russell Westbrook is in that conversation, but Russ is getting older.
Yep.
Like Russ isn't a guy that is going to, be next for this league. And it's almost a different conversation between the best player and the person that's going to make people tune in.
Mm-hmm.
You think Vic has that? I don't know.
Once he has Trae Young on his team, I think.
I think I
do.
Sidekick. I do think he does. I think this year there's a level of newness to Victor Wembanyama, and I don't think the league's network partners did him a service by scheduling so many damn San Antonio Spurs games. It's not hate. That's an 11-win basketball team. Like, they're going through bumps and bruises. There's a novelty to it right now. And it wore off kind of quick. And so watching entire Spurs games got really old. It's like, oh, okay. I'm going to watch Vic tonight. Ooh, Vic and Chet. All right. Vic and LeBron. I'm going to watch that. Okay. I don't like Vic and Steph. I don't need this. Like, okay, wait a minute. Why the hell is the Spurs and Pistons on? Right. It got kind of old quick. I think as the Spurs get better and his game evolves, like they're going to have, I don't know that they'll have as many next year as they did this year. They're going to have a lot of nationally televised games moving forward. Which is why, like, the Spurs got to, like, I know this is a slow approach, but you got to start building around him a little bit just to make the team more palatable. Like, it could be like a tough watch. Sure, you're watching guys play hard, but again, in the end, it's 11-45 basketball team. But to answer your question, yes, I do think Vic can do it.
I'm unsure.
I think Vic has maybe a little bit more personality than we've been allowed to see. Now, the concern, though, that will be, did the Spurs just kind of land dry guys like with Tim and the Admiral, and just kind of very keep to themselves, dry guys? Vic, I see clips of him where he seems to be really engaging. He's a Louis Vuitton spokesperson. Like, he's not shying away from the camera.
Nike guy.
Yeah, like I think there's something there that could be really good for the league in terms of like the exposure of the league and the next guy. Like, I absolutely think it could be big.
Do you think these new guys are willing to play the role? Like, I feel like LeBron, like hear me out real quick. Like, his ability or whatever makes him the best player in the league, but there's also things that come with it, and things that like you just have to deal with just being that guy or whatever. Just kind of like
embracing
it. I'm not sure if these new guys embrace that. They're more so I'm a hoop or whatever, like just kind of like they're whatever about it. You know what I'm saying a bit?
Yeah.
There's a couple of guys
like Jokic. He could Jokic, he's one of the best players in the league, but he just doesn't embrace
the league
that.
Would be dead if they're relying on Jokic.
It's facts.
Nobody cares about Jokic. And hear me when I say that. Like, we all know he's great. We all know he's maybe might go down as the best center of all time. Whatever. Nobody is watching TV to figure out if Jokic wins or loses.
But
so my thing is, like, there's more guys like Jokic than there is like LeBron. Like, more guys feel like that.
I don't think that's true, though.
Yeah, I think there's some guys in the weeds that are.
I think there are guys who will want to embrace the role, because Jokic, Jokic has the perfect work-life balance. Everyone talks about Mamba mentality. We should all strive to have the Jokic work-life balance. We're really, really good at our jobs, but we have the ability to separate, go home, and race our horses or whatever we do. Most of us, you and I, we're very passionate about what we do. It throws off our work-life balance. And when we have opportunities like we had yesterday to balance it out a little bit, we take them, right? But it's most of us aren't afforded the opportunity to be great, work, be great, and then I'm out. I don't want to go to the parade. I want to go home. I think there are more guys who will do what LeBron did, Steph did, those guys did, but they're not the caliber of players that the LeBrons, Jokic's, Steph's, what maybe Wemby's. Though they're not the caliber of player that those guys are.
Well, even worse with Jokic, and I don't mean this to be like a bash Jokic session, but it just is what it is. Even more than homework balance, when he's at work, he don't even look like he cares. Like there is no charisma to him whatsoever. When he's just really good at basketball.
They had him running out the tunnel at the All-Star practice, I think, and he's just kind of down phase, kind of just
Well,
walking out there.
I
like,
think
why
he
am I here?
cares. He cares about winning. He doesn't care about the conversation we're having.
Well, he don't even care about the show. Like that's
It. Right.
That's
Yeah,
the
right.
thing.
That's what
Like,
I mean.
when you're on the court, sometimes it's a show. Like Steph isn't like super boisterous or whatever, but when he's on the court, he'll put on a show. He'll hit a three and turn around and look at the crowd, and you're on stage.
And it'll be 3-0.
Right.
Yeah. And the crowd will eat it up.
And they'll eat it up.
Yep.
That's part of the show. LeBron will fix his shoulders and do all this other like
he'll be down 7. But he'll do it and the crowd will be high.
Or he'll be down on the ground writhing in pain.
Well,
from
that
getting touched with a finger.
That probably means it's a close game and the camera's on him. So
but he's part
nothing
of the show.
will ever beat the poke in the eye. Nothing will ever beat him staring up at the sky.
That may be his Mona Lisa.
That's the one.
That might be what
that is the one.
Well, close one that I discovered that's closest. Game 7, 2016. He shatters his wrist.
Are you talking about where his hand was amputated and then magically put back together after that?
The way he covered his wrist, rolled around on the ground, it was, oh my God.
I still watch that back. Oh my gosh, LeBron lost his hand. I already know what happened.
Yeah, he lost his hand. Yep.
That's up there. But the point being is, because of that, people either laugh at it, hate these guys for it, or whatever. Look at him. Look at the guy. Look at him.
But look at the clock. There's 2:07 left in the fourth. He knew what he was doing.
In the playing game.
He knew what he was doing.
First, got to play blind for the last 3 minutes of the game.
That man is the king.
And Jokic just isn't that. Jokic doesn't mean he's bad or less than as a basketball player, but he's not going to lead this league. There's guys that I think about that can do it. I don't know if Victor can do it. I agree with you. I think he has a little more charisma than most, but the other thing that's going against him is big guys just aren't that entertaining. Now he plays a little bit more on the perimeter, so it might be a little different. But still, if you're 7 feet, it's just not.
It's different.
People aren't drawn to that.
Yeah.
You know what I
It's
mean? They're
different.
drawn to the guards and the wing players. So that had me thinking of a couple different names. Obviously, Luka's in there. Ant-Man is in it. Ant-Man has all the extras that Jesse was talking about, that you talked about. Like he'll talk, he's charismatic, he'll put on a show, he'll do all that. I want to see what happens if people right now nobody's against them. So that's what we're going to have to figure out. Nobody's doubting him, nobody's against them. It's all love. There's going to become a point where he can't win the big one. Or all that little stuff that you talk about is cute, but are you really serious about winning? And then that's when people are going to get locked into Anthony Edwards. We're not there yet. There's 2 guys that come to mind for me that feel like they fit that component.
Okay.
One is John Morant, because there's people who will feverishly defend him moving forward. And there's people who won't be able to stand him. They can't stand him. And that is what's going to make people watch. And the other one, I want to know what you guys think about this. Might be a little surprising. It was even a little surprising for me.
Okay.
I think Devin Booker's in that category. He's good enough. Like there's realistically a point in time when you could say 3 years from now, he's the best shooting guard in basketball. So he's one of the top 10 players in the game.
Okay.
He's just surly enough to be hateable.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's loved outside of Phoenix.
Yeah.
Necessarily. But they're good. He's good. He's going to get in playoff series where people are going to, I want to see this guy lose bad.
I feel like you left out a really obvious one.
What you got?
Tatum?
No. Shea.
We'll see. Shea has all that, but
what does Shea not have?
Number one, he has okay.
And by the way, my fault. I do not disagree with you about Booker at all. I don't disagree with you at all. I think that's perfect. Absolutely.
Shea's a little quiet. Now, people think that he's a little louder because of his league fit stuff. When was the last time you heard Shea speak about anything? When was the last time Shea played up to the crowd and made people hate him? He's pretty
I
chill.
don't. Well, yeah, I don't think he's there yet, though. So I don't think he's. So like that wasn't Steph out the gate. Like people weren't like Steph was a baby face until the Warriors started winning too much. Then he became a heel. That whole team became heels.
Right.
He hasn't hit the point where he can turn heel yet.
That's fair.
Book. Now
And
that's
he-
kind of Book's personality. Book kind of been that. That's always been
Can
Devin
Book be
Booker.
that guy though? Because it's kind of like is Book seen as the face on his own team though?
Right now,
Like
it's a
has he
little
ever
bit-
been?
but
Like
KD
even with the
won't-
finals team.
But
KD won't be there for too much longer.
Book embraces this stuff though. Like Book already has his sports drink. He's trying to get his shoe line going. Like he embraces this stuff.
The brand.
The
aspect
brand.
of it.
Yeah. Like, and there is a level of this that the brand that's important to this. But why isn't Tatum in the conversation? He too quiet?
Needs a ring.
He too none of these guys we mentioned have a ring.
I think that's what they're waiting on. I think Tatum, because he's got the commercials, he got shoes, he's got all this stuff.
Tatum
I
could be
think
in
they're
there.
just kind. I think honestly they're kind of waiting on that.
Tatum could be a needle mover moving forward.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
I think he's hateable enough too. Like he's I don't know what the word is, whatever. Like on NBA Twitter, like I said, he's just talking Tatum stinks in the playoffs, or he's not a big game player. Like
But
it's another way.
The word I think we're on the same page here is polarizing.
Yeah.
Who's polarizing enough? Polarizing means one or the other. You don't have to be hated. There's a contingency that loves you. There's a contingency that thinks you're overrated or whatever the case may be. They both race to the TV to watch. I think Tatum has that. I think he has that.
Okay.
I don't know if he has it as much
I think I
as
got to work through that one.
I don't think if he has it as much as Book though. Like people, and the other aspect
Yeah,
of this
people be
is
calling Book out his name. I ain't
Miss
going.
P. It's just Miss P.
Yeah, just Miss P. No one else.
Nobody else. But the other aspect of this is the playoffs. I think you have to get into the playoffs and have these intense series.
And that's why
have these moments.
And that's why I think you've got to be. I think you should be a little more open-minded to Shea.
No, for sure.
Let him
For
get
sure.
into those moments. Like Luka's not even there yet to me. Like Luka draws a reaction. But what are you gonna do if you're the NBA with Luka Doncic?
What you mean?
Like you could throw LeBron. You could throw LeBron into any room with any audience. If you're the league, meaning, and he will win them. If you're trying to secure $1 billion from Amazon, throw LeBron James in that room, he'll do it. Steph Curry, same thing. Can Luka do that?
Maybe. I don't know.
Because
I
Luka
don't
comes
know.
across to me like almost like almost shy.
He's pretty quiet and reserved. He's more Jokic than he is LeBron. That's probably why they get along so much. But
I think okay, I know what your point was.
but Luka, what Luka works because what do we always say about Luka? Every time the Kings play him,
He's a crybaby.
we cannot stand watching him play.
Luka crybaby. He's paraphrasing The Rock. He's
We
Luka
cannot stand-
crybaby.
And that's part of what you need. You need people like I want to watch Luka lose.
Okay.
And that sounds bad because
No, that's part of the game, right? You want to like that. I think that's Tom Brady.
Tom.
You either
Floyd
want to watch
Mayweather,
Tom Brady
all that
win
other
it,
stuff.
right?
Yeah.
People were buying fights to see Floyd Mayweather lose, just pissing their money away, thinking that dude was actually going to book a fight he might lose.
Right.
But hey, salute.
I think Luka has that
Work.
aspect.
Okay.
And he's good.
Okay.
What he's kind of missing aside from that one time is his team not really successful. We'll see what happens this year. But they haven't been in these playoff series like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then with Luka, there is a contingency of people who want to see him lose because they think he's being pushed as the great white hype. there were people who want to see, like, man, like, nah, y'all doing too much with Luka. He's not that nice. They're kind of wrong
They're
he
dead
is
wrong.
He is that nice.
Yeah.
He is that nice. But we talk about it not necessarily in that vein, but we're like, the NBA wants him to be this. They want him to be, and that breeds content.
But I think a lot. You're right. It 100% does. They want Luka to be great though, because they want to be able. It all comes down to what the NBA can sell, and it goes back to, and they'll tell you this straight from their own mouth. It goes back to Magic and Larry. It's Boston and LA. Okay, dude. If you want to tell yourself that's what this is about, go ahead. But black versus white helped.
Absolutely.
And you could pick LeBron or Steph or Shea or whoever. You need a Luka or a Jokic or a Chet or somebody.
Magic and Isaiah didn't sell the same way.
Not even close.
Larry.
Not even close.
There's one other thing that I think, and we could talk about on the other side. Shout out to the other
what?
side. The break, the other side of the break. So the other side.
That's fine. I'm just asking for clarity. No, that's fine.
I think there's one other aspect that can help whoever. This is up for grabs. That will help whoever get into that LeBron Steph level.
All right, we'll talk about it. And we'll work Fox and Sabonis into this conversation somehow. Damn it, Steelo and Casey here on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Leandro, Mason Jones already has his first meet and greet. The Kings are sending him out there to I ain't gonna say the casino, but to the casino. They're like, meet JaVale, meet Kobe Jones and Mason Jones. The Kings already get that man out there.
Hey, he's over. He's over.
Mason Jones is LA Knight.
Deuce Mason got him over. Deuce got him over.
Good for him.
I love it.
Good for him.
I love it. Hey,
I'd love to have Mason Jones on the show.
I was gonna say we're all about vibes.
Yeah, man. Mason Jones was doing it again last night. I think I saw something. Kevin Herter made a nice little backdoor pass. Mason Jones, first one out there with the goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Shout out Mason Jones, man. He gonna get a pop if he gets him.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he is.
We get a yes chant for Mason Jones.
That's awesome.
Go get him.
That's awesome.
Woo, woo, woo.
Oh God. Oh God.
That's the guy that Kane pushed off the entrance or the little stage with the wheelchair, right?
The wheelchair. Yep.
Yeah, it's JaVale.
You imagine Mike sends JaVale to the bench. They start booing or whatever because that's like Batista and all that. Like, no, we want Mason.
Once again, I ain't gonna tell the people where it's at, but you can meet JaVale, Davion, Duarte, and Mason Jones. Incredible universe vibes.
If Mike was really doing it, he'd have in a block. He'd have Mason stand up, start walking, and then tell him to go sit down. Boo! Have him stand up, walk to go sit down, and then send him in. Got to play to the crowd a little bit. Got to play to the crowd.
That reminds me. When we come back, there was something that happened last night where I was like, you guys cut it out. Remind me that when we first come back.
Okay.
We're just wrestling with this whole thing. Like Mike Brown sends him back to the bench. Jordy clotheslines him. It's like, Mason, get over here.
Did you see the viral moment? I don't know if it's still going on, but yesterday with I'm not familiar with who this guy is, but I guess he's a R&B singer or something like that. Omi somebody who he pulled the girl up on stage to do basically a little dance, and her she was at the show with her man.
Mm-hmm.
She was all too excited to go on stage.
Oh,
and then they get on stage and it was wild.
That's a foul on her too.
Yeah, she did a little extra.
You can't disrespect your partner. You can go have fun. You can't disrespect the other side.
Would you let your guys grow? Your guys grow? Would you guys let your your girls go on stage at
I can't
whoever.
control what you do, but I can control what I do after. So tread lightly.
I
let her go on stage.
One, I don't think she would. Though we did have some questions when we went to the LL Cool J concert. There was a All right. What were you wait, okay, hold on. There's a lot here. Not what we were just talking about on the commercial break. What did something happen at the arena last night you weren't feeling?
To say I wasn't feeling it is a little extra. It's not that.
Now, was this when you were sitting with Tiana Taylor or when you were sitting with your family that was there?
Neither. At one point I was sitting with my family. I was never sitting with Tiana Taylor.
How close to her were you when I left? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's good.
I was never sitting.
Sure.
I wasn't sitting next to her.
Whatever you say, pal.
No. So
could you smell her perfume?
No. It was not that close.
I think you're lying.
It was not that close. So Kings go up 4 with like 14 seconds. They go up 3 or 5 or something, whatever. Fox hits the shot. They come back down. Spurs score. They play keep away for a little bit. Monk has the ball, gets fouled. He makes the first free throw to put him up 4 with like 3 seconds to go or whatever. And Spurs have no timeouts. It's about done because he's going to make the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Crowd organically, they were hyped last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of it was nervous energy because we were like, bro, they're about to lose to the Spurs. And then when they didn't, it didn't look like they were going to. It got really loud in there and people were really excited. More excited than they probably should be to beat the Spurs, but it was a lot of nervous energy. But so Malik hits the first one, big time, light the beam chants go off. Big time. Light the beam. Light the beam.
Oh, so you hate the beam?
No.
Oh.
Mike Brown, stop. Stop. No, stop. 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 And even our guy, Scott Moak. Shh. Guys.
Okay.
Guys.
Let the fans be fans, bro.
Okay.
Now to Scott Moak's defense, I think he was going off with Mike Brown. Mike Brown was feverishly, I don't want to exaggerate it, but he was
no,
hey,
no, I'm watching it. He was.
Come
no,
on.
he was.
Stop.
He was.
And I was like, come on, guys. Come on.
Mike Brown hates the beam.
Well, we all know how Mike is with that. He's like damn near until it's like mathematical. He doesn't like them chanting the beam, like the beam. Because he's I get it. He's superstitious.
Mike. Yeah, come on,
but
Mike.
Malik was going to make the next free throw. It's going to put you up 5. You probably have the time right there. It was like 7 seconds, no timeouts for the Spurs. The game was about over. It was essentially over. And then on top of that, Malik ain't gonna miss the free throw because they shout Mike the beam.
Yeah, in Mike's defense, I guess it was 14 seconds. Malik got the last rebound of the game when it was 7 seconds.
Okay.
But it was a 5-point game with 14 seconds.
Did Malik's he got fouled with them up 3, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, his free throws gave us the final score.
Yeah. I was like,
and then he ran the ball up and did a between the legs
dunk. That was clean. I was like, come on, guys. No, man, let him do that. Because like I told you, I was part of it. We was nervous. It was
you and Tiana and
not Tiana. Well, Tiana
Angelique.
maybe, but I wasn't there. I wasn't by them, so I don't know.
And Vivek and everyone down there on the front.
No, I have no idea what
Miss
how
Spellman.
they felt. I wasn't even
good.
Close.
Okay.
He didn't sit next to Tiana because he bumped her from her seat.
No, it's crazy. No, it's wild. Like, hey, you're leaving now, right? No, you headed for the door? Because
so look.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, you're leaving right now though. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, big dog. I'll see you tomorrow, bro.
Say it ain't so.
Hey, you ready to go, right? It's almost the fourth quarter.
That's not how that
He said, yeah, I'm ready to go courtside.
You should get going, big dog. Don't get your rest up for tomorrow.
So he said, damn, you don't want to hit traffic.
Yeah.
Hey, look, That's not
So
how
he
that
said,
goes.
"In my
Come
rain,
on.
in my rain on your way home."
That's
Man,
not how that
man
goes.
was ushering me out the door.
That's tough.
Like, hey, you can go sit.
That's not how that goes.
Oh,
It's not how that goes at all.
Oh.
Next time we're at the game, well, first of all, you have to stay the whole time. That doesn't happen because you left. There's a science to this. Like, it got to be seen first.
got you.
Right? It got to be seen. So I got to spend some time where I'm supposed to be at
Mm-hmm.
before I go to my other spots.
Nah, they hit Kenny with the hey, like you can come. We only have
Yeah.
one seat though,
Yeah.
so like
Nah,
we don't have a seat for
no,
D'Lo.
No,
Yeah.
let's be clear. I wasn't sitting down.
Oh wow, standing. Well, no one was sitting down in the final minutes of the game, so that's fine.
Have you seen the clip of
I don't look. Tiana isn't sitting down the whole game. So
Let's just hopefully I don't get in trouble for this. But let's just say I was getting my Jeff Petrie on.
all right.
You can come down there too.
Well, no, hey, sorry. Hey, your little buddy over here has to go, Casey. Your little buddy's got to.
Speaking of courts,
Look, this is not the family and friends section, sir. You need to go back to your designated.
You see the video of Cam Newton just roaming around courtside, walking in front of the Knicks bench while the game's going on.
What?
Yeah,
No.
security tries to stop him.
What?
Like, no, you can't do this, Cam. And Cam talked about it after. He's like, yeah, security's like trying to tell me what to do or whatever. I'm like, dude, let go of my arm.
Oh my God, when did this happen?
It was like
I
maybe
gotta see
last week. I
this.
think it was recent. It might have been like last week at the earliest, I think.
Wait,
Yeah, he said he's talking to Calm. He's like, yeah, I'm just trying to make business moves or whatever. So I'm just moving around or whatever. And the
He's
security
walking
guy
in
told me
front
you
of the
can't go
Knicks.
this way.
This was the Knicks.
I think it was the Knicks. It was the Knicks or the Nets. It was one of the New York teams.
Oh, I gotta find this clip. I gotta see this.
I saw the video of him talking about it.
Cam's special. Cam is special.
That's so funny. He's like, yeah, I'm just trying to do my business or whatever, talking to Common or whoever he was talking to. And he's like, yeah, the guy's trying to stop me. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go this way.
I can't find it quick enough. Yeah, I'm gonna need to see that. I'm gonna need to see that.
And it's funny because they kind of talk like, well, that is their job, Cam, like to stop you. The security guy's like, no, like leave me alone.
Oh, that's Cam Newton. It's fine. He can just have a seat on the bench, Cam. It's fine.
So look, next.
Be funny if it was the Nets and he's the reason Jacques Vaughn got fired.
Oh, poor Jock.
Hey, control
Poor
Cam Newton, Jacques.
Poor Jock. Hey, so let me see. Okay, I gotta make sure it's a good time. You get the next game, March 16th. It's a Saturday. Stay the whole time.
No,
Come on.
bro. March 16th. I have an engagement that night.
Oh yeah, he's
Oh,
busy.
you're not even gonna be at the next game?
No, no, I'm not.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
I'm
busy.
I'm very, very busy
Oh,
on the night
okay.
of March 16th.
money moves.
No, you know what it is.
Oh, well, no, hold on. This is something that never happened. We never talked about this. I don't know what it is because I didn't get the invite.
How did you not get the invite?
Well, I sent it to Jasmine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I told you about it. I just sent it to Jasmine. And I knew it was the night of the Knicks game, but it was the only night that could work. That's why we're doing it. I know that's important.
Well,
to you,
okay.
so-
We'll find out. No. I'll be where you.
Well,
at.
I mean, that's your team.
That's my other team.
Well, after the
trying to
Lakers
find
and
out-
Warriors, sure.
The Mavericks game on the 29th. Stay the
Okay.
whole game.
All right.
and
Casey
then
working really hard for ditching you yesterday.
No, I'm telling him what happens. He never stays.
Casey's working really hard for leaving you yesterday.
He never stays. I tell him you gotta.
That's a Friday night.
It's a Friday
There's nothing to do the next day. I'll stay the whole
Because
game.
like I said, you know, I gotta be somewhere for a little while, right?
Yep.
So I gotta be there for a little while,
Yep.
and then I can maneuver. That's usually the time when he's like, "I'm out of here."
It's facts. That's true. That's very true. And it was funny because your wife said, "Oh, you really do leave. It's not a bit." Like, no, I go home.
He said,
watch
"I'm
the
here
game."
I'm here late."
Yeah, like I go home and prep the show and good. And last night I didn't even prep the show. Kyle crashed at the house. I talked with him for a little bit and I was like, yeah, I'm done.
Hey,
I'll deal with this tomorrow.
The other thing I thought about is yesterday was like a NBA All-Star Saturday for you. That was easy. That was easy.
It
And
wasn't
you had to
easy.
drive.
That was
They
work.
don't even have to drive.
Why? First of all, why do you hate NBA players so much?
They need to stop
And
complaining.
two, okay. So we did two different things. You didn't think yesterday was a lot?
It was a lot, but it wasn't like, man, y'all just don't know. So crazy on All-Star Saturday.
What voice is that?
Oh my gosh,
like
bro.
what are you doing?
Like y'all just don't know. This ain't even a relaxing situation. This is work.
Who said that?
They all say it.
This guy.
And we were driving.
We were driving. That was
They
a lot
don't
of
even drive.
That was a lot of driving yesterday. Worth it all, though.
It was.
Worth it
And that's
all.
what I would tell to them. It's worth it all. So let's do it. Go to All-Star Weekend. Now that Adam Silver's made sure you'll never go to Indianapolis or Salt Lake City again, then you're good.
Let's not pretend like that's not the main reason why no one wanted to go.
I was talking to somebody last night. They're like, yeah, it was whack.
We're locked in.
And they weren't talking about All-Star Saturday night.
Well, Kendra said that's Pride Night at the arena.
The 16th or the 29th?
I assume the 29th because that's the night we settled on. So we in the building. We in the building for Pride.
Matter of fact, one of those times I watched the end of the game with K&B.
Man, if you could, man, that's a whole different VIP experience. I only got to watch one game with K&B, and that was worth it.
Yeah, man. There was another one that the game was a blowout. We didn't even go back outside.
That's the one I was referring to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a good look.
That's the one I was referring to. All right, we in there. I get to stand in Kenny's secret spot.
Well, I mean, stand or sit. You guys can never find me, so I don't even want to. I want to give no clues to where I might be.
Back to the D'Lo and Casey on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX2, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320.
Oh, I got to give a shout out because I've never seen him before. I know you're about to say something, but Steve Carlson, he said, good to see you guys last night. Fake red velvet.
Hey.
We saw fake red velvet
We
out
did.
there.
We did.
Big ups to him.
We had a night. We got to visit Fake Red Velvet. I think we joined the Kappas.
No, yeah, don't tell my wife.
And no, well, she was very excited when I told her. And Mark Spears christened us a new R&B group. Mark, the Hall of Famer, was getting his jokes off, and he's like, "Y'all are so cool. You like the new R&B group." And I said, well, he's walking in with us like, well, you the bodyguard or like, what part of you? And he was like, nah, y'all are.
No, go and say, we already started it.
He said, y'all are black and yellow. And then he started singing it. It's like, yeah, they just introduced you black and yellow, black and yellow.
Come on, man.
All right, Mark.
Come on, Mark.
All right, Mark. Mark gets a lot of jokes off at my expense.
Oh, he does. Well,
but he makes me laugh
everybody.
every time. Well, he do that. Yeah, he do that. He do that for
Mark
sure.
Is funny, man.
He's very funny.
We do got to talk to our guy, Mark. We got to get him on here.
Hey, yeah.
He's hard to track down. He's a busy dude.
Well, it's not just that. It's like him. We had conversations with Mark one time, and I don't ever want to feel like, I don't ever want him to feel like we taking advantage of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mark's our guy. We were having a conversation about the face of the league, the next generation,
staff,
obviously based on Victor Wembanyama being here. Actually, before we do that, KC, that's my bad. I know we got some people waiting to talk to us.
Yeah.
Let's talk
to the people. Where are we talking to the people at?
You can bark at us anytime on the Farmer's Dog talk line. That's 916-909-1320. Farmer's Dog, a healthy life starts with healthy food. Farmer's Dog, I have a beautiful yellow lab turning 10 next month. You'd like to send some subscription samples this way.
I got love for them. I don't have no dogs. I'm not getting any dogs, but I still got love for them still.
Let's talk to Daniel, 916-909-1320. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Hey, I don't have dogs either. My daughter's got a cat. Does that count?
I got you.
Maybe
I got
dog food. I don't know.
No, she doesn't eat dog food. But anyways, hey, there was a guy on the chat. It was about 2 weeks ago. He was going off, said the NBA is dying, which is dumb. But
I think that was little brother. That was little brother. Yeah.
Oh, that's the same guy you guys banned.
Probably.
Well, I put him in timeout. I
Yeah.
never ban anybody. I put you in timeout.
Not on
And so-
purpose.
well, yeah, not on purpose. Accident sometimes. But maybe he took it as a ban because he couldn't do anything for 5 minutes. That's all it is. I just put people in timeout.
Yeah. But you know what? I was kind of watching what he was saying is, the guys that you named, they don't hold the sway that Jordan, Bird, LeBron, Kobe, they don't hold that kind of sway. None of the guys that you named. So who else is there? A Ja? I don't think any of those guys hold any of that type of sway, man. And I just remember watching a video with Magic saying that Jordan was cocky, man. And Jordan knew that he was going to be the next big thing. And Jordan would tell Magic. And I don't think there's anybody with that kind of personality in the league right now.
I think there's one, maybe two.
You know what the other thing is too? You
Appreciate
talk about
you.
having that. Yeah, for sure. Like we talk about that sway, that aura, that vibe, if you will.
Mhm.
The reason it's hard for other guys to stand out, we'll obviously talk a lot more about this, is like the other guys are still there.
Mm. Mhm.
Like LeBron's here.
Mhm.
Steph's here. An uncomfortable footnote to Jordan's rise. He wins a title, and Magic and Larry both go away.
Yeah.
Like, not that Jordan wasn't the dude. Like, no. But like when we talk the ultimate ascent, he wins in 91. 3 months later, Magic makes that announcement. And that year, Larry wraps up. Like, what do we always do? Bring wrestling into it. Ultimate Warrior wins the title. Hulk Hogan goes and makes Suburban Commando. Macho Man wins the title. Hulk Hogan goes and makes No Holds Bar. Guys go away. Like when you're trying to make the next guy, it helps when the guy before you is gone. The post-Jordan thing was tough because they were trying to find the guy while Jordan was still playing. Is it AI? Is it Kobe? Who is it? And then you start drawing these similarities between Kobe and Michael, but Michael's still there. And then Michael goes away, and everyone's like, well, I guess it's Kobe. Well, maybe it's this Iverson kid. And then you're just kind of left trying to figure out who it is. And then LeBron James walks in the room.
I love this conversation. Can we make the argument that Jordan was there before they left?
Yeah. But where? Like,
it's hard to say number one, but maybe number one. Think about Jordan. Think about Jordan in 89.
So, okay, I have to be fair to what we're talking about. Like, I was 9.
True. I was around the same age.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. I know at the time, I knew Michael and Magic. Like, Larry didn't really move the needle for me unless he was playing Magic, right? I loved Magic. I just don't think I thought it was. I still think I thought it was like, this is Magic.
See, I thought it was Jordan.
Okay.
I thought so. For instance, I think like right now, my son is 11, right? So I think about 11-year-old me. He thinks LeBron that's his GOAT. That's his guy. And Steph. Like those two that we're talking about, those are his guys. There's nobody younger that he's like, yo, this is my guy. In 89, I was like, I don't care what y'all talking about, this Magic and Larry. This is the dude. This is my guy.
So I'm sure like that's how I felt. Yeah, I'm sure that's how I felt too. Like 89, 90. But trying to look at it as an adult, is that the case? Like 9-year-old me probably thought that. 10-year-old me probably thought that because like I have magazine covers to this day of Jordan from 88 and 89 that I got in real time.
Mhm.
I don't think I have that of Magic. So like Michael was my guy, but looking at it looking at it from an adult's perspective, I don't know that that's true, that he was the guy in the league yet. And
I don't know. Obviously, I was an adult, so I don't know. But I feel like,
if he was, he was probably standing right next to Magic. Magic hadn't fallen off.
Right.
Like Magic was still Irvin Magic Johnson. He had just gone to the finals a couple months before he retired.
The only thing I think about though is 91. I think he had like that year, even before he had eclipsed.
Sure.
But you think about the 88 the 88 All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
The star.
Absolutely.
Was Jordan. Part of it was because it was in Chicago. But
who won the 88 finals?
I have to think about that before I think about what's the story. It was the Lakers.
But
that's right.
But
what do you remember from '88?
No, of course. Well, of course. No, of course,
Right.
because we still have the pictures mounted on our wall, right? But '88. That's why the '88 dunk contest. Undertaker and Mankind ruined Hell in a Cell because just threw Mick Foley off the top. The '88 dunk contest arguably ruined the dunk contest because everyone draws to it because it is iconic, from the photographs that live to this day, and perhaps even more importantly, the shoes.
And that's another reason why I think he might have been there.
But the shoes became more iconic in time, didn't they?
More iconic, yes, but they were the biggest thing out at the time. They were killing the weapons. The weapons were almost dead at that point.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I have no idea.
The weapons were dead. The Jordans were the shoes.
Okay.
Everybody wanted the Jordans.
Mm-hmm.
And so also what you said and all that as well, which I agree with, as you said, it helped. It wasn't the only factor, but it helped that those guys were gone. And that's
right.
100% correct.
But what do you think the league thought in entering the 1991 season? What do you think the league thought?
It's Michael's league.
Okay.
It's Michael's league. And the story at that time was, so the story is like kind of what we're talking about, right? Like what we're looking for and what Ant-Man or SGA or even Booker, these guys haven't got to yet.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, it was, all right, y'all been telling us that this guy is so great and he's the best player in the league and we ain't never seen nothing like him. Why he can't win? Why he can't win no championship? You can do all that scoring and all this other stuff, but it doesn't matter because they don't win. Magic played the right way. Larry played the right way. Isaiah played the right way. He can't, yeah, he's spectacular, but he's not. And that was the story, right? That it finally, probably by, my guess is definitely by 91, maybe even the year before.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It was, hey, he's great, but he can't win. These other guys, the guys that I mentioned before of today, they haven't reached. Nobody's saying that about Ant-Man. Nobody's saying about SGA. That takes a little time. And maybe you get LeBron and Steph around a little bit to kind of, that's at the transition period, to let these guys get in the playoffs and have losses and things of that nature so they can build up to that point. But I think Daniel asked, like, are guys charismatic like that? I think Ant-Man is. I think Ant-Man absolutely has everything that you're looking for as far as saying, I'm the best. He'll talk crazy. Legends got a couple of clips of him talking crazy to Kawhi and all this other stuff. He'll do all of that. And another guy that I think about, I kind of keep coming back to when we talk about kids and all this other stuff. And Ja, man.
See, let me cut you off real quick. He was already the next in line, I feel like. Now we're searching for a guy because he fumbled it. He was almost like Shawn Michaels or whatever, lost his smile. Ja was on his way. He was the guy. He was next. Like, we're talking about LeBron and Steph, I think, and stuff like that. Like, even after they left, I think, like, Ja was going to be the guy and all that. But once he got in trouble and all, I think now that leaves us searching for who the guy could be. But, like, realistically, we're looking now because Ja messed that up.
So I don't think that's true.
You don't think so?
It might enhance him.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
It might add fuel to whatever people felt about him.
I feel like
didn't like him or
think
they liked
back to Ja's first game back. Remember when Ja's first game back off that suspension and what he did?
Mhm.
He was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Hit the game winner on a bad Memphis Grizzlies team.
Mhm.
It was a reminder. I don't think Ja's fumbled it.
I think he still got a chance.
I think he has.
He can pick it back up. I think right now. I think he fumbled it because, like I said, it's just kind of like
he
we're
had the
waiting now.
inside track, and now it's more. Now there might be some other guys in the race.
He'll have to do more work than the other guys too.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I didn't even get to my other point about that too.
Let's just keep going because we've got calls. I love this conversation. There's no need to stop for a commercial.
Shout out to Wemby. I was thinking about that last night.
I want you to make your point,
Yeah.
which I didn't realize you didn't because I thought that conversation was phenomenal. But I do want to hear from TC here, 916-909-1320 on the Farmers Dog Talk line. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, big dog?
Oh man, just vibing, touching in with the homies. Hey, I want to keep it real quick and simple, bro. Look, check it out. Like I told y'all before, man, the band is back. The boys is ready. I got a 6 seed. I like that game. We gonna take it how we want it. I mean, I know we want to blow the Spurs out by 50, but a win is a win.
Yeah.
D-Lo, am I lying, D-Lo? At this time, a win is a win, right, Kenny?
That's right, dog. I'm with you 100%.
I don't know which one of us is supposed to respond. I'm with you, TC.
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, I'm with you. Take
Right,
the dub.
Charlie?
Yeah. Take the dub.
Complex. Hear me out, dog.
Win's a win. Right, Aaron?
That's good stuff. Let's get
my boy, man.
Let's get, just for the sake of flow, let's get Jeremy in here real quick and then we'll go to Manny. Jeremy, what's going on, bro?
Chilling. Yeah, so I really thought Anthony Edwards would be the guy that came through to fucking try.
Oh, well.
0 day.
We caught it, Jeremy. You got it. Just don't curse again. Yeah.
0 day.
I don't even think we lasted a week.
I thought he would be the guy that came in and that would re-spark the fire, like when Kobe did, but at the All-Star game, but it just didn't happen.
You're a little flustered now, Jeremy, aren't you? It's all good, baby.
You're good.
Jeremy,
Jeremy.
it's all good,
You're
baby.
good.
You're our guy. It's all good, baby. Let's get Manny.
Please
Manny,
don't cuss.
Manny,
can't afford it.
Clean it up, buddy. What's up, Manny?
I'm gonna try. First, I got to get some air horns for my 9-year-old's birthday today, Ellie.
Hey, they call me Big Ellie.
Happy birthday, Ellie.
So, the thing, like when Jesse brought Ja, and I think when he's coming from an adult perspective, right? Like we're adults, we think about things differently than when we were kids, and so I'm with you guys on that. Like he hasn't dropped the ball. It's the adults are the ones gonna criticize him and have all these thoughts. Where the kids, man, they just watch how these guys are playing, how phenomenal they're playing, and that's their favorite player. They don't worry about the off the court stuff as much, even though it's out there everywhere. And that's another part of it is like back in the day when you were trying to find someone to replace Mike, or even with LeBron is more towards now, but there's so much highlight videos, YouTube, Twitter, all that, where it's just going to create itself now. We see these guys way more. You can't miss games now. It's on so many different channels, cable, whatever it's going to be on Max, what they're playing on nowadays. It's we're so much exposure that there's just going to be a bunch of guys that there's going to be favorites, and they're going to take that mantle, and we're going to move. The game's going to move along flawlessly.
I agree with a lot of stuff. Now, one of the things Manny said, appreciate you, Manny, is he talked about the kids, right? And to a certain degree, like I wouldn't go as far as saying like I said, my son, he's 11. I wouldn't go as far as saying Ja was his favorite player. Steph's his favorite player. But he was attracted to Ja Morant.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was like, yo, did you see what Ja did? Like it would come up and he would see it. He'd ask, did you see that? Or, oh man, like he did like Ja, or like if I'll ask him tonight, I don't think he's like his favorite player. He might not even be top 5, but he was attracted to Ja Morant with the way that he played basketball. So there's that. But to Manny's point, though, I don't know if we're even talking about the kids. Like when we talk about generating buzz and all this other
we're
stuff,
talking about
We're talking about
league,
the adults.
Yeah, what the
We're
league's
talking
gonna buy
about
into.
the college kids.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that, for lack of not saying the kids aren't on social media, but those are the ones from like 17 to 35.
Who's spending money?
Spending money.
That's what we're talking about. Who's going to go buy the jersey?
Are arguing about
who's
this
going to
guy,
go buy
that
this
guy.
video game because so and so is on the cover of it?
Yeah.
Who's going to make sure they buy a ticket when this particular player is in town?
Yeah, and those guys,
so
that group, I think, is split on John Morant. He invokes emotion one way or the other. You either thought he's being a jackass and almost ruined everything or whatever, or you think that and you want to see him lose, or you think that, man, people made too much of it. He's, getting a raw deal, and I want to see this dude win because of it.
Yeah.
And that's what's driving conversation. I don't think 9, 10, 11-year-olds are driving conversation.
He has an opportunity for a fresh start, like a completely fresh start after this injury.
How long was like the buffer period between when Jordan retired to, like, I guess LeBron? Was it like Jordan came back and he's still the face of the league with the Wizards, or like how long was it? Because I think looking at the guys now, there's a lot of up and comers where you think he can be it, but I don't think if say LeBron and Steph were to retire right now, like there's no guy like boom, he's ready to take the mantle right now.
No,
Jordan was like the elder statesman. He to steal the old our joke from Airtime. He the young puppy, the rest of them young puppies. I'm the big dog. In Jordan's Wizards scenario, he was Magic. He was the big dog. He was the old dog in that uniform.
I do think,
and there was Kobe's and AI's and
those
Tracy
two,
McGrady's.
Yeah, Tracy's that's a good one. But those two, I think sometimes people maybe sleep on who they were. I like when you talk about a buffer period. I don't think there was a buffer period. I think it was clearly in a healthy way. It was Jordan, and then Kobe and Allen Iverson, and they were the dudes. They were. I mean, think about Allen Iverson, and look, 20-some years later, actively black, like because he has that type of.
Allen Iverson is arguably the most influential player the league's ever seen.
He was massive. He was.
By the way, at some point, we have to have a long talk about Kyrie Irving. Kyrie, like,
no problem with that.
Don't let the nonsense fool you. That dude is nasty.
Man, if Kyrie could stay on the floor, he might be one of them ones that we're
right,
talking about
exactly.
that carry the league.
Right.
And even without that, like if he could just stay on the floor, he is polarizing.
He
for a number of
absolutely
different
is.
reasons.
Yeah.
He is one that people will tune into, like myself, marvel at how he plays basketball.
But the
like,
problem,
I just love watching him play basketball. And then there's others like, I hate this guy. I want to see him lose.
Yeah, Kyrie's not young anymore.
No.
That's the other. I feel like we were almost robbed of Kyrie a little bit. Go ahead.
Was Kobe a top 10 player when he became like after Jordan and stuff like that? Because the time that kind of like Anthony Edwards is not a top 10 player yet. Like these Halliburton and Ant-Man and those guys, like they're not top 10 yet. Do you need to be top 10 to be like
Kobe? Absolutely was.
Kobe was top 10. And the other thing that he has that Anthony Edwards and is he was on the highest stage. He was a Laker and they were a championship team.
Yeah.
And that just took him to a
I think Kobe
level.
sometimes gets
great.
I think Kobe sometimes gets overlooked a little bit because he's the only guy who played like in both eras. Like he played with Jordan. Now it wasn't 96, Jordan, but he played with Jordan.
Right.
And he played with LeBron. Like he overlaps those two. And the thing with LeBron, it like became clear quick. It's his league.
Right.
Like he's, no pun intended, he is the chosen one.
Right. Yeah. And we all, it was like, yo, this dude Kobe is sick.
Yeah. And
we weren't like, it's his league.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we did with LeBron. So there's that aspect with those two, Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant were, and then there was the other thing that went along with that too, which helps. There's so many different dynamics, and it's an inexact science a lot of the time. Is to a certain segment, Kobe was what the league wanted to promote, clean cut. That's who the league wants. Iverson was for the people.
Yep.
Was for the streets.
Yeah.
And there was a back and forth with that
Yep.
group. Like,
Yep.
no, AI's that dude. No, I don't care what you say about Kobe. He got the skill. Like, there was that dynamic, right? And it all came to head. They ended up playing in the finals, and all that happened. But they carry things till.
But be clear though, the streets love Kobe too.
Oh, absolutely.
But AI was
Absolutely.
AI. That's why I talk about his, like being influential. AI is very, very unique.
Yeah.
To the sport of professional basketball. Allen Iverson is like one of one.
Yeah. And so ironically, the real nasty, sketchy time that makes me question Wembanyama and Wembanyama. Wamba, what
You got it, Mitch. You got it, buddy.
What makes me question Wemby is the sketchy time was after the first Jordan retirement. And you had a Hall of Fame. You had some of the greatest players we ever seen. They didn't really captivate nobody.
Yeah, right.
And that's when the centers were the guys.
Yeah, Olajuwon and Patrick and
Shaq and David Robinson.
You know what I think part of that problem was to kind of tie in what we were talking about. I don't think anybody believed Michael was really gone. Like and again, I'm trying to give you the perspective. This is 13, 14-year-old. I knew enough, watched enough, read enough. I don't think anybody thought he was really gone. He was still all over our TV screens because he was playing baseball.
Yeah.
And then the second he shows up at a Chicago Bulls practice a year later, it's everywhere. Like there was never a, guys, we better figure this out. It was almost like, hang on.
Yeah.
Let's get through this.
Just tread water real quick.
Yeah, let's get through this and let's just see what happens.
And they had
they
had guys, that it was a little bad luck too, if you look back on it, because they had guys that maybe could have done an AI Kobe LeBron situation, but injuries got him with Grant Hill. Penny Hardaway was a massive star with the shoes and everything. He was massive. And he couldn't stay healthy. So you never know how that played out. The other part I was going to make about all this is when you talk about LeBron and Steph.
Yeah.
One of the things that helped them lead an era and have their own era together is there was directly, indirectly, a rivalry between those two. Like that's almost the difference between LeBron and KD.
Yeah.
LeBron and KD don't really have it because for a long I didn't even know until this year. They hadn't played for like five years and played each other. But for the better part of, what would you say, probably 10, it's 2024, almost 10 years. It's been LeBron versus Steph for the ultimate prize. And that's where Wemby, Ant-Man, and I'll even say Jokic might be able to get in this. Giannis, if they get in situations where these guys are competing against each other for the championship, whether if it's Giannis and Tatum in the same conference, but like these are the guys. One of these guys might just win a championship, but they're just going back and forth for 4 years in a row or something like that, or 4 out of 5 years. Or Giannis plays Jokic in the finals 2 out of 3 years or something like that. That's also what helps define an era, is if you can be on the biggest stage that the sport has to offer every single year and having a rivalry that goes back and forth.
2 really, really quick things. First one, Jesse talking about Ja. I saw David J bring it up. We don't have to elaborate on this, but you'll get what I'm saying here. Ja's setback. Kobe had a setback too.
That's true.
Think about where Kobe finished at. I think we could see the same from Ja.
And real quick on that, we're not going to get into the details about it, but there was an aspect, much like we'll probably be with Ja, of people who thought Kobe was being railroaded and done wrong, and they supported him because of that. And there's people that thought Kobe was 100% guilty, and they hated him because of that.
Yep, absolutely. The other one last, and I don't like, I'm not trying to get out on this note. Like this, we're not talking about it anymore. It's just, we didn't bring up a name because I know you don't buy this name, but I think you're wrong. And I think it's Tyrese. I think Tyrese has the ability to be in this conversation because think about what we've talked about today.
Mhm.
Tyrese, he has some growing to do as a player, and he hasn't. A lot of these guys haven't gotten to the point of that Floyd Mayweather. I'm tuning in to see you lose. Help that happens with LeBron. That happens with Steph.
Right.
It happens with Jordan. They haven't gotten to those points yet because they haven't won anything.
Right.
But Tyrese has the personality in interviews in boardrooms. He's got the Magic Johnson's little magic. He's got the smile. He's got a style to him that's unique to him, and he has a game that can be flashy. He has a lot of the components to be the or a face of the league. Absolutely. He has a lot more growing to do, I think, as a basketball player. But he's in his fourth or fifth, like he's going to. I have no doubt about that. And he's got to win, but he can be in this conversation.
No, he can. He can, absolutely.
For those that are just tuning in, this isn't a De'Aaron versus Tyrese thing. De'Aaron don't want any of this.
Right.
That's why he's not in the conversation.
He has a lot of the components.
He just doesn't want to do it.
Interest.
That's right.
He's got a lot of these components we talked about.
Hey, fuck. Hey, De'Aaron, it's Adam. You got any interest in being face of the league? Nah, dog, I'm good.
Don't call me again, by the way.
Yeah, no, yeah. Hey, text next time, bro.
That's the crazy thing about it. I know we're gonna step out, but that's the crazy.
He's got
everything we talked about.
Everything.
He's got everything.
Everything.
He just don't
accept the interest. Yeah. But Tyrese has the interest. That's the difference.
Very true.
That's the difference.
I have another point.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Face of the league next hour and a half.
Let's do it. Steeler with KC. It's Friday. We vibing. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This is tremendous.
I thought this is going to be half a segment.
We'll start talking future face of the league from high school. Can Cooper Flagg be the face of the NBA?
Well, hey,
he's going to Duke. He's going to Duke. Yeah.
Hey, Cooper Flagg. He gonna check off some boxes.
Yeah.
He gonna check off some boxes. Cooper Flagg. We joke about it. He gonna check off some boxes. And the cool part about it is I don't even know if that's him, but they'll support him.
Oh yeah,
they'll love him. But so that actually goes to my other point. I'll talk about that when we come back a little bit.
Shout out to guy Jeremy too if you're in the chat. Don't worry about cussing, bro.
No,
got a
man,
little flustered after.
It's all good, man. That's why we got the best producer in the game.
Yeah, Fennon's a badge of honor at this point.
Yeah. Kenny is that guy in school who asked the question when the teacher was going to let the class out early. No, never that. Never that. No. It's time to go.
We got a couple of people like that for our meetings, though.
Oh,
dude, just talking to talk, too. Like, brother, what are we doing here?
I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, no, I'll be having one foot out the door. Time to go. Yeah, Alexis, you probably heard us talk about it. I just don't think they care that much about it.
Domas doesn't even really like talking to the media. Not
No,
a bad.
he
He's just kind of like, we played really good today. I don't want to move on. This is all done after that.
Yeah, Domas is not. He's not even here. He's like, I'm not here for this. David Garcia. Not Star Trek whatsoever. This is actually so when it's a Jordan hoodie. And when I got it, I was a little confused myself for about 15 minutes. And then I was like, oh, this is the logo that's on the back of the Jordan 7. So this hoodie was designed to go with your Jordan 7s, I guess. Hey, man, you know what I'm saying? We try to have a good time, man. It's a great community. This Kings community is a great community, man. And we love meeting you guys. And oh, snap. To hell with you guys. I'm gone.
What did he say?
So there's In-N-Out burgers.
Yeah, there is.
You want me to go grab them?
Yeah. I'll bring us back here on the bark at us.
Tell him to grab 2 of them.
Two. One for Jesse. Like I said, we love you guys. I'd never leave you guys.
I love Odyssey, bro. I've been had to eat my lunch all week.
But nah, man, we enjoy. Like I said, the Kings community, man. It's I don't know. I ain't been in different places. I'm sure it's great too. As far as like fan bases and stuff. But I really love how much of a community vibe it is being at Kings games. It is literally the meetup spot for the whole city. I love that aspect. Thank you, my guy. I love that aspect, man. So to be able to be a part of that is all good. We're back. So the conversation. So can I give you my other point, or
might as well?
Remember the conversation, because there was something we joked about that actually ties into the point. Actually, so one of the things that we talk about
that's hella loud. Sorry.
One of the things with like Jordan and Magic and all this other stuff that we don't talk about when we talk about face of the league and their league and stuff like that is those guys at that time, even Kobe, even LeBron. By the time LeBron was like good, his team was good, and they were in the playoffs and stuff like that, we had known LeBron for like almost 10 years. A lot of people kind of just met Anthony Edwards. He was drafted in 2020. Right. They don't have the time invested in him the way they did with those guys who went to college, with LeBron, even with Kobe to a certain degree. I mean, Kobe and KG, they had a story because they were coming out of high school for, one of the first guys to ever come out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
So even SGA, a lot of people might just be meeting SGA for the first time this year.
Yeah.
So to have a
he was the guy in the Kawhi trade.
Right.
That
Doc said,
Doc needs to stop talking.
Yeah, boy.
Like immediately.
He's going on a world tour
Doc
right
Rivers
now.
needs to shut up for a sustained period of time.
Doc a wild boy, man. But yeah, you're just meeting these guys. So it's hard to be overly invested in somebody that you don't even know.
Right.
And that's going to take time.
So for the guys that we did know from high school, like Zion and LaMelo, is their time up? Is their time coming past?
LaMelo's a good call. If we can get LaMelo out of
we knew LaMelo since he was a freshman.
LaMelo checks off a lot of boxes too.
He does.
He checks off a lot of boxes. You talk about the kid. That might be outside of Steph. That might be Reese's favorite player.
But yeah, he's more likely to be the AI.
What if LaMelo went to the Warriors? What if he got drafted by the Warriors? What if he gets drafted by the Warriors and not the Hornets?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. But he'd be on a stage. He'd be in front of that, because the playoffs is everything to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
We can't feel no type of way if we never even see you.
Yeah.
So that would do something. But also to that point that I talked about, that's a great point that you brought up with Zion and LaMelo. We've known LaMelo for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've seen LaMelo for years now.
Mm-hmm.
He has a story with LeVar and everything.
Yep.
And you feel one way or another about him.
Yep.
At this point, I don't know if anybody really hates LaMelo, but that would resurface.
There's no reason to hate him right
he's
now.
Losing, right?
Yeah.
That would resurface if he starts winning.
Mm-hmm.
You might start seeing LeVar at the games. You might all this other. Yeah, that's a good name. But that also goes into what we talked. We kind of joked about it. You mentioned Cooper Flag.
I didn't. I think Jesse
did. Cooper Flag, he's got some components. And with Cooper, we've already got about 2 years where we've known him. He's not even in school yet.
Yeah.
And he's going to have, so to speak, the time served, right? Where
it's a hell of a way of putting it.
Well, I was thinking more of like the armed forces or anything, but I guess it could be a different way too. I don't, maybe not time served.
That's fine. Yeah,
he's put in
considering that
equity.
Slam magazine cover. Yeah,
he's put in the sweat equity.
Yeah.
By the time he's in his third year in the league, and if he's as good as he looks right now, there's going to be some feelings about wanting to see him win or lose.
Well, he's going to a place that's going to elicit feelings.
Exactly. We know about him. He's not even at the stage yet
Right.
where we're like, hey, you're doing this, you're playing this. Cooper Flag, I don't know how good he's going to be. He looks really, really good. Like when I watch him play, he looks like an all-star. I'm not going to say Hall of Fame, but he looks like an all-star caliber player. But if he's good, like if he is an all-star caliber player, he's going to have the story and the time invested to warrant all this stuff.
Yeah. And the fact is, I don't think LeBron's going anywhere.
No, Steph's not going nowhere.
I don't think Steph's going
Steph
anywhere.
playing for like another 5 years.
Yeah, like they'll and again, you can in most cases, not all, there's a healthy transition of power. I think we'll see that. Like the guys, whoever it is that's going to emerge to that mantle when LeBron and Steph ultimately walk away, we'll know. It's not time for us to know yet.
Right.
Like we know retirement is ahead for LeBron James. He's in his 20th year. Like we get that.
He talked about it.
He's talking about it. Like he's approaching 40. Like we get it. Steph now is recognizing, hey, we're getting close here.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it's today. That doesn't mean it's tomorrow. But think about how this whole conversation started with that phenom that was at the Golden One Center last night.
Yeah.
In 3 years, LeBron walks away. Steph's still around. LeBron walks away. Where's Victor in 3 years? Let's say Steph walks away a year or two after that. Where's Vic in 5 years? Where's Ant-Man in 5 years? Where's Ja in 5 years? Tyrese, Tatum, all of these different guys, Devin Booker, all of these different guys that we've talked about. Cooper Flag. Where are these guys in 5 years?
Reese.
Right. Reese, the new phenom entering the league. He'll be the first player to ever fall asleep in the fourth quarter of a game.
You imagine that on SportsCenter?
Oh, it'd be tremendous.
You imagine Casey? Yeah, this Reese Caraway kid. He can't be falling asleep on the bench like that. What is he doing?
That's when D'Lo and Casey will. That's when D'Lo and Casey will finally end. Is when, much to the happiness of that radio station down south, will finally go away when Reese is drafted by the Sacramento Kings, and Casey can no longer objectively do his job. Also,
that's when the show gonna get better.
His son just copped the bag, and he doesn't need to do this.
Oh no,
anymore.
that's when the show gonna get better.
Oh,
because we're gonna go viral.
Well, maybe then we'll have a play. Maybe
Dunk Central.
Maybe then we can get a player on the team. We can
we'll
get a player on the show.
They won't even let us get Reese on the show. No, they put the kibosh on that.
Can you imagine? Hey, that's Reese Caraway on the Sacramento Kings. Yeah, here on Sports 1140 or whatever the station's called now.
Reese, is a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh no! Oh,
Dad, I can't come on your show, man. Sorry.
Oh man,
got to talk to Dave today. Oh man, got to go on with Draper. Sorry, Dad. Man.
No, I ain't gonna say. I was gonna say something else.
Say it. It's Friday.
Yeah, they were talking about me in the sack chat.
Oh no!
Hey, please tell me. Please tell me that's not what they call it. No, they do not call it that. Oh my God.
I'm crying like I just won the finals right now.
Yo, could you imagine just sitting around typing with your other 17 friends and they call you the sack chat? Oh, that's a tough look. Oh,
I shouldn't have done that, man. I shouldn't have done that.
It's a 15-yard penalty on them.
Mark Primo says, don't hang up, Reese. Don't
Reese. Don't do this, Reese. No, Reese. Don't go, Reese.
Oh man,
I shouldn't have done that.
Terrible.
Man. Everybody out here trying to just do what they can, man. I ain't mad at nobody. I got love for everybody over there.
Letting your inner Issa Rae come out, man. That's all it is.
I got love for everybody.
Hey, I
over
talked
there,
to Drapes and Whitey yesterday, man. It's good people.
Those are my people.
Yeah.
For real. I like that. Everybody really nice to me. I like everybody over there. Everybody really nice. We still get, we joking. We joking. That's why you know you my boy, because I'm joking with you.
I ain't joking. I'm dead serious. But those are people, though. We love y'all.
Those are my people, man. I ain't came across.
Y'all might want to
to
rethink the sack chat, though. I was just telling you, just a friendly little piece of advice. Though I can't fault them if they get the sack chat sponsored by Blue Chew.
Hey, look at us booking another show, booking more endorsements.
That gets sponsored. Like, come on, bro.
Just made Alan and Chris some money. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome.
Oh,
this seems like a good time to just take a break.
Good thing James is here in 10 minutes.
James is here in 10 minutes and the whole vibe's going to change. Whole vibe's going to change. We'll come back. We'll get back to Kings basketball. How about that?
Yeah.
Can we? Okay, we got to talk Kings basketball. Can we talk about what happened to Kevin Durant last night?
Yes.
And specifically how Kevin Durant chose to deal with that?
Yeah.
We'll do that. And that actually ties into the Kings. The Mavericks beat the Suns. That helped the Kings out a little bit. Wasn't a lot of movement there in the standings, but we'll get you caught up on everything. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That was. Look at this, brother. Damien, you should be this guy when they're live on the scene in Sacramento. Because I don't know this guy. You don't work for him
either. ESPN NBA reporter.
Also, whoever cuts his In-N-Out burger in half.
Tone should be the one.
Yeah, whoever cut the hamburger in half.
Whoever cut it in
needs
half,
their
you're going
ass
to hear from
beat.
HR.
No, not yours. Yours is fine. Jesse took the half burger.
You want the whole one, Jesse?
No, it's all good.
Oh, suckers, man. How you cut an In-N-Out burger in half? Well, eat the fucking burger. Or don't. Oh man, what's going on with y'all? You plan on watching the Limit? Yep. No.
If any of you guys are gonna be
Not
up at
watching
2 to
it
watch
2
it, you
a.m.
guys staying up at till 2, or you guys gonna wake up at 2 to watch it?
Good call. No, I'll watch it when I wake up.
If it was at 4 a.m., I would have woke up for it. I think.
I will. Oh, good call, Kyron. That's a good point right there.
Damn, you guys are staying up till 2,
Wow,
and
man,
that's a
good for
3-hour
y'all.
show. That's an all-nighter right there. I can't do that.
Yeah, that ain't for me. I did. So what happened, Hector? The Pirates stole the Elimination Chamber? I saw the alert pop up, but I didn't read the story.
No, they tried going through the Suez Canal or whatever, like, because I guess that's just where overseas you go to, and the Pirates are like, nah, like, you guys can't go through here, I guess. So they had to turn around. They had to turn around, put it on a plane, then throw it on a train, throw it on another plane, something like that.
That's terrifying. You ever seen them TikTok videos of pirates?
Yeah.
That shit is scary.
Yeah. Can you imagine being on a cruise ship, dude? And they're like,
oh my God.
And they roll up?
No, I absolutely cannot. That is terrifying.
I guess pirates are still alive and well.
Oh man, pirates are thriving.
And the thing is, they're not like the pirates either, like in the Pirates of the Caribbean pirates. Like, these are scary pirates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are cooked pirates. And there is nothing you can do about it. I was watching, I don't know what TikTok video I came across where they showed all these defense mechanisms that they have against pirates. Crazy.
Russell, you figure it's got to be Drew and Becky, right? Because Becky had the little thing at the
Yeah,
press
they had
conference.
the thing at the press conference. Yeah, it feels like they already booked it.
Hey, this is kind of funny, and it doesn't matter because it's spring training. But I think they stopped the coverage to go to Sports Center while the game was still going on. Game was like in the they finished it. I thought they stopped it in like the 7th inning.
I'm sorry, man. I ran out of water.
All good.
KC, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Did you hear about the Pirates that almost jacked the Elimination Chamber?
What?
Yeah, so they were trying to ship the eliminate, like you gotta ship the cage, there's a bunch of parts. So they were trying to like go through the Suez Canal, and the pirates are like, "No, you cannot pass."
What?
So they had to go back or whatever, throw their stuff on a plane, ship it or fly it, then throw it on a train. It was a whole thing.
Oh, wait a minute, because Elimination Chambers in Australia.
In Australia.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. So I saw tweets like, what would pirates want to do with the Elimination Chamber?
There's really pirates out here still too.
Yep.
That's crazy. Wasn't that what happened in the movie where he goes, "I'm the captain now"? Wasn't he a
Yeah,
pirate?
that's what they were. They were pirates. Chris is just a work, and we have these pirates show up like they're the Nexus beating up everybody.
The Nexus.
You know, if Vince McMahon was still around, he'd book like a pirate.
That's what we were just talking about.
Oh, were you?
Say, throw the pirates in there like they're the Nexus and just beat everyone up.
Oh, okay. There you go. I love that we all think alike now. That's terrific. This legit might be one of my favorite shows ever.
We're talking about the Pirates almost taking the Elimination Chamber. Can you imagine like the Pirates like in a story come and they steal like the WWE Championship or something? It's just Roman Reigns and the Bloodline going after the Pirates.
Well, if Redacted was still around, that's what he'd do. They used to have a pirate. Wait, didn't they have a pirate? They had a guy with an eye patch on.
I don't think so. Did they?
Was he a pirate?
Well, this isn't who you're talking about, but remember Repo Man?
Yeah, I remember Repo Man. Yeah.
Was he ever anybody else?
Yeah, he was Smash and Demolition.
Real?
Or Axe.
The way they
I
be
think it was Smash.
recycling these people,
Yeah.
man.
Smash was,
repurposing.
Smash was Repo Man.
Wasn't that after Demolition?
Repo Man was after Demolition, yeah.
So they just brought him back after one of the most iconic tag teams of all time.
And then just put like a little Zorro mask on him. Said, hey, okay, pal, you're the Repo Man.
The pirate was Paul Burkle in WWE. I don't think we know his name because he's like a low level guy or whatever. But I think he came out like a pirate.
Paul.
Yeah, because he's got the pirate. You know, he looks like Jack Sparrow from the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Paul Burkle.
Look up pirate WWE on Google.
Oh man, I'm looking right now, bro.
It's the first thing that pops up.
Pirate WWE.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh goodness gracious! Okay, that's actually not at all who I was thinking about. But yep, there he is. He's a pirate.
The only other pirate I could think of is the guy from Dodgeball, but that's not WWE.
Let's see. Who is this guy? There is Paul Burkle. Oh, I don't remember him.
He was like 2000s, I think, like mid 2000s.
Yeah, I was out. Oh, he's swinging off the stage. They got a rope and he's just swinging onto the walkway.
Bring him back. It's funny. You Google pirate WWE. Pirates impacted WWE's travel plans for Elimination Chamber cage. That's terrifying.
I need to hear from the guys who were like the captains of the boat in like that situation.
Bro, that thing would have been gone.
There's nothing to talk about. Hey, you got it, man. We're out of here.
That thing would have been gone.
What are the Pirates going to do with an elimination?
Can you imagine a video of, like surfacing on Twitter of Pirates playing in the Elimination Chamber, bro? They're doing spots off the top of the cage.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh man.
Good stuff.
Well, all right. Well, hopefully hopefully the Elimination Chamber is safe.
Hopefully.
It's gonna bug me, man, to figure out who this pirate was.
If he was anybody else.
It's not this guy. The Bryce, you know who I'm talking about. The clique used to call the guy the pirate. I think he was a ROH guy for a while. I can't remember this dude's name. It doesn't matter. He was one of them guys in the like era of like Diesel. Like Diesel is the champion.
Let me text my cousin. He might know.
Let's talk about. We're going to get back to the Kings. Of course, James is going to join us here in just a heartbeat. We'll get James's thoughts on the Pirates. one day, as a joke, just for us, like meaning the three of us and the like 500 people watching.
Right.
We just won't talk Kings with James, and we'll talk all of the stuff that we do for
See
3
how long
hours
we could
before
get-
he gets here, and see if we can get him to engage in anything
See
we
how
do.
long we can go. That'll be the new timer. Like they put the time. The new time will be like, he'll put the kibosh on this at 3:08.
Yeah.
He'll be like, all right, guys, what are we talking about?
Is that the
here?"
guy? I don't know his name. That's the guy.
That's the guy.
I don't know his name. I just found his picture there. I looked
Oh,
up. I looked
yeah, I
up.
kind of remember this dude too.
That's the guy.
I looked up Click and Pirate.
There you go. Jean Pierre Lafitte. That's a pirate, right? Doesn't he look like a pirate? That's a pirate,
okay,
right?
yeah, I look at him as,
Yeah, okay.
That's who you were thinking about.
That's who I was thinking about.
It's so
yeah.
funny. The headline on this image says, "The Click: 10 tales of their WWE locker room stranglehold."
So there was a rumor that they hated the pirate. Or I don't even think it was a rumor. I think they said it that they hated the guy.
They had a few guys that they hate. Wasn't the Douglas guy?
Douglas,
Yeah,
Shane Douglas.
Yeah, Shane Douglas they hated.
The professor. Or with
Dean.
Dean Douglas.
Dean Douglas. They've had Dean Douglas. The professor was Matt Stryker, wasn't it?
I think so.
I don't remember.
He was a teacher. I remember
he was
that.
the teacher, yeah. Matt Stryker.
I don't remember Matt Stryker. When was Matt Stryker?
Matt Stryker was a substitute teacher who was using his time off to go wrestle on TV. And then when they realized he was using time off to go wrestle, they fired him. So WWE made that his gimmick. He was the teacher.
And it's for like
Or
all
the
those little
professor or
gimmicks too. They
something.
just all sent those guys to ECW after that too.
Yeah, pretty much. To get beat by the zombie
ECW.
or whatever. Or actually, I think ECW ended with Vince McMahon as the champion. If I remember
on,
correctly,
man.
that's how ECW ended.
I saw a clip. I was doing something, so I didn't read it, but there was a clip of when I think they said this is when ECW died, and you could hear Paul Heyman saying, "No." And it was Big Show losing to Lashley. Does that have any significance?
Elimination Chamber was it was not Elimination Chamber. It was December to Dismember. I think that was the name of the pay-per-view.
And why would somebody say that was the end of ECW?
Because it was an ECW only pay-per-view.
Oh, that
and
was the
no
last
one bought it.
Oh.
And Vince and Paul fought about the direction of it. And Paul just said, forget it. And was fired the very next day.
Damn.
Until Brock Lesnar came back and they realized Brock Lesnar couldn't talk. And it was like, let's bring Paul Heyman back. And now he's had this second run as the greatest manager that's ever lived.
Man. Paul Heyman is the Pat Riley of the WWE. He's
Paul,
the godfather.
Paul Heyman is like Shawn Michaels, where Shawn Michaels had a Hall of Fame career, hurt his back, went away, came back, and had the greatest career ever. That was Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman was a Hall of Famer, fights with Vince, leaves, comes back, doesn't have any office responsibilities, and arguably the greatest ever.
Do you that's a great comp. Here's another comp. Will we put Roman Reigns in that category?
Yeah.
Was Roman
Sure.
a Hall of Famer before the
Shield, the Shield stuff? Oh, the diagnosis.
Because the diagnosis is why he was gone, right? And then he came back as head of the table.
I don't think he was a Hall of Famer
No.
before that.
Was he just
No. He left. So he came back. He came back from the leukemia stuff, and he was just Roman again.
Okay.
And he got it wasn't as bad. They cheered him a little bit, but he was going into, I think it was a match with Goldberg at whatever WrestleMania was in 2020, and his wife had just had a baby, or his significant other had just had a baby in that time frame. And he was like, I'm not going.
Oh, that's right. It was COVID.
And so when everything shut down, he's like, I'm out.
That's right.
And so I think they went with Braun Strowman or something like that. I can't remember exactly what they did. And it was
That's
4 months later that he came back.
And he came back.
He came back as
with
a
the
heel.
veneers, with the beard, and with an attitude.
And it was over.
Is that before or after they hit him with the dog food? Do you remember that?
That was
before.
That was before.
'Cause that was on.
He was a
that was
baby
on
face. Yeah.
In a crowd at a SmackDown, right? Not the Thunderdome. I think a crowd
that
was there.
Yeah, that was before the shutdown. Yeah, they never threw dog food at the head of the table. They never did that. They never booked it. And yeah, that you could do a full length documentary on how that happened and why it worked, and it would be incredibly enticing to watch.
Yeah.
A lot more enticing than The Rock putting together a biopic on Ric Flair.
Do we have 4 or 5 of those already? Why are we doing this again?
We don't need a fictional movie on Ric Flair. Like, we don't. 90% of the stuff that comes out of Ric Flair's mouth is a lie. His biography is fiction enough. We don't need a movie.
That's the
on
thing.
this.
We
This
know
is
who
dumb.
he is. You
Come
gonna
on.
put the real in there?
Yeah, Rock, we're fine. Please don't do this, Rock.
The other thing about that is, you want to talk about like starting is one way, having a break, ending another, whatever. Flair has gone from underrated to damn near a hidden gem to uninteresting over the course of 15 years.
I've never
I'm not
understood it, to be
interested
honest.
at all in anything Ric Flair
Nothing.
says or does. His
Nothing.
career, nothing.
Absolutely.
Nobody
nothing.
asked for this, Dwayne.
Honestly, I feel like Ric Flair is put on this pedestal as like one of the all-time greats, not because of the fans, but because guys like working with him so much.
He has a.
Because I feel like you hear any wrestler talk about Ric Flair, like, oh yeah, he's great to work with, always sold and stuff like that. He's one of the all-time greats.
and
But like, was he ever really like?
You know
that
why part of
entertaining?
that is because they all hated Hogan. That's part of the reason why. Like, Hogan didn't wrestle like Flair, and he was about business, and he was about money, and he was going to do what was best for business and do what was best for money. And he didn't care about your match or your wrestling observer ratings or none of that. So people hate Hogan for that.
And let's also, even though I don't really care for the guy too much at this point, and I hate the oversaturation of his story or whatever, let's also be fair to, he was really, really, like, he was maybe even a little ahead of his time with the way he spoke and the way he went about things. Like, Flair was,
well, his and that's led to his post career. Like,
would you say he was ahead of his time with just the things he was talking about? Like, nobody was talking about limos and
well, no, they were.
They were-
like,
they were?
yeah, like Nature Boy Buddy Rogers was gorgeous. Like, they did, but he did it on a stage that got more like, it's whatever. When he did it, it's like, all right, whatever. But when the videos get replayed and they're accessible, that's why rappers love him. We've talked about this before. Rappers love Rick. What's Ric Flair talking about? Money, women, clothes. What are rappers talking about? Money, women, clothes. Like, it works. And Rick apparently is a motivational speaker for every sports team that's ever existed.
His guys,
all of them, from the 49ers to the Dolphins to the your boys,
He was with the Carolina
Michigan,
Panthers at one point.
the Panthers, the Falcons.
Just
all of them.
anybody. Two teams could be playing against each other, and
And he just walked from one locker room to the other, changed shirts.
Ric Flair is almost like, how's this comp? Is Ric Flair Scarface? Like the movie Scarface? Movie Scarface was a pretty big movie when it was out, but it got bigger.
Yeah, that's a good comp.
later in time.
That's a good
And then you
comp.
kind of watch it, and you're like, now you watch it today, and it's like, this movie ain't that good.
It's
Nah,
still holds up. It holds up more than Ric Flair does. I'll tell you that.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
That's not true.
It's a good
Scarface
movie.
is cool.
It's a good movie. It's not what the rappers make it out to be.
Oh no, it's definitely not. It's
That's kind
definitely
of, I guess
not.
that's kind of what I mean.
For me,
like I
like,
I still get enjoyment from old Ric Flair clips, but it's not what
the thing that like, just looking back, like, always bugs me is, like, he wasn't the second biggest star of the 80s. Like, tell me why any of us, if you grew up in Sacramento, California, or California General, why do you care about the dude who is headlining in Greensboro, North Carolina?
No.
The second biggest star of the 80s is and will always be the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah.
It was
I
Hulk
would agree with
Hogan
that.
and it was Macho Man.
Yeah.
It was not Ric
Macho
Flair.
was that dude.
Regarding the challenge with Dre, we're talking about biopics and all. It says Triple H deserves a biopic. That one's no climax. He just goes over every time. like there's literally they just, what are we doing? Triple H gonna go over again.
That's a fact, though.
Hey, it's WrestleMania main event. What are we doing? Pedigree 1, 2, 3. Get out of my face.
Like, we ended with what? Him beating up Batista, and it's like, oh, he won again, guys. There's no climax in that movie.
Movie ends with him marrying Stephanie McMahon. Like, all right, perfect.
I'm still a firm believer. He needs to go out, finger poke a doom. I know he can't wrestle. I'm like, well, you need to go out with a loss.
There's no way Hunter's
Who's
going
this
out
in
with a
the
loss.
in the chat? Polo L says Randy Orton.
Randy Orton, what?
He's got 3 legendary errors.
Legendary? Yeah, I mean,
I'd say-
Randy Orton
I'd
has
say
a
2.
legendary.
I'd say he's got 1 legendary era.
Which one?
Which is when he was like
but the evolution?
No,
The Legend Killer?
I think the Apex Predator was the legendary one. That's where the RKO out of nowhere became what it was. Not to say he wasn't great with evolution and all that other stuff, but I mean, it went to another level when he became the Apex Predator. The punts, the RKO out of nowhere was
that's the
viral.
thing.
Like
Yeah.
that was people were doing that at weddings.
I would call it 2 legendary runs. That one, but the one before that where he's beating up McFoley, having those matches with them, like he was box office.
That
I feel like.
backlash match with Mick Foley was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he was box office.
All right. Well, fun's over.
Ask James about Lenny Poffo. That's his guy.
Yeah, bring James, your thoughts on the genius.
On the what?
Your boy Lenny Poffo.
Oh,
Don't mind
Leaping-
us. We're
Leaping
talking.
Lenny? That's all I know.
Lenny, that's right. That's
There we
right.
go.
Did I tell you? Do you know who Leaping Lanny's brother was?
Isn't it Randy Macho Man?
There you go. You
There
got
we
it.
go.
There you go. Come on, man. James
Yeah.
is with us.
Know what time it is?
Stilo and Casey here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I said it. Say it again. This might be my favorite show ever.
Is there a way we can fit OJ into the title?
Let's just work OJ into the title.
Well, yeah, the title is we have 3 shows with OJ in the title. That's today's title.
James. Hey, before we get to the Kings and Spurs, I actually would like to bring James into that conversation we've had for the last 2 hours before we got to wrestling. Did everyone see the Kevin Durant clip last night?
Oh, I don't think so.
Did you see the? So you didn't see. So James, there's this clip of Kevin Durant and the Suns running out onto the floor, and 2 Dallas Mavericks fans. It's a probably 40-ish, 50-ish year old man and woman. I guess they yell, and the clip picks it up. What is it? Hey, Katie, you bitch. Is that what it
and
says?
they're the only ones there.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
clearly
only them. There's no one there, and they're running out on the floor. Hey, Katie, you bitch! And Kevin stops and walks towards them, and he literally walks up to them and is like, "What did you say?" And they're trying to explain, and she's trying to get dap and like this high five, and Katie is like, "You can make him out like, why did you call me a bitch though?" Right. And he's talking to them.
And you see them like, oh, you know, it's love. Hey,
and then my man goes, I host a podcast about sports. And Kevin walks away. And I guess they asked him, do you want us to throw them out? And he said, no. He said, it's fine. Just let them stay.
Yeah.
And I thought it's one of the greatest clips that encompasses fans and athletes in a single 15-second span. You think you can get away with anything until that 7-foot athlete is standing directly in front of you. Then you have a change of heart.
Yeah, you switch
Salute to KD for the way that he handled it.
Yeah, because I don't know if I would have handled it.
He could have handled it in a very, very different way, and he didn't. So salute to KD for that. But it's an incredible clip to see. James, when we're finished, you need to go see it.
I would have been way more petty and just had them removed.
Yeah, I think I would have had him tossed out too.
Yeah, he did.
And I don't even know if that's like, I salute him. Maybe that's better that he didn't. It's more of a teaching moment. It makes them look even worse because of the way he handled it. And I don't know if I would have handled it that way.
It actually makes them look smaller.
Mm-hmm.
You did that. He called you on it. You had no response, and you only got to stay in that game because he said you could.
Mm.
Salute to KD.
Fans are tough, man. Like, shout out to Kevin Herter guy who was having a great night last night.
Oh, he had himself a night last night. We spent some time with him.
Shut up, fake.
You saw him like, yeah. As soon as the first one went down, it was like, hey, Kevin Herter guy is losing it. He's losing it down there.
The people really do, like, in the middle of the game, they do a double take. Like, wait, what?
Well, when he came over to see us, it's the funniest thing. I think the national anthem is being sung. This little boy walks up and he looks up and he is staring, trying to figure. And mind you, fake Kevin Herter's got a beer in his hands. He's got food in his hands.
Headband, but full. Like he's got the
beer ready to go.
And but
Yeah.
the kid is looking at him like, and then
he wears like the tights and everything. I mean, that dude, he's fully 100% in on the bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was
It's
so
great. It is great.
So
stuff.
tremendous.
Very nice guy too.
Yeah.
Nice conversation.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. James, I want to talk about Victor Wembanyama. We could do that later on in the hour. Your initial reaction last night when the buzzer went off and the Sacramento Kings beat the San Antonio Spurs by 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think my reaction is you can capture what my reactions are because I put them out in the 6 quick thoughts. Like a win is a win, and we can delve into some of the disappointments of the victory, but this team needs to figure out how to win games, and that's it. And it doesn't matter if I wouldn't feel any better if they played really, really well and lost. It would be a different show today from the insiders and from you guys here that, if they lost, we would be lambasting these guys. But they won. So that's where we start the conversation with the victory. And then you can kind of go from there as to whether it was satisfying as a victory or, again, we talked about it a little bit on the handoff, Damian. I think if you're a coach and you're the team's best player and you're going to have a practice like a couple of days ago and you're going to lay out like the keys to the second half and they're so distinct and so specific and we're going to push the tempo. We're going to get to the free throw line more. We're going to hit more free throws and we're going to do a better job defending the 3. And you come out in a game and your pace is like 101, so it's okay. But you get to the free throw line 14 times, which is not good. And you only hit 10 of them, which makes it even worse because you shoot 71%, which is like your season average. And then you let them shoot 11 of 25 from 3, and that's 44%, which is even worse than what you're already allowing. And you're playing the team that's the worst in the league at 3-point shooting. That's where my concern lies, that if you can't get your basic 4 or 5 items that you put on the board, and that's going to be your focus of the second half. If you can't do those things against the San Antonio Spurs at home, what are you going to do against the Los Angeles Clippers Sunday in Los Angeles? And that would be my concern. So yes, it's the initial thing is, hey, good. You got the win. We can all breathe a big sigh of relief that the shows aren't just like cantankerous and we're not talking about how break up the Kings, and like what do you do this offseason? Who gets traded? And we still got 27 games left, but you understand what I'm saying. Like it wasn't as satisfying as you would like it to be.
Yeah, I completely understand that. And I look at it like this where, you see a lot of times in like December, the Kings will lose a tough game on the road to, we didn't even talk about the Milwaukee game, right? Where they lost a tough game on the road to Milwaukee. And Kings guy 24 will be like, no, man, there is no moral victories. I don't want to hear KC talking about they played well. No, man, there ain't no moral victories. Well, that would be more of the time when it's like, let's evaluate how they're playing as opposed to the win and loss. This really is no moral victories and no moral losses at this point, where after the All-Star break, it's a win is a win and a loss is a loss. And it's like that pretty much for the rest of the year, like into the playoffs. Like ain't nobody going to be worried about they're down 0-2, but they played really well. No. Did you win or did you lose? And
they're down 0-2, but they played really well.
Ain't nobody worried about none of that. And that has started once that All-Star game ended on Sunday. And that's the way I look at this one. They got 27 games left, I think. Coming into that game, they had 28. They got one of those wins. We were talking about they need to get like 17 to 20 wins. They got one that they can check off. And that's all that matters. And I don't even think they played bad last night. I thought there was aspects where they didn't do what they wanted to do, but they played fine. Spurs played well too, and they found a way to get a win. And that's just kind of how I'm going to approach all these games.
Yeah, I totally agree. I would also point out, like, you had your best player score 28 points, grab 9 rebounds, had one of the best defensive plays of his career to finish off a win. You had your big man have a triple double. You had Kevin Herter hit his shots and go for 21. You had Malik Monk go for 21. You had even an off night for Keegan Murray. He still plays good defense and finishes with 16, but you barely beat an 11-win team by 5 points. And so there's still concern, but you still celebrate the win. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we can talk about all the good things that happen. This is like, that should be your sort of your roadmap to victory, right? For this team in the second half or in the last 28 games, your roadmap to victory is Fox scores close to 30, Domantas Sabonis puts up a 20-point triple-double, either Herter or Barnes scores 20, Monk scores 20, and then Keegan Murray 16, 18, 20. That would be your recipe for victory. And so you did it, you won. But I don't think anyone wants to throw a parade down J Street right now.
I don't think you could have told those 17,000 in attendance last night.
No, we might not have been going down J Street, but we would have went down I Street.
Would have went
We
somewhere.
was I.
Yeah. Would have went somewhere
last night.
I don't think, partly because of the direction that this show took, I don't think we've given Domantas Sabonis enough love for what he did last night. I don't think we've given Domantas Sabonis enough love for what he's been doing. He went up against, the next big thing, so to speak, and he went up against the guy who it just looks like it's impossible to get a shot over. And stop me if you heard this one before, James. He finished the game with a triple-double. He finished the game with a triple-double on 11 of 15 of shoot. In that situation, under those circumstances, Domas finished with 11 of 15 shooting, 22 points, James. And I know virtually everyone who spoke to you guys last night had something to say about the way Domantas Sabonis is playing.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really interesting. You missed the part where he was doubtful coming into the day that he was totally sick, and that he
missed
went
the
out
part
and
where James was feverishly trying to get this information out to Kings fans.
For real.
James followed Domas to the locker room.
I did.
Followed
I
Doug
was
Christie to the
waiting
locker
for him.
room. He was trying to get this information to you guys, and was just distraught that when he came back, they didn't know yet.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a way for us to keep, we have to keep doing it. We have to keep saying how good he is. There can't be a moment where we stop saying it, because if you start to take for granted what Domantas Sabonis is doing on a nightly basis, then it's a crime. And for me, watching him go out there each and every night and just be so incredibly impactful on the court, and against, again, like, what will be one of the greatest players that we've ever seen. Eventually, that's what Victor Wembanyama is going to be. I mean, even on a night where he got beat up pretty bad, what he finished with 19 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 blocks, 5 steals. That's like it's almost like what we're seeing from Victor Wembanyama and what we're seeing from Domantas Sabonis. Again, you have to keep saying their stats again and again and again, because both of them are doing things that are just crazy. And, Kyle and I were talking about, like, Wemby, like, what was your first impressions? And it's like, my first impressions is a 20-year-old kid that, someone leaves, if someone were to open up the windows at Golden One Center, he might get blown off the court. But it doesn't matter what he does on the court. It's just wild. The things, like, when he goes to dunk a ball and he's got to like lighten up, or he would like jump over the rim. That's what it feels like every single time you watch him do anything. And we just haven't seen anything like it. But at the same time, we're seeing sort of like God's gifts for one player versus a guy who has done everything in the world to make himself into a great player. He's people say, oh, well, him and De'Aaron Fox, they won't work because he can't shoot the three and De'Aaron can't shoot the three. Shooting 42.4% from three. Like, oh, well, he's undersized. Okay. He just powered through a 7'3" guy on multiple possessions. And it's what he does every night. Like, you throw Jared Allen out there, powers through him. You throw Anthony Davis out there, powers through him. It doesn't matter. Like, Sabonis is developed into one of the great players in the game right now. And again, I think we have to keep saying his stats because if we don't, no one else will. And that, to me, it's a shame. I mean, this is, I don't even know how to, but he's a Hall of Famer right in front of us. And he might not make the Hall of Fame because idiots somewhere else don't watch enough basketball to rate him high enough. So it's crazy to me.
Looking at his game log real quick, Casey, it's pretty goofy. Like, he has 7 triple doubles in the last 10 games. Wow. And the game before that stretch started, he had 20 points and 26 rebounds.
Oh, man.
20 points, 26 rebounds, and 5 assists. Jeez. Just absolutely ridiculous. And it was De'Aaron, I think, James, that said he should be in the MVP conversation.
Oh, yeah. De'Aaron said he should be in the MVP conversation. Malik said he's the anchor. Like, he said he's our anchor. Like, we go wherever he goes. And that's something, like, Kyle and I have gotten that discussion too on the Insiders. And I keep making the point that, whatever De'Aaron Fox is going to dictate how far this team goes in the playoffs, right? But that's because Domantas Sabonis is so good that he is willing the team into the playoffs. And I think we can all acknowledge that, that there's Fox is a guy who can do these amazing things. And even Monk is a guy that can come in and do these amazing things. But the level of play in Sacramento has gone from all the way at the bottom to the top 2/3 of the league, the top quarter of the league, because of Domantas Sabonis and what he's meant to the rest of the team. And like, that's not to say that Fox or Hurt or any of these guys aren't really good players too, but he instantly brings you to a playoff level as a team. And to me, that's where you just can't look away. I mean, the guy is every single night. I mean, it's unheard of to have 38 consecutive double-doubles, to have 19 triple-doubles, to have, 51 out of 55 games he's got a double-double. And he doesn't make the All-Star team? That doesn't make any sense. And the other thing that doesn't make any sense is the top 19 scorers in the NBA all were All-Stars except for one, and that's De'Aaron Fox, who was number 9 or number 10. Like, the league embarrassed themselves. The NBA coaches embarrassed themselves. And Popovich in pregame skirted the issue as to whether he voted for these guys or not, but said, yeah, they're you can look at and see what they're doing. They're winning, blah, blah, blah. But he also did not say, yeah, I voted for both of them like Michael Malone did. And it's a question that should be asked of every opposing coach that comes through Sacramento.
Agreed. Shout out Tone.
Shout out Tone.
Shout out Tone. Doing what he doing.
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis, the guy's amazing. The crazy thing about his performance last night is we all knew what it was coming into the game, doubtful, actually surprised in some respects that he ended up playing. And once the game got going on, he was so good. He was so like he had been all year long. I didn't even think about him being sick. Like, this guy, who knows if he could catch his breath? Who knows if he was able to eat anything, for the past 2 days? And he was out there making it look like he normally does, man. That was a hell of an effort from him last night.
Yeah, and I thought Mike Brown, like, early on in the game, did his best to limit his minutes, because I think we got to halftime and he only played 15 minutes. And you could see that he was on a shorter rotation than normal. And by the end of the game, I don't even know what's he end up with, 35, 36, because that's the way it's got to go in order for you to win that. 33. So he's about 3 minutes off his normal. But if that game was a blowout, or if that game got any separation at all, I don't think Domantas would have played 30. So it's just a testament to who he is and how well he's playing, and how he brings it every single night. He is to me the biggest lunch pail, hard hat wearing dude in the NBA at this moment.
Lost in the pros and the cons of the win and 3-point defense and so on and so forth is obviously we just talked at length about Domantas Sabonis. We'll talk more about De'Aaron Fox. One thing I think we neglected a little bit, and it's almost fallen into the Domas category where it's just old hat and you expect it. Malik Monk had another 20-point game.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's absolutely right. Domantas Sabonis is the anchor of this thing, and De'Aaron, the old Luke Walton line about being the head of the snake. Man, Malik Monk brings just a whole different element of all of that stuff to this basketball team when he's on the floor, and to have another 20-plus point game is huge for this team.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest part about Monk that I noticed, again, like Kyle and I were discussing this earlier, is Malik isn't shooting the three well at all right now. He's struggling. And last year when that happened, he just went in the tank. Like there was 6 weeks where him and Kevin Huerter both, struggled, couldn't shoot, and really like kind of went into a funk. And hat tip to Monk because he's realized that, he might not have like the freshest legs right now, but like you can go back, I think it's like 14 games or something where you can see that that doesn't matter at this point. Like he knows what the task at hand is. He knows the task is to will his team to victory as much as he can. And like to me, it's been really remarkable to see a player who, doesn't always, he's a mistake player. He's a guy that can make some, that doesn't always like make the perfect basketball decision. But
he can be an adventure, James. He can be.
Yeah, he's an adventure. But like again, over his last 19 games, Monk is shooting 28% from three, but he's averaging 16 points and he's averaging 45.9% from the field. Like he figured it out. And he figured out that he can't be irresponsible in those moments, and he can't just like throw caution to the wind and keep throwing up threes and shoot himself out of the slump or whatever it might be. He actually has to play the game the right way. And I just think it's the maturation of Malik Monk is really fun to watch. Like, and I hope he sticks around because this is the perfect role for him. And he can play more and more and more minutes, especially if the Kings eventually do some different things with that shooting guard and small forward position. But this is a guy that could easily average over 30 minutes a game coming off the bench, and just he changes everything, changes the complexity of the game when he's on, and his energy and his second half play last night. What do you have, 14 in the second half? I thought he was tremendous.
It's some big time shots too. That shot. I think Kyle talked about it a little bit. The moment that I thought they were going to lose the game when Devin Vassell hits the 3-pointer to put him up 4. Malik Monk, he's the one that got the ball, came down the court, hit the little floater, little 14-foot floater to get him within 2 to set up De'Aaron's 3. But that's the whole point is you have a guy like that. You have a guy that's like, don't worry, we're here. I'll go get us a bucket real quick. And then Fox and Sabonis can do what they need to do as well. But I'm here. You can trust me. And just a big time player, man.
Yeah, what I like about him too is he's raw and he's honest.
Yep.
And like we joke with him in the locker room. We wait while he gets dressed, and he's sitting there doing his thing. Getting his jewelry on. He's got bracelets and necklaces, and he usually says, "Oh," he literally like, "Oh, F you guys, I'm not going to talk tonight." But he doesn't say F. And he does it almost every night. And I came in the locker room last night. I'm like, "Hey, Malik, tell us to F off yet?" And they're like, "Nope, not yet." And Malik's like, "You guys talking about me back there?" And I said, "No, I was just wondering if you told us to F off yet, or if you're gonna like hang out and talk to us." And he started laughing. I mean, he's just a good dude. Like he's just playing. He's having a good time with us. But then when he talks, it's very honest. Like he said last night, not only did he call Domantas the anchor, but he also said, like, "Look, we got to stop playing down to the competition." Like that's who we've been. We've been that player, that team all year long. We've been playing down to the competition, and we got to figure that out. And it's like, okay, that's good to hear. Because a lot of players won't say that stuff. They won't say the stuff that's that's obvious to everybody in the room, but might not be something that the players want to say and put it out there.
Since that weird 2-week stretch where Malik was really struggling, he scored 20 points in 7 of the last 9 games. One of those games he scored 18, and the other one was he scored 6 in the win versus Denver. So that's the stretch that he's on right now, 20 points per game since that weird 6-7 game stretch where he just was not playing well. We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham about the game last night. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox. We'll get James's thoughts on seeing Victor Wembanyama for the first time and what he means for the league. That's coming up here as we wrap things up for the week here with our insider James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yo.
Hey,
yeah.
Those guys coming in at 6, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The stats are really crazy to me because, again, over his last 15 games, he's averaging 15.2, which is right around his season average. But he knows he's not shooting it well, and he just can't wake up out of it. He's shooting 29.4% over that stretch, but he's shooting 49.1% from the field overall. He's just not forcing it. He's not, he knows the shot will come around, and it's good to see, again, that maturation of him because it's not who he was before.
Oh. Haven't heard otherwise, so.
I did not hear that.
No, that's okay. We have a meeting after the show. That's all.
Oh.
The second show.
Oh, you guys got a long day.
We do. We always have long days, James.
I know.
It feels like sometimes we always have long days, but
yeah, I hear you.
You know what that's like, so no big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah, today's the hard day. Yesterday was a day where I left the house at 7:45, 8 o'clock. Didn't get home until almost midnight, and then lots of talking on the radio and then lots of coverage. But it's the day after where you're trying to recover from that. Just the mental fatigue, body saying no, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man. But at least we love what we do.
No, that's true. Yep. I've always told the wife, the second I don't love it anymore, I won't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too hard on your body. It's too hard on everything else.
Oh. For those who saw us looking crazy at one point, we were laughing because ESPN was talking to somebody about the Lakers. They said Anthony Davis lost his voice last night, and Darvin Ham said that's why he couldn't communicate on defense. What?
Freaking spectacular.
What?
Last time I checked, that guy had the biggest eyebrows ever and could definitely communicate with his eyebrows.
Non-verbal communication, guys. Come on, man.
I never heard none of that. Stupid.
That's ridiculous. Come on, Darvin. What is happening? That's funny.
Man, what happened to the Lakers in 2023, 2024? Fucking Anthony Davis lost his voice, man. Never recovered. Never recovered.
Hey, I'm just surprised he stayed in the game and didn't just go to the locker room.
Shout out L. Duncan. Today
Standard move.
L. Duncan make me want to go to Georgia.
Nice outfit.
Georgia Bulldogs.
Did you see either high school or college? There's a girl who had a quintuple, not a triple double, not a quadruple double, but the next one, quintuple double, whatever it is.
You got it, James.
I think 10 points, 20 rebounds, 12 assists, 10 blocks, 10 steals.
She was
quintuple.
dominant.
There we go. My bad.
Oh wow! For some reason, I turned
Kiana Christmas.
Yes.
Turned to this Texas Southern baseball game, and in the bottom of the 8th, Texas Southern is trailing 5-31.
Oh,
that's a softball score.
Well,
you had those softball nights, right, Kenny? Where every single ball that gets hit finds a
It's like
home.
I think shout out to Next Generation. We like 3-time champions. You know what I mean. So not too many nights like that. We gonna come back. I don't think I can play in the spring because Reese got baseball games on Fridays, but in the summer we'll be back. I'll be back. Yeah, we're gonna get another chip, another ring, baby.
All right, we're coming back, Hammer.
All right.
Hey, I don't want today to pass. I don't know. It's not really news, but like DeMarcus acknowledged his career. Like he there's something to an NBA player acknowledging, like, yeah, hey, it's over. And he obviously has, a new light coming with the all the Smoke Productions and everything that they got going on over there. But Boogie Long, we were talking about polarizing players earlier. Yeah. There will never be a more polarizing player in this city than DeMarcus Cousins. And those that love him will love him forever. Those that hate him will hate him forever. But I'm a DeMarcus guy, and he said his career was wrapped up. James, you knew him better than any of us. I was hoping he had a little run in him. It's become clear over the years that he probably didn't. But yeah, I'm excited to see what's next for Boogie.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's gonna go back overseas and play a couple more times. Like he did a 10-game or 10-day stretch in, I think it was in South Korea or China over the last couple, like earlier in January, and I think he had a really good time. He was appreciated. Fans, mobbing him everywhere, like got the full experience. And so I wouldn't doubt that he does that a couple more times where he goes and plays. But I think it's an acknowledgement that like the NBA, I don't think the NBA has passed him by. I think the NBA has decided not to sort of play in that water anymore. And this is always like, again, I've known DeMarcus since he was a super young guy, like 19 years old. And, covering him from day one was very difficult. He got better as time went on, and he grew up. And, but there was always like this idea that he had that he was going to do it his way. And I kept telling him like, hey, you can do it your way at 19, but your way at 19 and your way at 25 and your way at 26 or 28 should be different because you're going to mature, you're going to grow. And at the end of the day, I think, a lot of, it's hard to shake your reputation. And there's also a point where your body and your productivity aren't at the same level that they used to be. And, there's sort of that pie chart that like how much people will put up with, and they'll put up with a certain amount because you're this good. But once you're not that good, there comes a breaking point. And like I really do hope that he has a great post NBA career. I'm surprised he's never got like another phone call to bring him back into the league, even after playing for teams like the Bucks and playing for teams like Denver over the last couple of years. But again, he did it his way, and his way wasn't always the easiest.
Yeah, man, I love Boogie, man. I love Boogie. Part of me is sad that this is the reality, but part of me is happy for him to be at peace with it.
Yep.
Get to a point where he's like, "Hey,
That's
man,
tough.
I agree. I agree."
And
Yep.
I'm okay with where I'm at. I'm doing different things in my life, and I can't wait to see what's next. I think I don't know how they do it. There should be some acknowledgement in the Golden One Center, at the Golden One Center, at Doak, whatever you want to do, of DeMarcus Cousins. The closest thing I would say retire the number, but he never made the playoffs, so they might not do that. Mitch is kind of close. Mitch got in there the one time, but other than that, Mitch never really, his teams didn't win either. But maybe they say the one time he got into the playoffs is what got his number retired. but I don't know if you start a Wall of Fame, a Ring of Honor. If you want to retire the jersey, I'm all for that. But I think in this franchise, there's got to be some acknowledgement of DeMarcus Cousins' time.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of things there. Number one, I do know that he was at All-Star Weekend and was invited by the Kings to the Kings brunch. Was there with Brad Miller and Vivek Ranadive, took pictures. So I'm hoping that they can mend some fences and that everything, they kind of bring him back in the fold as far as like a guy who can walk in the door like Vlade does and sit courtside. If he
I love
so
that picture
chooses.
so much, by the way. The picture of Brad and Vivek and DeMarcus, because DeMarcus looked like $1 million and Brad looked like the money you find folded in the couch. like Brad was just here for the vibes. Like,
Brad was in the building last night too.
Brad is always in the building.
He is.
Well, remember that Brad, that's
that's
his other home is Indiana, Brad. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he played for Indiana for a long time, and him and George Hill, like they love to go duck hunting and all that stuff. Like he's an outdoorsman, so it makes sense that the Brad was
Once
there.
pulled up to the practice facility with something he caught while hunting in the back of his truck.
I don't think he caught it as much as he
Or-
shot and killed
yeah,
it,
right.
and it was
Well-
laying dead in the back of his truck.
Well-
But go ahead.
No, that's probably the proper
He
way
just
to
did that on
explain
the way
what
to
it is.
practice, huh?
Yeah, just it showed up, practice, had the antlers sticking out of the truck.
Yeah, like look, I think that there should be a moment
Nobody
where
wondered whose
DeMarcus.
truck it was.
Yeah. We're going through the 100-year celebration of the Sacramento Kings right now, right? Well, not of the Sacramento Kings, of the Kings franchise.
Kings,
This is the
yeah.
100 year, and we've seen. I mean, it's kind of sporadic when they do it, and they've only brought a couple of players in. So we saw Mike Bibby come in, but of course he works there and got a jacket. We've seen some other. Oh, Mitch Richmond came through and got a jacket. I would like to see DeMarcus come through and have a moment with the crowd. I would love to see like him and Vlade have a moment where you kind of see those two, because I don't think that's what I always got from Vlade, that whatever happened with DeMarcus and in the trade and all that stuff, it's not that he didn't like DeMarcus, and it wasn't that he was trying to be mean or anything else. It was just he had to make a business decision, and that's what it was, and it was probably the right decision at the time for him and the franchise. And it was tough, but at the end of the day, you got to make tough decisions. But I would like to see DeMarcus come back in and let the fans, hopefully no one would boo. But there are people that don't like him.
So that's
here
the
and there.
funny thing. The Golden One Center didn't boo DeMarcus Cousins. I've like, even at peak frustration, DeMarcus, like they did not boo DeMarcus. That contingent was loud, but that contingent was calling talk radio. They weren't in that venue. Not to any measurable degree. They were not in it. I remember DeMarcus's first game back.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Nah, this city loves that dude.
Absolutely, man.
Those paying fans love that dude. I'll say that for certain.
I think, man, I think they should start a Ring of Honor, man. Guys like Cousins, guys like Mike Bibby, because I don't think Bibby's 10 is retired.
It's not. I've always liked the Ring of Honor because that's where I think you incorporate Tisha and you incorporate Yolanda and the Sacramento
you don't
Monarchs.
have the pressure. I think there's a lot of pressure in saying this number's always going to be retired. Like, you can honor somebody and have them live in your arena without getting rid of the number. You know what I'm saying? You could do a Ring of Honor. Sure, there may be guys, like I think when it's all said and done, Fox and Sabonis are jersey retirement guys. Like, I think the numbers will be retired. But, if Monk is here forever, maybe Monk is a Ring of Honor guy. We still get to celebrate him without having to be a guy that has his jersey retired.
Yeah, and I would put the same for Bobby Jackson and Doug Christie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even guys like Scott Pollard that played a bunch of their career there and like were part of the glory years. I don't how far deep you go into it. But kind of like the same way I talk about Sabonis, like watching DeMarcus Cousins play on a nightly basis was a gift. Like he's one of the most talented players we've ever seen in the league. And, he's a groundbreaker. He truly is. And he'll never get his due for the way that he transformed the center position, where all of a sudden it's okay for a 6'10", 6'11" guy to break out and start dribbling the ball down the court. It just wasn't something that happened all the time. Not a true center doing it. And, he did help revolutionize the game. And he's the sort of the first player that we see that becomes Anthony Davis and Karl Anthony Towns and now Domantas Sabonis, all of these guys that are allowed to do so much more. And a lot of it was started with Cousins, because we're coming out of like the Dwight Howard era. And before that, like one of the greatest eras of big men of all time, where, there's like 10 Hall of Fame centers in the league at one time, but none of them could do what DeMarcus did, where they would just, again, who can imagine a 6'11", 290-pound guy like leading a break, going between his legs, making a spin move around a guard and going in for a layup on the other end? Just absolutely tremendous what we were able to watch here in Sacramento.
Well, we saw the new era of the big man last night. Victor Wembanyama made his first appearance at the Golden One Center. We had an extensive conversation about Wemby and, what he may mean for the league moving forward as LeBron and Steph, start to prepare over the course of the next 4 to 6 years to ride off into the sunset. Maybe a little bit less than that, but what were your first impressions, Hammer, of seeing Victor Wembanyama in person?
Yeah, it's just tremendous to see a kid come like that, come into the league like that, and we've never seen anything like it. I think, as a kid, I got to see Ralph Sampson, at least on the court. I don't know that he played because he was always hurt, but like I remember seeing him. Actually, I think he had got his autograph the first game I ever went to. But someone who's like 7'3", 7'4", that tall, that lanky, that athletic. But again, we're talking about the next generation of the guy that can shoot the three, the guy who can handle the ball. I thought, talking to Greg Popovich before the game, Popovich just made so many good points about, what we're seeing here is something that's almost like revolutionary. And Pop talked about how, on the way there, they had him watching film of Magic. I think it was Magic and Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, but also Hakeem Olajuwon. He keeps naming all of these players from all of these different positions, and they're talking to him about like his footwork and tightening things up and being more concise with your movements and stuff like that. But has there ever been a player that could watch all of the footage of all those players and learn something from it? And I don't think there has. I mean, the guy can handle the ball like a guard, although he dribbles too high. And there's nothing he can do about that. He's 7'4". But the way that even like watching him warm up was just crazy. Just the fluidity of his body and the fact that he can move like somebody who's 6 foot tall. But he's just this huge man. So I'm excited to see what he 3 years, 4 years. I think he's going to revolutionize the game. I don't think there's anything you can do to stop him. And, Kyle asked me, what do you think is going to be like prime Victor Wembanyama? And it's like, I don't even think we know, but it's probably going to be like 30 and 15 and 6 and 4 blocks per game and 2 steals. And it's going to be one of the most impactful players that we've ever seen. And I think he's lucky that Popovich is a guy who stuck around because of who Popovich has worked with in the past and sort of the knowledge he can impart to him. And it takes a certain player to listen to stay in, tuned in to Pop. But I still think that this is like, it's a good marriage. We're getting to see a player who, when he's done with the Popovich era, should be a finely tuned superstar of superstars that we haven't seen, like a one of one, the old unicorn that we talk about thing that I just think he's going to be a tremendous basketball player.
I agree with everything that you say. And one of the conversation that we had was the thought right now that, people, your tweets and stuff like that, people talk like, man, when LeBron and Steph are gone, it's going to be tough for the NBA. Just talking about how they generate they generate excitement and energy and popularity and interest into the league, and they do it as good as anybody's ever done it. Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Steph, AI, like that's like in my lifetime, that's it. Do you think Wembanyama has what it takes to check that box? We know he's going to be a great player, but is he going to be somebody that, how do I put it, people care about enough to like watch on a daily and care enough to have 4-hour sports debates on? Like, for instance, I don't think Jokic is that guy. That doesn't mean he's not one of the greatest players I've ever seen and will be there. But is anybody emotionally invested in whether Jokic wins or loses? Like the way they are LeBron and Steph? Like, where do you think Wemby might land on that?
Yeah, I mean, so I think when we watch Spurs players, we instantly start attaching them to the stars of before. So of David Robinson and of Tim Duncan. He's not going to be, I don't think he's not going to be like Tim Duncan. He's going to be more vocal. He's going to be flashier. And like already what we're seeing, and I think that that's where, like if you don't appreciate Tim Duncan, it's because you don't truly appreciate like the fundamentals. The big fundamental was exactly that. It was like so fundamentally sound and great because he just, like Sabonis, brought it every single night and was so concise in who he was. Wembanyama is going to be great because, like, not to disrespect Tim Duncan, because he can be so much more. He can be a guy who could win a slam dunk contest. He could be a guy who could win the 3-point contest. He's like the potential for not just to be one of the, the top like 50 players of all time, but if he reaches his potential, we're talking like top 5 player of all time. Like that's where he could fall as a player. And so I don't think he's going to have a problem being the next generation. And I think there are other players who are going to be right there alongside him. We just don't know who all of them are yet. I can't wait for like year 3, year 4 of Chet Holmgren versus Victor Wembanyama in battles. Like that's going to be just spectacular basketball. And, so yeah, I think the league is in a perfectly fine spot. I would say this too, Kenny, sort of a little bit to your point. The NBA has always done this. They've always created stars, and then they push their stars so heavily on us that we can't look away. And when those stars age out, it's part of the reason why it becomes so difficult for fans to like, what's next? What's next? It's because, long after they should have not been like way out in front of everything and been like the beacon of the league has made it so they still are. We still watch them on TNT. What were the Warriors were on TV, something ridiculous last year or the year before, like 46 times.
But Steph's still a needle mover, though. Even if the Warriors aren't, I'd argue Steph is still a needle mover.
Well, no, and I totally agree, but the basketball isn't good. Yes, he is, but that team is the 9th or the 10th seed in the Western Conference right now. Like the league doesn't let us move on from the players until the league is ready for us to move on. And really, it's almost like they wait for a guy like Victor Wembanyama to be great. Like, hey, LeBron, we need you to be LeBron for 2 more years, and then we're gonna retire you, and we're gonna put in the other dude. But we need you to hold out just a little bit longer because we're gonna keep pushing you out there as like our guy until we can't. But that's been the NBA forever. It's not the NFL. It's not Major League Baseball. Like the NBA is very specific in the way that they hone in and worship their stars and promote their stars.
That's for a multitude of reasons. And now we're on the verge of launching another 4-hour conversation here. But one, Major League Baseball doesn't have a star. They can't even participate in this conversation. NFL doesn't like having stars. They want the Chiefs to be the star.
Yeah.
The Cowboys to be the star. They don't want Patrick Mahomes to be the star. They don't want Tom Brady to be the star. They wanted their logos to be the stars. And in the league, it's in the NBA, James, I feel like it's a chicken or the egg question. If you put on the Golden State Warriors for Steph Curry and people are still watching, the league is essentially giving people what they want to see. The same is true for LeBron James, regardless of there being better basketball, like I'll speak from a viewer perspective. I don't want to watch the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather watch the Golden State Warriors. I'd rather watch Steph. I'd rather watch LeBron. Hell, like this year is not the case last year, years past. I'd rather watch Oklahoma City. I know Denver's good. I don't want to watch them. They don't intrigue me. But I still want to see Steph Curry. We got home. As soon as the game, I flipped over to watch. The game was over. Steph wasn't even in the game no more. Let me see what Steph and LeBron are doing. Well, they wasn't doing nothing. But it's still Warriors-Lakers. I think it still has some appeal to it. And again, if the league puts it out there and fans stop watching, then fans are telling them something. But if the league puts it out there and fans are watching, the fans, I think, are telling the league something, which is why I'm so fascinated what happens with the Spurs next year, because they put Victor on so much this year. For me, it got worn out. It was like, okay, I was excited. And to your point, James, it's not the best basketball.
No, but the league they do a good job of creating the star and of producing and pushing and pushing and pushing the star. And that's not to say that, these guys don't deserve it. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is that you got two kids here in Sacramento that deserve to be stars too. And they haven't been given that sort of latitude. The league does not push them as stars. And then they get forgotten about in an all-star game. And instead we get
James,
like
real quick. One of them has the NBA blocked on on his phone. We talked about this. We think De'Aaron has everything. We don't think he's interested in being on that.
He has everything. He has everything it takes to be a face of the NBA, except the actual want to do it.
Yeah. No, I get it. But, again, they're pushing aging stars even at this All-Star weekend. I mean, like, not to be disrespectful, but and Paul George had a good season, but the guy's averaging 22 a game. Like, you got players that are like, I don't know, a guy who's got 38 consecutive double-doubles and 19 triple-doubles and is averaging 2 points less per game, but leading the league in rebounding and averaging 8 assists per game. Like, there needs to be some sort of equality in how you're judging your players. And again, it's a star-driven league, and they love to produce their stars, and that's why they will continue to be great and continue to do this. To be as successful as they have been. But sometimes it doesn't really feel all that fair.
Don't miss out on all NBA. That's all I care about. Don't miss out on all NBA for those guys.
Hey, real quick, I just want to get this in before we wrap up. Did you have anything else to say about that?
Yeah, we go for a whole other show at this point, but no.
Yeah, he wants to brawl.
We had
no.
We've got an update from Mitch. He tweeted me.
Oh.
And he said he lived in Tarzana in the mid-'80s.
Well, that's a callback. Do you want to explain that for those who might have just be tuning in?
Mitch called in and was a GOAT like he always is. Yep. The GOAT, not a GOAT.
This was a Hall of Fame call for Mitch today.
And we wondered afterwards, like, has Mitch even been to California before? He tweeted me to say, I lived in Tarzana. He said, I lived in Tarzana in LA in the mid-'80s.
That was way too coherent to be Mitch, but that was a solid attempt at an impression. Solid attempt at an impression right there.
LA Mitch. LA Mitch.
LA Mitch.
Tarzana Mitch, clearly.
Okay, Tarzana. Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
All right. This seems like the perfect time for us to leave.
This might be our best show of all time.
No, this was what did you say the title of the show was again?
The title of today's show is, we have 3 other show titles with the name OJ in it. So this will be our 4th after that.
I love this. I love this so much. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. James, always great to have you. Great to have Kings basketball back. We will be back. Kings take on the Clippers on Sunday. I'm predicting 185 to 182.
Kings going to play in that game. It's going to be a good game.
All right.
It's not going to be a blowout on Sunday.
Well, we'll be here Monday to talk about it beginning at 10 a.m. You want more Kings coverage? We'll run it back. We'll head over to 102.5. Either way, have a great weekend here on ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings on Sunday.
Excellent.
Survived a long, short week.
Right?
This feels like the longest short week of all time. Is that just me? Because we didn't
Yeah,
have.
it was busy. It was busy, and you had to cover our asses.
And there was no
yesterday,
games.
so that helped. Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I still didn't have Kyle in studio part of the week. Yeah, it was a little funk.
And not just no Kings games, no sports.
No.
For like 3 days.
And then Kings fan. Mitch's call was around 1:20.
It's legendary.
Yeah,
Kings.
it's time stamped.
Yeah, his calls get time stamped. All right, guys, we're gonna go do a show. Enjoy Elimination Chamber.
That's right. That is tomorrow.
We'll see y'all on
2 a.m.
We'll see y'all on
For real?
socials.
Like 2 a.m. this morning.
Oh,
I think I might watch that.
that's what you get. That's what you get for calling your people sack chat.
Shout out to them.
All right, y'all.